Chapter 351. Chu Nan was stunned, not only because Feng Mingzi had broken through the cosmic heaven's gate, but also because he had suddenly come to ask him a question. About that, what is the problem? There are many people here, so it is not convenient to say, "Follow me." Feng Mingzi said before turning around and walking in the other direction. After taking 2 steps, he discovered that Chu Nan did not follow. He turned around and frowned at him. What is wrong? Chu Nan did not know whether to laugh or cry. I say, why should I go if you do not even say what the problem is? Moreover, I am about to eat now. I do not have time. Hearing Chu Nan's words, the expressions of the other 3 became strange. This was Feng Mingzi. Chu Nan was actually so rude to him. Feng Mingzi clearly did not expect Chu Nan to have such an attitude. His frown deepened and he sneered, "What, do you still want me to invite you?" Chu Nan sighed and shook his head. "Sometimes, I really do not understand why you people are so confident that others have to listen to you." After saying that, he ignored Feng Mingzi and waved at the stunned Mondeo and the other 2. "Let us go eat. Ignore these guys." Mondeo and the other 2 blankly watched Chu Nan walk toward the canteen before turning to look at Feng Mingzi. They saw that he was a little surprised and clearly did not expect him to be so rude. As for the blonde man and the other senior students, they were also a little stunned. No one stopped Chu Nan and allowed him to leave. The 3 of them thought for a moment and hurriedly followed. Soon, the 4 of them sat down in the canteen. "Chu Nan, it is one thing for you to not give face to that senior, but I am afraid it is not good to treat Feng Mingzi like this, right?" After sitting down, Sar hesitated for a moment and frowned at Chu Nan. "What is wrong with that?" Chu Nan glanced at him and discovered that even Mondeo had a strange expression. He smiled and said, "I know what you are thinking. You are afraid that Feng Mingzi will come to find trouble with me. Do not worry, he is the grandson of Supremacy Feng Nanshan. For the sake of his grandfather's reputation, he will not mess around in the academy." Sar shook his head and felt that Chu Nan's thoughts were a little naive. Although he was right, offending the direct descendant of a star-grade martial artist was clearly not a wise move. Chu Nan glanced at their strange expressions and smiled. He could not be bothered to say anything and lowered his head to eat in silence. Sar originally wanted to say more, but when he saw Chu Nan's attitude, he could only sigh and drop this topic. After eating a few mouthfuls, a new notification suddenly sounded from the personal terminal on Chu Nan's wrist. Chu Nan opened it and immediately laughed. "What good thing? Why are you laughing so hard?" Mondeo asked in confusion. "Look for yourself." Chu Nan smiled and adjusted the direction of the virtual screen to face the 3 of them. The 3 of them looked over. "Student Chu Nan, after evaluation, it has been confirmed that the March God Killing Palm you submitted has reached the average standard of a D-rank martial technique. Therefore, according to the relevant rules, the 15 points you spent to exchange for the March God Killing Palm will be returned in full. At the same time, you will be rewarded with an additional 50 points. The points have been sent to your personal account. Please take note." The 3 of them were stunned. After a long time, Mondeo looked at Chu Nan in a daze. "Damn, Chu Nan, when did you modify it? Did you not only exchange for those martial techniques this morning?" "Yes, I felt bored in class just now, so I studied this March God Killing Palm. I did not expect it to pass the evaluation so quickly. The efficiency of the academy is very high." Chu Nan nodded. Hearing this, Sar could not maintain his composure. "Hey, Chu Nan, I remember that you exchanged for F-rank martial techniques previously, right?" "That is right. I can only exchange for F-rank martial techniques now." "Then you mean to say that, in such a short period of time, you can actually improve an F-rank martial technique to a D-rank martial technique? Is it that exaggerated?" Chu Nan shrugged. "I originally thought that it would be fine as long as it could be modified into an E-rank martial technique. I did not expect the academy to evaluate it as a D-rank. It is a little unexpected." Seeing Chu Nan's casual expression, although Mondeo and Sar could not help but have the urge to beat up this brat, they were more shocked. F-rank martial techniques were the lowest level martial techniques. Of course, there were many mistakes compared to high-level martial techniques. If one wanted to study them seriously, there were definitely many things that could be improved. However, this was a relatively complete martial technique after all. If he wanted to improve the flaws in it, it was not something that could be done casually. He definitely had to undergo extremely deep research. If Chu Nan was an extremely powerful martial artist, it might not be difficult for him to do this, but he was only an internal breath realm martial artist in the end. It was really surprising that he could do this. Most importantly, he had only completed this extremely difficult mission in the morning. It was simply unbelievable. "Hey, Chu Nan, you should have cultivated this March God Killing Palm in the past, right?" Mondeo asked. Sar immediately stared at Chu Nan. In his opinion, other than this explanation, it was impossible for Chu Nan to raise the March God Killing Palm to a D-rank martial technique in such a short period of time. This was not even enough to be described as an exaggeration. "No, this is the first time I learned of this martial technique in the database this morning." Chu Nan shook his head. "Then you modified it to a D-rank martial technique in the morning?" Mondeo widened his eyes, still unable to accept this fact. This is too ridiculous, right?" Chu Nan smiled and could not be bothered to explain to them. Instead, he opened his personal account and discovered that his current points were indeed 65 points higher than before. This time, he did not immediately spend it all like when he obtained the 500 points reward for the entrance examination. Instead, he kept it untouched. Previously, he had used 1000 basic points to exchange for 73 martial techniques, and he had just used the 500 points reward to exchange for 33 martial techniques. Apart from the March God Killing Palm and Sword Light Finger technique that he had already completed in the morning, there were still a total of 104 martial techniques that he needed to study deeply. He did not need to exchange them for the time being. Moreover, according to the situation that this March God Killing Poem had rewarded him with an additional 50 points, if he could study all 106 martial techniques he had exchanged for, even if he would not be rewarded with 50 points for each one like the March God Killing Poem, it would be enough for him to increase his personal points to E rank. After reaching E rank, he could directly exchange for an E rank martial technique. Then, the points reward for studying an E rank martial technique would be much higher than studying an F rank martial technique. He did not need to continue studying F rank martial techniques. Just as he was calculating the efficiency of studying the points reward for an E rank martial technique and comparing it to an F rank martial technique, Chu Nan received a new message notification on his personal terminal. Chu Nan opened his personal terminal and smiled as he adjusted the virtual screen to face the three of them. Mondeo, who was still muttering that Chu Nan must have cultivated the March God Killing Palm previously, immediately shut up and looked at the virtual screen in a daze. Sar and Tanaka Iyoko were no better than him. The information displayed on the virtual screen was almost identical to before. The only difference was that he had changed the March God Killing Palm to the Sword Light Finger technique. In other words, Chu Nan had actually raised another F rank martial technique to the level of a D rank martial technique. Chapter 352. Korovina was not the only one in charge of the martial arts database of the martial arts branch. Apart from the database itself, the most important part after the reform of the academy system was actually the database martial arts organizing group formed by several teachers of the martial arts branch. The main job of this group was to evaluate the martial techniques submitted by the students, give them the corresponding marks, and give the students the corresponding points reward according to the rules. In theory, the work of this work group was extremely important to the students because it grasped a very important method to obtain points. However, ever since school started, the work of this group had always been very leisurely. As a result, other than the two teachers on duty who were the lowest every day, no other group members would appear. Montevic yawned and glanced at Samuel, who was looking down at something in boredom. Hey, you might as well leave earlier than us today, right? In any case, you did not apply. Samuel looked up at him and shook his head. What a joke. Do not forget that Dean Seamandy has repeatedly emphasized that we must seriously handle this job. If there is a problem, we will be severely punished. Tisk, is it not because he felt embarrassed after being taught a lesson by the dean last time? Montevic curled his lips and did not hide his dissatisfaction with Dean Seamandy. In my opinion, our group should not have been established in the first place. It is simply impossible to expect those students to improve the martial techniques in the database. Have you forgotten the day the dean came to inspect? Samuel asked. This. Montevic scratched his head in distress. If I really have something to do every day, that is fine. But look, other than that one called. Chu Nan, Samuel reminded. Oh, right, Chu Nan. Apart from him, it has been a month since school started. There is no second student who has applied the same way. Moreover, even if it is this Chu Nan, I think it is only because he has cultivated the March God Killing Palm and the Sword Light Finger technique before or has the guidance of an expert behind him that he can deal with those two martial techniques, right? Otherwise, how can a student who has just entered the academy do this? Look, he has not submitted a third application recently, right? Samuel pondered for a moment and shook his head lightly. Although I agree with your suspicion, we reviewed the application together at that time. There is nothing wrong with those two applications themselves, so there is no meaning in saying this. I am just unhappy. Montevic sneered. These new students recruited by the academy are too outrageous. They just learned to lie and cheat. What will happen in the future? This student called Chu Nan seems to be a little famous. I am afraid he obtained his reputation through cheating in the past. Samuel frowned slightly and waved his hand. Before there is actual evidence, do not easily criticize the students. It is not good for the students if word gets out. It is not good for us either. You have always been so careful. There is really no need. Montevic shook his head. He and Samuel were old friends and had known each other for more than 20 years. Of course, he knew the other party personality very well, so he did not say anything else. Looking at the time, there was still about half an hour until work ended. He said to Samuel, "What do you plan to eat later? Let us go to the canteen and eat something. Otherwise, a new shop has just opened outside the academy in the past 2 days. What is it called?" Montevic was just about to excitedly recommend a restaurant he had only known about yesterday to Samuel when a bright notification sound suddenly sounded on the virtual screen, interrupting him. Damn it, it is almost time to get off work. Who does not have eyes to post at this time? Montevic turned to look at the virtual screen. After glancing at it, he immediately stopped complaining. Samuel looked up at him in confusion, but he discovered that Montevic was looking at the virtual screen with shining eyes and an excited expression. Hey, Samuel, look who this is. Samuel turned to look at the virtual screen in confusion and discovered that it was a martial technique evaluation application transferred from the database. He was immediately stunned. He had just said that no student had submitted the corresponding application, but he did not expect it to come now. When he focused his gaze again, he was even more stunned. The person who submitted this application was actually the Chu Nan they had just talked about. Haha, this kid has endured for nearly a month, but he finally cannot help but come again. Monty Vic rubbed his hands forcefully, looking excited as if he was waiting for a thief to appear. Watch me expose this cheater true colors this time. Samuel frowned and knocked on the table forcefully. He shouted in a low voice, Monty Vic, what's your work attitude? How can you determine that this student is cheating? Monty Vic was stunned and scratched his head in embarrassment. I am just bored and want to increase my work motivation. Samuel shook his head helplessly and ignored him. He turned to look at the details of the application. 7-star steps? An F-rank movement technique. Let us see how Chu Nan modified it this time. Samuel operated it, and the virtual screen displayed the brand new 7-star steps attached to this application. After looking at it for a while, the two of them looked surprised. How is it? Monty Vic asked Samuel. Samuel did not answer. Instead, he pondered for a moment before standing up and coming to the empty space beside him. He thought for a moment and took a step forward. Then, his body moved and he took another step to the side. In the end, this step was a little anxious, but it made his body sway and he almost lost his balance. He came to the virtual screen and looked at it carefully again. He lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He came to the empty space again and took another step. This time, his footsteps were very smooth. Soon, he used the 7-star steps completely. After practicing, he returned to the virtual screen and looked at the 7-star steps submitted on the application from the beginning again. Then, he said to Samuel seriously, no problem, it can be evaluated as an E-rank martial technique at least. If it is like his previous two applications and the method to complement internal breath, it is not a problem to be evaluated as a D-rank martial technique. Monty Vic stared at the virtual screen with a very puzzled expression. That should not be the case. He is only a new student. How can he have such a deep understanding of martial techniques? I still suspect that someone is helping him cheat. At this point, Monty Vic nodded vigorously. Yes, this is a huge flaw in this points system. I suggest that we immediately report it to the dean. Chapter 353. Samuel frowned and said that without evidence, they should not easily suspect any student. Then how do you explain how a new student like him can modify 3 martial techniques in a month? Although they are only F-rank martial techniques, isn't this too exaggerated? Moreover, don't forget that the time he submitted those 2 applications was less than 5 hours after he exchanged for those 2 martial techniques from the database. Do you think he can make such exquisite changes in 5 hours? In fact, when he was dealing with the 2 applications, Samuel had some doubts. After all, it was really unbelievable that he had modified 2 martial techniques in less than 5 hours. However, that time, it could still be explained that this student called Chu Nan might have cultivated the March God Killing Palm and the Sword Light Finger technique before and had a good personal understanding. However, what about this time? Perhaps this student is indeed a genius, Samuel explained. Moreover, he spent nearly a month to complete this application. It's understandable that it took so long, right? Monty Vic sneered. In any case, I don't believe a student can have such an ability. Don't speak nonsense without evidence. Samuel frowned and said. Moreover, Monty Vic, you should know how much pressure our branch is facing in this system reform. If such a problem happens at this moment, the entire branch will not have a good time. Then are we going to watch this guy called Chu Nan cheat points like this? I told you not to speak nonsense before there is evidence. Samuel's expression sank. We'll do it according to the normal process. Now, I've determined that this modified 7-star steps already has the degree of an E-rank martial technique, so we should reward him with 20 points according to the rules. What do you think? Seeing that Samuel was a little angry, Monty Vic rolled his eyes and stopped arguing with him. Alright, if it's just from this application, there's no problem. I agree with you. Alright, this application has been approved. Before Samuel could finish speaking, a notification suddenly sounded on the virtual screen. The two of them looked over in surprise and discovered that it was actually another martial technique exchange point application. No way. The two of them looked at the famous applicant and were even more surprised. It was Chu Nan again. Samuel, do you think? Just as he was about to mention the topic again, a notification sounded on the virtual screen. The two of them focused their gazes and saw another application. It was Chu Nan again. Before they could react, another sound sounded on the virtual screen. It was still an application, and it was still Chu Nan. Ding, 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 ding. The notifications continuously sounded, and applications appeared one after another. Soon, they filled the entire virtual screen. After a few minutes, the notification stopped. Looking at the 104 applications displayed on the virtual screen, Monty Vic and Samuel fell into a daze. These 104 applicants were all Chu Nan. After a long time, he swallowed with difficulty and returned to his senses. Then, his eyes lit up and he sneered at Samuel. How is it? Do you still want to speak up for this kid? Samuel was stunned for a moment. He took a deep breath and glanced at the dense application forms on the virtual screen. He said in a low voice to report it to the dean immediately. Seeing the last application sent out, Chu Nan heaved a sigh of relief. After spending nearly a month, he finally finished modifying the total of 106 F-rank martial techniques he had exchanged in a row. If all the applications could reach the evaluation standard, then even according to the lowest possible reward, these 106 F-rank martial techniques could bring him an additional reward of more than 700 points. Moreover, according to the situation where the March God Killing Palm and the Sword Light Finger technique had brought him 80 points, the reward he obtained in the end should not only be 700 points. After all, an F-rank martial technique was only the lowest level. Most of them were only simple fist and leg techniques. Even a small number of internal breath cultivation methods involved very basic and simple internal breath usage. With his powerful data ability, Chu Nan had long reached a terrifying precision in using external martial techniques on the human body. His understanding had definitely surpassed countless powerful martial artists. As for internal breath cultivation methods, he had now truly opened up all the meridians in his body. He could easily master any internal breath cultivation method and test the best circulation trajectory through his data ability. Compared to many martial artists who could only rely on their personal feelings to determine the quality of their cultivation methods, his understanding of these internal breath cultivation methods could not be simply described as precise and thorough. It was even easier to correct the mistakes in these F-rank cultivation methods. Therefore, the various F-rank cultivation methods that he had modified after studying them were much more perfect than the cultivation methods exchanged in the database. They were also much better in various subtle aspects, and there was a huge increase in comparison. For example, the March God killing poem had directly increased 2 levels from an F-rank martial technique to the standard of a D-rank martial technique. It was not surprising to Chu Nan. Therefore, Chu Nan was very certain that if these applications were all approved, the points reward he obtained would definitely be more than 700 points. Of course, he was not completely confident that he would pass all of them. Who cares? In any case, I'm finally done. I have to rest for a while. Chu Nan stretched his back and threw away the various messy martial technique information that had lingered in his mind for the past month. In the past month, he had spent almost all his free time outside of class studying these martial techniques. His mind had always been in a tense state. Now that he had finally reached the first stage, he immediately felt much more relaxed. It seems that Mondeo is right. There are many ways to increase personal points. I don't have to rely on this alone. Chu Nan turned around and discovered that he was the only one left in the dormitory. Mondeo, Sar, and Tanaka Ioko had disappeared. Unlike Chu Nan, other than lessons, the three of them had also participated in many activities in the academy in the past month and obtained many points from other aspects. Among them, Sar's progress was the fastest. He already had 1,978 points and was only a little away from reaching 2,000 points. He could become an E-rank student soon. The person who was slightly inferior to him was not the most enthusiastic Mondeo, but Tanaka Ioko. He already had 1,793 points. According to him, he should be able to break through 2,000 points in a week. On the contrary, Mondeo only had 1,311 points currently. His progress was probably considered poor among all the new students. He was usually mocked by Sar. As for Chu Nan, the full return of 28 points from the March God killing palm and the sword light finger technique, as well as the reward of 80 points, and the 3 points that were not completely used when exchanging points for martial techniques previously, added up to a pitiful 111 points. I can surpass them tomorrow. Chu Nan confidently clenched his fists before opening his personal terminal. He chose a name on the contact list and sent a message. Chapter 354. Dear Miss Elvy, how can a place like the Academy canteen with so many people and bad food match your noble status? A high-end restaurant just opened outside the Academy yesterday, and I invite you to go with me for dinner. What do you think? Miss Elvy, do not listen to his nonsense. I went to that restaurant last night. It is very bad and ridiculously expensive, and it is completely a scam. I know a small restaurant outside the Academy. Do not be fooled by its small size and simple decorations, because there are a few dishes inside that are really delicious, and I guarantee that they will satisfy you very much. You only know how to eat. Miss Elvy, the second hall of the Academy will hold a concert tonight, and I think a noble lady like you will definitely like this performance very much. I happen to have 2 tickets here, and I wonder if you are willing to go with me. Miss Elvy. Elvy tried her best to control her urge to kick everyone away. These guys were really as annoying as flies. They surrounded her ears and buzzed for a long time without letting her calm down. If it was in the past or on planet Macaw, she would definitely not hesitate to ask them to get lost. However, now that she was on Earth and in Star Cloud Academy, in order to maintain her family image, she could not take such a reckless action. Of course, in the past, even if she knew that this would affect her family and reputation, she still would not care so much. However, after the few months at her aunt's house, her endurance and mentality had already improved greatly. Although the surrounding guys were annoying, it was still much easier to accept compared to her aunt and cousin Roddick. However, she still could not learn to smile at these annoying flies like those hypocritical adults. Because she had to wait here, she could only stand on the spot expressionlessly and pretend not to hear what these guys were saying. After the surrounding people spoke for a while, they could not help but feel a little discouraged when they saw that Elvy was still indifferent. One of them had a thought and could not help but ask, Miss Elvy, you have been standing here. Could it be that you are waiting for someone? Elvy glanced at him angrily. He clearly knew that she was waiting for someone, so why was he still talking nonsense here? Could he not figure out how to get lost? Seeing that Elvy did not deny it, their expressions changed. That person asked again, about that, can I ask if the person you are waiting for is a man or a woman? Elvy finally could not help but say coldly, this has nothing to do with you. Of course it is related. That person was also thick-skinned. Clearly, Elvy had a cold expression, but he still smiled and did not take half a step back. If it is a girl, then it must be a girl as outstanding as you, Miss Elvy, and I very much hope to get to know her. If it is a man, that person chuckled and did not continue. The surrounding people sneered in their hearts. If Elvy was waiting for a man, they had to get to know each other. Elvy was fed up and frowned. Just as she was about to open her personal terminal to rush him, she suddenly discovered a figure walking over from afar. She immediately smiled happily and waved her hand to shout, Brother Chu Nan, over here. brother Chu Nan? The surrounding people were stunned. They turned to look in the direction where Elvy waved and saw tall and well-proportioned boys walking over quickly from afar. Chu Nan walked to Elvy's side and glanced at the male student in the uniform of Star Cloud Academy in confusion. He frowned and asked, Elvy, are they your friends? No, I have nothing to do with them. Elvy immediately shook her head. Oh, then let us go. Chu Nan nodded and turned to leave. As soon as he turned around, a short male student with brown hair suddenly darted out and blocked Chu Nan. Your name is Chu Nan. The brown-haired boy sized him up. Chu Nan glanced at him and confirmed that he should not know him. Otherwise, he would not have asked. Thinking about it, it made sense. This boy had surrounded Elvy just now. He was very likely a student of the Life Science Academy, so it was normal that she did not know him. Yes, what is the matter? Chu Nan asked. What is your relationship with Miss Elvy? The brown-haired boy asked again. What does this have to do with you? Chu Nan frowned. Beside him, Elvy chuckled. Earlier, when this girl came to ask who he was waiting for, the answer she gave was that it had nothing to do with him. In the end, Chu Nan also gave the same answer. What a coincidence. The brown-haired boy was indeed very thick-skinned and still refused to give up. Miss Elvy is a treasure of our Life Science Academy. I cannot allow her to go out alone with an unknown person. Hearing this, the boys beside him actually cheered together. Yes. How can Miss Elvy casually leave with a guy like you? You must have used some method to deceive her. That is right. Miss Elvy, do not think that this guy looks honest. Let me tell you, the more such a person is, the easier it is to hide dirty thoughts in their hearts. Do not be deceived by him. Miss Elvy, you are still young. Do not trust others easily. Chu Nan did not know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at the surrounding people who were clamoring. Then, he asked Elvy, who are these guys? Elvy glared at the surrounding people. They are all students of the branch. They have always been pestering me during this period of time. Then you do not like them? Of course not. All right. Chu Nan looked at those guys and raised his right leg slightly before suddenly landing. Crack! The road paved with special materials that were harder than ordinary rocks under his feet was directly stepped into a pit. The momentum was extremely terrifying, and it immediately stunned those people. The words they were saying were forcefully stuck in their throats. Chu Nan's expression was gloomy as he coldly said to those people, I am warning you, you are not allowed to pester Elvy in the future. Otherwise, do not blame me for being ruthless. Those people looked at the pit under Chu Nan's feet and swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Not only was that brown-haired boy thick-skinned enough, his personality was also considered unyielding. Although his expression was ugly, he still jutted out his neck and said, do not think that you can be arrogant here just because you are from the martial arts branch. Even if I do not break the academy rules, I still have a way to make you suffer. Oh, is that so? The corners of Chu Nan's mouth curled into a smile. Then give it a try. With that, he ignored those people and pulled Elvy's arm before turning around to walk out. Those people did not dare to stop him this time. Even the brown-haired boy only had an ugly expression and did not dare to go forward to stop him. When he saw Chu Nan and Elvy disappear into the shadows of the academy, he opened his personal terminal with a gloomy expression and dialed a number. Hey, is this Raymond? Go find a few people for me. I want to teach a guy called Chu Nan a lesson. Chapter 355. As soon as she turned the corner, Elvy chuckled. Brother Chu Nan, those guys must have been frightened by you. Look at their expressions when we left just now. It is too fun. It cannot be helped. They are only students of your Life Science Academy. When they encounter the wrath of my martial arts branch, they are naturally afraid. What is this called? There is an ancient saying. When a scholar meets a soldier, it is impossible to explain things clearly. While Chu Nan was still thinking, Elvy continued. This is an ancient saying of your Chinese descent. Do not you remember? You actually know? Chu Nan looked at Elvy in surprise. However, it is not right to use this description because those guys were unreasonable. Speaking of which, Elvy, why do they want to pester you? It is not strange if it is one person, but there are a few. Are you so popular in the Life Science Academy? Humph, am I not qualified to be popular? Elvy puffed out her chest and asked indignantly. Chu Nan subconsciously glanced at her majestic body that did not match her slender figure. The scene of him tearing her shirt in a hurry to save her and completely exposing her naked body to him flashed through his mind. He immediately blushed and turned his head away awkwardly. That, of course you are qualified. It is just that it is a little strange for so many people to gather together at once. Seeing Chu Nan's reaction, Elvy was stunned for a moment before she reacted and recalled the situation that day. Her face immediately blushed, and her chest that had just risen immediately shrunk. I do not know what is wrong with those guys. Ever since I entered the academy, they have been pestering me. Perhaps it is because they know my family background? Chu Nan thought for a moment and understood. Elvy's father was the commander-in-chief of Planet Macaw government army and was an important figure in the entire Earth Federation. If he could pursue her, it would definitely bring great benefits. That is not right. Since they know that your family background is extraordinary, ordinary people should know that they cannot reach you at all. Why waste so much effort to pester you? It is useless if they know. That is not necessarily true. If I really like someone, father and mother cannot interfere. Elvy had a thought and smiled at Chu Nan. For example, brother Chu Nan, your family seems to be an ordinary family, right? However, I like you, so I will not care what father and mother think. Do not you think so? Chu Nan waved his hand defensively. How can I be an example? Do you like me? Why not? I like you very much now. Elvy looked natural. Chu Nan laughed and shook his head. Elvy was only 14 years old this year and 2 years younger than Xianxia. In his eyes, she was simply a child. Of course, she could not be serious about liking him. Alright, let us not talk about this anymore. In any case, I have frightened them today. I believe they will restrain themselves in the future and stop pestering you. If anyone still dares to pester you, tell me and I will scare them again. If there is really no other way, I will beat them up. Chu Nan patted his chest and pretended to be responsible. I promised Dunleavy to take good care of you in the academy. You do not have to be polite. You can tell me if you have any difficulties. Elvy immediately revealed a sweet smile and jumped over to hug Chu Nan's arm intimately. That is great, brother Chu Nan. I will rely on you to protect me in the future. Feeling the soft touch on his arm, Chu Nan coughed lightly and pulled back slightly. Looking down and seeing Elvy's happy smile, he could not help but laugh. The first time he saw Elvy, she seemed especially calm and steady. It could even be said that she was introverted. She did not have the youthful vitality that a 14-year-old girl should have, as if she was extremely old. However, after their second meeting at the space station, she had clearly become much more lively and cheerful. After her experience on Macaw, she revealed more of her nature as a girl in front of Chu Nan and even revealed a trace of naughtiness. After coming to Star Cloud Academy, the two sides often interacted in private. Elvy gradually became a normal 14-year-old girl. She was lively, bright, and occasionally revealed a trace of cunningness and mischief. Just like Chu Xianxia, she gave Chu Nan the feeling of having many sisters. However, unlike Chu Xianxia, she would not hide her good impression of Chu Nan and was even more clingy now. Actually, Elvy, you are also a martial artist. I do not think those guys have ever practiced martial arts. If you really think they are annoying, can you not just kick them away? In order to hide the embarrassment of having his arm hugged by Elvy, Chu Nan changed the topic. I am a girl. How can I do such a rough thing? Elvy smiled and replied, but then she sighed helplessly. Alright, the truth is that I have to consider my family image. Also, I do not want to ask Aunt for help. Chu Nan was stunned for a moment before understanding. Elvy's home was far away on planet Macaw. If anything happened to her on Earth, it was definitely unrealistic to ask her family for help from so far away. The most convenient solution was to ask her aunt house nearby. However, Elvy's attitude toward her aunt family was not intimate at all, so she was naturally unwilling to do this. When he thought of this, Chu Nan sighed in his mind. Every family had their own problems. This girl must have suffered a lot because of her family and her aunt family. He smiled and reached out to rub Elvy's head like he did to Chu Xianxia in the past. Therefore, tell me if you encounter any difficulties in the future. If I can resolve it, I do not have to trouble your aunt to appear. Yes. Elvy nodded hard. Then wait for me to annoy you to death in the future. Chu Nan laughed. As long as you do not find it annoying, I am fine. The two of them chatted and laughed along the way and quickly left Star Cloud Academy. As the #1 academy in the Federation, a large number of facilities had long been built around Star Cloud Academy. They occupied an extremely large area, and all kinds of commercial facilities were prosperous, causing this place to become a small city. Chu Nan had been here for more than a month. Although he had not gone out much, he had roughly familiarized himself with the surrounding environment. After walking out of the academy, he brought Elvy through a few streets and walked toward a reserved restaurant. When he happened to pass by an alley, Chu Nan suddenly heard a few muffled cries and a crisp, familiar cracking sound, as if a branch had broken. No way. Chu Nan's face twitched, and he looked into the alley. He saw a girl-like figure raise her foot and fall heavy, stepping on the arm of a person lying on the ground. Crack. Chapter 356. Although there was not enough light in the alley to see the girl's face, Chu Nan immediately confirmed her identity. He had a strange expression on his face and turned to look at Elvy. He saw her covering her mouth and looking at the alley in surprise, but she did not look frightened. Perhaps it is because you are from a military family? Chu Nan thought for a moment and walked toward the alley. He waved at the girl. Angie Prairie, are you born with the physique to provoke hooligans? This merciless girl who broke other people's limbs without any hesitation was naturally Angie Prairie. When Chu Nan walked into the alley, Angie Prairie had already sensed it and turned around. When she heard him greet her, she happily waved her arms at him. Chu Nan, you are here. I was just planning to deal with these guys and go to the agreed place. Do you have to tease a few hooligans like this every time you come out? Chu Nan sighed and pointed at the guy who was still being stepped on by Angie Prairie. Let go of him first. He has already fainted from the pain. Oh. Angie Prairie lowered her head and discovered that the person under her feet had indeed stopped twitching in pain. His eyes rolled back and he indeed looked like he had fainted. This guy is too lousy. He only broke an arm and fainted. The last time I encountered one, I broke all his arms and legs and he was still cursing me very vigorously. Chu Nan was immediately speechless. Do you want to be scolded? Of course not. That is why the guy who scolded me last time had his arms and legs broken again after I healed him. Chu Nan could only roll his eyes. Alright, let go of these guys. My reservation time is 7:30 p.m. There are less than 20 minutes left. I do not have time to let you play with them slowly. Oh. Angie Prairie obediently replied and finally retracted her foot from the arm of the person on the ground. Then, she turned around slightly and her gaze landed behind Chu Nan. She is. Chu Nan turned around and discovered that Elvy had actually followed him in. She was looking at the few people lying on the ground in surprise. When her gaze landed on their arms or legs that had been broken by Angie Prairie, although she had a surprised expression, she did not look afraid. Instead, she revealed a trace of excitement. She is Elvy. I mentioned her to you before, Chu Nan replied. The reason why Chu Nan had arranged to leave Star Cloud Academy with Elvy tonight was to introduce her to Angie Prairie. He had long agreed to this request. However, because school had just started, he had been busy until now. Oh, you are Elvy. After Angie Prairie sized her up with a strange gaze, she generously stretched out her hand. Hello, I am Angie Prairie. Did Chu Nan mention me to you before? Angie Prairie's reaction was normal. Instead, Elvy's eyes lit up and she seemed to be very excited as she held Angie Prairie with both hands. There is no need for Brother Chu Nan to mention it. Supremacy Overly is my idol, so I naturally know you. Brother Chu Nan? Angie Prairie turned to look at him in confusion. I remember you saying that you have a sister. Is it her? But she is clearly European. Chu Nan shrugged. No, she is not my biological sister. She is just willing to call me that. Is that so? Then do you acknowledge her? Hearing this question, Chu Nan and Elvy were stunned. In the end, Chu Nan understood Angie Prairie's personality better than Elvy. He thought for a moment and understood the meaning of her question. He smiled and said in an affirmative tone, of course, otherwise, I would not have brought her to see you. Angie Prairie nodded and turned to smile at her. Since Chu Nan acknowledges you, I am very happy to know you. Elvy still did not understand her reaction, but she thought for a moment and did not mind. She continued to grip Angie Prairie's hand with shining eyes. Miss Angie Prairie, Supremacy Overly is the best expert in the field of life science. Are you also very good in this aspect? No, I am only following her to cultivate martial techniques. As for what life science? I do not understand. Is that so? Elvy was a little disappointed, but then she became excited. But you must have followed Supremacy Overly and grasped many of the essence of the life science field she developed, such as the flame of life, right? Chu Nan knows the flame of life too. It is not strange. Yes, I know. However, the flame of life that Brother Chu Nan grasps is definitely different from yours and Supremacy Overly's, right? That is true. The flame of life is not only an internal breath cultivation method, but it is also related to everyone's physical condition. Therefore, the flame of life that everyone cultivates is actually a little different. Even if the ones master and I cultivate are different, Stop. Chu Nan finally could not help but raise his hand to interrupt Angie Prairie. Let us sit down and discuss this later. I do not have time to let you chat slowly here. It is almost time to book. Oh, alright then. Miss Angie Prairie, let us go to the restaurant now. I have many questions to ask you. Elvy happily came up and wanted to hold Angie Prairie's arm, but she gently dodged. Wait, I have to treat these guys' injuries. I will help too. If I let you do it alone, we might not be able to make it in time. Chu Nan came to the side and squatted down. Angie Prairie was stunned. She nodded. Alright, Elvy, you can take a look at the difference between me and Chu Nan when he uses the flame of life. Alright. Elvy widened her eyes and looked at the two of them. Angie Prairie and Chu Nan looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Then, milky white light appeared on their hands. 13 minutes later, Chu Nan retracted his hand and happened to see the milky white light representing the flame of life in Angie Prairie's hand gradually fade, proving that her treatment of the local hooligan was already coming to an end. A moment later, Angie Prairie retracted her hand and announced that the 5 hooligans whose arms and legs had been broken by Angie Prairie had been completely healed. Chu Nan, it has only been a few days since we last met. Your understanding of the flame of life seems to have improved again. Angie Prairie looked at Chu Nan in surprise. If it was in the past, you would not have healed them so quickly. Yes, I have recently studied a large number of martial techniques, allowing me to have a new understanding of the combination of the flame of life and high-frequency vibration internal breath. It is not strange for me to improve. Chu Nan smiled. This was not nonsense. Although he had only exchanged for some F-rank martial techniques from the Academy's martial arts database, even if they were only F-rank martial techniques, after studying them for a long time, he would have some special insights. Regarding a small portion of the internal breath martial techniques, it allowed Chu Nan to have a new understanding of the use of internal breath, causing him to fuse the flame of life and high-frequency vibration internal breath better. Naturally, the effect would be better when used for treatment. Is that so? Then you have to tell me these new insights of yours later. No problem. Chu Nan stood up and waved at the two of them. Alright, let us go. It is almost time. Angie Prairie nodded and walked over. However, Elvy lowered her head in thought. After Chu Nan urged her twice, she reacted as if she had woken up from a dream. She raised her head to look at Angie Prairie and then at Chu Nan. She hesitated for a moment and gritted her teeth. As if she had made up her mind, she walked to Chu Nan and stretched out a white arm. Brother Chu Nan, can you break my arm too? Chapter 357. Are you crazy? Chu Nan was shocked. Why do you want me to break your arm for no reason? Actually, after knowing that you have grasped the flame of life, I have always had this thought, Elvy explained. I was very interested in Supremacy Overly's flame of life a long time ago and wanted to experience it. Now that Miss Angie Prairie is also here, I naturally cannot miss this opportunity. Did you not already experience it the last time I helped you treat your injuries? Last time. When she recalled the situation when Chu Nan helped her treat her last time, Elvy's face turned slightly red. Last time, I was always in a semi-conscious state and could not experience it very clearly. Moreover, the flame of life you grasped is still a little different from Miss Angie Prairie's, right? I want to seriously experience both. That is indeed different. The flame of life I master is combined with a special internal breath cultivation method I created myself. There are more parts that include my own internal breath cultivation method. As for Angie Prairie, I still have not truly grasped the method to use Chu Nan's high-frequency vibration internal breath. Angie Prairie sighed and said regretfully. However, even if I master it, I should only make some slight modifications. It will still be closer to the original flame of life. Then I want to experience both. Elvy nodded with a serious expression and stretched out her arm in front of Chu Nan again. Come, brother Chu Nan, break it. What a joke. Chu Nan berated. You are calling me brother while asking me to break your arm? How can I do this? It is fine. In any case, you and Miss Angie Prairie are here. I will definitely be treated quickly, right? Come on, come on. As Elvy spoke, she stretched out her arm in front of Chu Nan and almost poked his face. Chu Nan helplessly grabbed her arm and frowned. Stop fooling around. Although Angie Prairie and I can guarantee that we can treat you quickly, do you know how painful it is to break your arm? Moreover, I promised Dunleavy to take good care of you. If he finds out that I actually came to break your arm, won't he fight me to the death? Tisk, he will not know if we do not say anything. In addition, I can endure the pain. You do not have to worry. Come, come. Chu Nan rolled his eyes and could not be bothered to pay attention to her. He turned around and walked out of the alley. It is almost time. If you do not leave now, do not blame me for not having anything to eat. After taking 2 steps, he discovered that Elvy and Angie Prairie did not catch up. Chu Nan could only sigh. Just as he turned around, he discovered that Angie Prairie was grabbing Elvy's arm with one hand and raising her other hand to chop. Chu Nan was shocked and instantly activated his internal breath. He rushed over at the highest speed and grabbed Angie Prairie's hand. Feeling the trace of internal breath in Angie Prairie's hand, Chu Nan glared at her. Angie Prairie, are you crazy? Do you do whatever she says? Do you not know how painful it is to break your arm? Angie Prairie still had a bright smile. It is fine. I will seal off the nerves around her when I break her arm. She will not feel any pain. That will not do. Chu Nan roared before turning to wait for Elvy. Elvy, I will not allow you to injure yourself like this, understand? This was the first time Elvy had seen Chu Nan so angry. She blinked and lowered her head with an "Oh, let us go eat." Chu Nan grabbed Elvy's arm and thought for a moment before grabbing Angie Prairie with his other hand and pulling them out of the alley. Chu Nan, actually, it is really not that. Shut up. Just as Angie Prairie was about to speak, Chu Nan roared and she could only shut her mouth. After a pause, Chu Nan smiled at Angie Prairie in embarrassment. I am sorry, Angie Prairie. I was anxious. I should not have shouted at you. Angie Prairie shrugged indifferently. It is fine. Apart from being scolded by Master, I have never been scolded like this by anyone else since I was young. It feels quite fun. Chu Nan could not help but roll his eyes. Not only was this Angie Prairie's common sense different from ordinary people, could she also be a masochist? On the other hand, Elvy suddenly chuckled. Brother Chu Nan, you are really like an older brother now. Chu Nan glared at her. What? Dunleavy is usually like this. No, although brother is usually very good to me, he has never been so strict with me. He will follow me in everything. If it was him just now, he would definitely think of another way to persuade me and not directly say no. At this point, Elvy looked at Chu Nan with a different light in her eyes as if she was more interested in him. Chu Nan slapped his forehead. Alright, it seemed that Elvy was the same as Angie Prairie. They were both used to being spoiled, but became masochists in the end. Come, extend your arm, Chu Nan said to Elvy. Did you change your mind? Elvy immediately stretched out her white arm excitedly. Do you want your arm to be broken so badly? Chu Nan glared at her. If you want to experience the flame of life, you do not have to break your arm. Come, pay attention. It should still hurt. Yes. Seeing Elvy nod, Chu Nan stretched out a finger and gently drew a line on her arm. A long bloody wound immediately appeared on Elvy's fair arm as if it had been melted by a knife. On the other hand, Angie Prairie nodded when she saw this. Right, this is fine. The first time I met Chu Nan, when the two of them were discussing the flame of life and his special cultivation method, they made a wound like this. Then why did you plan to break her arm just now? Chu Nan rolled his eyes at her before turning to ask Elvy. Does it hurt? Elvy looked at the long and ferocious wound on her arm with a strange expression. Brother Chu Nan, did you use the method Miss Angie Prairie mentioned to block the nerve perception near the wound? Yes, otherwise, such a huge wound would definitely hurt. Then can you remove the blockage now? Why? It will hurt if I remove it. Chu Nan was stunned. If I want to clearly experience the effect of the flame of life, I definitely cannot be injected with anesthesia. Under such circumstances, even if the flame of life works, I cannot feel it. That is true. Chu Nan looked at the wound on Elvy's arm and frowned. Come, brother Chu Nan, remove it. Elvy stretched out her arm in front of him again. I might not be able to endure the pain of my arm being broken, but this small injury is fine. Looking at the firm expression on Elvy's face, Chu Nan hesitated for a moment before sighing. He stretched out his hand and wiped her arm, causing the internal breath left on her arm to dissipate. Hiss! The sudden pain made Elvy gasp. It is fine, it is fine. It does not hurt that much, really. Before Chu Nan could speak, Elvy shook her head. Come, who is going to treat me first? Chapter 358. Even when the food was already on the table, Elvy was still staring at her arms, frowning in thought. Earlier, Chu Nan and Angie Prairie had cut a wound on her arms and treated her according to their cultivation methods. Then, Elvy kept thinking about the problem. She was even in a daze when she followed Chu Nan to the dining room and sat down. Elvy, it is time to eat. Chu Nan shouted. Elvy still did not react, so he could only reach out and wave his hand in front of her before waking her from her thoughts. Oh. Elvy only replied gloomily before picking up something on the table with a blank expression and poking the nearest dish. She was holding a bottle opener. Chu Nan could not stand it anymore. He reached out and snatched the bottle opener from her hand before shouting, Hey, Elvy, wake up. Eat first. think about it after eating. Elvy blinked and her eyes slowly recovered. Her eyes focused again. Seeing Chu Nan's helpless expression and Angie Prairie looking at her with interest, Elvy smiled in embarrassment. I am sorry, I am like this. It is very easy to get engrossed when thinking about problems. Previously, I did not believe it when Dunleavy said that you were accepted by Star Cloud Academy. Even if he personally sent you to Star Cloud Academy, I still find it unbelievable. However, now that I see you thinking so seriously, I finally believe it completely. Chu Nan sighed and asked, then what have you been thinking about for so long? Come, tell me. Let us chat while eating. Yes. Elvy nodded and picked up the cutlery again. She first picked a mouthful of food and pondered for a moment before asking Angie Prairie, Miss Angie Prairie, is Supremacy Overly younger than before? Chu Nan was stunned. What kind of question was this? Angie Prairie nodded happily and replied, yes. Master has been getting younger and younger in the past 2 years. Now, just from her appearance, she will not be much older than me. If you do not believe me, you can ask Chu Nan. He met Master with me last time. Elvy turned to look at Chu Nan, who immediately nodded. Yes, if it is only from the outside, no one will suspect that Supremacy Overly is only in her early 20s this year. Elvy touched her chin as if recalling something. The last time Supremacy Overly appeared publicly was more than 4 years ago. At that time, she looked to be only in her 30s. I did not expect that after 4 years, she had actually evolved to the point where she looked to be only in her early 20s. Chu Nan could not help but ask, are you very familiar with the Flame of Life? You actually know that Supremacy Overly can regain her youth. No, I am only very familiar with the paper Supremacy Overly published in the field of genetic engineering. Elvy shook her head. She once published a paper about internal breath cultivation methods affecting the genes of the human body 13 years ago. In it, she said that if an internal breath cultivation method is cultivated to a certain extent, it can not only change human cells, but also deeply affect the deepest genes and allow the human body to recover to the best state in life. In other words, rejuvenation? That is not necessarily true. Elvy shook her head again. A person's life is very long. Everyone is different when they are in their best state. To most ordinary people, the best state is usually the period when the human body is completely mature. They are usually between the ages of 19 to 27. The exact age depends on their personal situation. From Supremacy Overly's situation, her best state might be at the age of 20. Therefore, as her flame of life cultivates, her physical appearance will be closer to this age period. At this point, Elvy paused and asked Angie Prairie, Miss Angie Prairie, you are not even 18 years old this year, right? Yes, I have just turned 16, Angie Prairie replied with a smile. Then your flame of life should not have reached the highest level, right? Of course. My cultivation level is far inferior to Master is. However, Master said that my cultivation speed is much faster than hers. I might not need 10 years to catch up to her. If it is less than 10 years, then you will not even be 26 years old. Elvy suddenly smiled. Miss Angie Prairie, congratulations on being able to stay young forever. This is the dream of all girls. Angie Prairie shook her head. I do not want this to happen. Master once said that if one does not experience old age, their life will be incomplete and they will not cherish their youth. Therefore, I hope to let myself grow old naturally and slowly regain my youth like Master. According to my research, if you can study the flame of life more deeply, you can even casually control your life state. Then, it is possible for you to become old or young if you want, Elvy said. Is not that a demon? Chu Nan could not help but click his tongue. This has nothing to do with demons. The flame of life, or rather, human genes are so magical. Elvy turned around and said to Chu Nan in a very serious tone, Brother Chu Nan, I was not joking when I said that I might help you resolve the problem of it being very difficult to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. Oh, tell me about it. Previously, Chu Nan was not interested in the topic of genes. Now that he heard this, he was immediately interested. The reason why the 2-star grade martial artists judged that it was very difficult for you to break through the cosmic heaven's gate was because they felt that because you were already an adult and your body was already fixed, you could not undergo any deeper tempering, so you could not resolve some of the problems you encountered when breaking through, right? Yes, that is right. In a general sense, they are right. I just said that the best state for most people is between 19 to 27 years old. In other words, before they turn 19 years old, most people's bodies will be in a constantly improving state. After they turn 27 years old, their bodies will slowly decline. Does not that mean I still have more than half a year? Chu Nan muttered. I am not even 19 yet. Elvy chuckled. Brother Chu Nan, although you are right, the greatest change in the human body is below the age of 14. You are already more than 18 years old. Even if there is still a year until you are 19, it will not help. Then I will give up? Chu Nan frowned. Of course not. Elvy shook her head. Is not that the problem I was talking about just now? The flame of life is a powerful internal breath cultivation method that can directly affect the genes of the human body, let alone improve the human body at a relatively low level. Now that you have learned the flame of life, you can completely rely on it to improve your body and become more suitable to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. Look, Miss Angie Prairie has cultivated the flame of life since she was young. There will not be any problems when she breaks through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future. Chapter 359. Chu Nan looked at Angie Prairie, who revealed an extremely brilliant smile. I can break through the cosmic heaven's gate at any time, but in order to perfectly break through, I have been delaying it. This time, Master asked me to come to Star Cloud Academy to learn the Arhat Overlord Golden Body in order to construct a perfect internal cosmos. Chu Nan did not understand what the so-called perfect internal cosmos meant, but when he heard Angie Prairie say that she could break through the cosmic heaven's gate at any time, he was still shocked. Then, he thought of Feng Mingzi, whom he had seen last time. Right, the last time I saw Feng Mingzi, he seemed to have already broken through the cosmic heaven's gate and become a void break martial artist. Do you know? Oh, I do not know. Angie Prairie shook her head. I am not very good at caring about other people's matters, and no one told me. After a pause, she added, apart from you. Chu Nan was stunned. He did not know if Angie Prairie meant the first half of the sentence or the second half. Then, he shook his head and asked, it has been a month since school started. Did you not make any friends? Are you not a friend? Angie Prairie asked. I mean other than me. No, Angie Prairie replied bluntly. I am not interested in people who are unrelated, and no one will take the initiative to find me as a friend. Chu Nan was immediately speechless. Thinking about it, it made sense. With Angie Prairie's personality, it was indeed very difficult for her to make friends. On the other hand, she was carrying the title of a star-grade martial artist disciple. If she put on such a cold appearance, it was very easy to be treated as an aloof stranger and not approach her. Naturally, it was very difficult to make friends. When he thought of this, Chu Nan looked at Elvy. Looking at this girl, she might not have made any friends now, right? Why were there so many problematic children around him? Chu Nan shook his head in distress. He knew that this problem was not so easy to resolve, so he pulled the topic back. Then, Angie Prairie, do you think what Elvy said makes sense? I can use the flame of life to improve my body and break through the cosmic heaven's gate more easily. You should not ask me this question. Angie Prairie shook her head. I have been cultivating the flame of life with Master since I could remember. I have been affected by the flame of life since I was young, so I do not know what it is like to not cultivate the body refinement of the flame of life. If you really want to know, you should ask Master. Chu Nan could only smile bitterly. How can Supremacy Ovally have so much time to guide me? Look, Elvy has always wanted me to help her see Supremacy Ovally. I cannot satisfy her, so I can only bring her to see you. Elvy looked at Angie Prairie with anticipation. Miss Angie Prairie, Supremacy Ovally has always been my idol. Will I have the chance to see her in person? Of course. Angie Prairie spoke very casually. Why cannot you meet Master? However, she has been busy with other things recently. She probably will not have time to come to Earth until the end of the year. I can see her in person then. However, if you are only communicating with her remotely, I can help you contact her now. Oh, Elvy was a little disappointed. Forget about remote communication. This is not much different from seeing her on the media screen. It is meaningless. I still hope to see her in person. Then wait until the end of the year. I will bring you to see her then. All right. Elvy immediately stretched out her hand happily and hooked her pinky. Then we have an agreement. Angie Prairie seemed to be very puzzled by Elvy's actions. She frowned and sized her up for a while before extending her pinky and hooking it with her finger under Chu Nan's reminder. Do not worry, if Master can come to Earth early, I will inform you immediately. Thank you, Sister Angie Prairie. After receiving the promise, Elvy smiled sweetly at Angie Prairie and even changed the way she addressed her. Sister. Angie Prairie seemed to be very uncomfortable. Yes, you are 2 years older than me. Can I call you sister? This, Angie Prairie looked at Chu Nan for help. Chu Nan could only sigh. This Angie Prairie was really too lacking in common sense. This is Elvy's expression of friendliness. If you do not hate it, accept it. Oh, I do not hate it. Angie Prairie smiled and nodded at Elvy. Sure. Elvy beamed with joy and called out Sister Angie Prairie before looking at Chu Nan. Brother Chu Nan, there is actually no need to ask Supremacy Ovally about this. I can answer you with certainty that this is the case. Supremacy Ovally's research on the flame of life has already lasted for nearly 20 years. She has published 3 papers in this aspect, and I have read all of them. I know very well the important effect of the flame of life on human genes. Although from the situation of you treating my injuries just now, the flame of life you master is very different from Sister Angie Prairie's, it should still be the same in essence. Seeing that Chu Nan was still frowning in thought, Elvy stretched out her hand. Come, Brother Chu Nan, give me a strand of your hair. What do you want hair for? Just give it to me. Chu Nan pulled out a strand of hair from his head and handed it to her. After Elvy took it, she took out a small delicate bag and carefully put it in like a treasure. Chu Nan found it funny. Your actions remind me of some scenes in love dramas. Girls keep the hair of their loved ones close to them as a memento. If you think so, it is fine. Elvy smiled and put away the small bag. Then, she said seriously, give me a few days. I will give you a convincing result and inform you. Yes, I will wait for your results. After confirming this, Elvy seemed to have temporarily put this topic aside and started to chat about other topics beside Angie Prairie. At first, Angie Prairie seemed to be a little uncomfortable, but after chatting for a while, she gradually let go. The difference in age between the two was not big to begin with. If 2 teenage girls gathered together, there would simply be endless topics to talk about. Chu Nan listened from the side and could not interrupt. However, seeing that he could chat and laugh with Elvy and Angie Prairie, he was still very happy. These 2 girls were not ordinary girls. Their popularity in the academy was worrying. It was a good thing for them to make friends now. However, Chu Nan had underestimated their rapidly increasing enthusiasm. After dinner, Chu Nan originally planned to send Elvy back, but he did not expect her to say that she wanted to go shopping with Angie Prairie and did not plan to return. As for Chu Nan's suggestion to accompany him, we are 2 girls shopping. Why do we need a man like you by our side? Elvy's words stopped Chu Nan. Therefore, Chu Nan could only watch as Elvy and Angie Prairie chatted and laughed as they left and disappeared into the depths of the night. With Angie Prairie by his side, he did not have to worry about their safety. Moreover, Elvy was actually a genuine overlord body realm martial artist. Ordinary hooligans could not provoke them. Speaking of which, it has been so long. Why has the application feedback from the database not been sent over? Could it be that because there are too many applications in a row, I have to wait until tomorrow? Chu Nan lowered his head to look at the personal terminal on his wrist. He shook his head and walked towards the academy. The weather was good today, and it was the traditional Valentine's Day of the Earth Federation, so it was very lively everywhere. Couples could be seen laughing and talking together. Chu Nan looked at the couples who were smiling happily and recalled that he had just been kicked away by two beautiful girls. He could not help but sigh. Sigh, when will I get a girlfriend? Just as he was recalling the girl he had an impression of, he suddenly felt something strange ahead. Someone was colliding with him. He immediately moved his feet and his figure moved slightly, avoiding the direction where that person collided. However, just as he moved, that person immediately changed direction and actually tried to collide with him again. Chu Nan was slightly shocked and quickly moved his feet to dodge again. However, that person immediately changed his figure and still came towards him. Chu Nan's expression immediately sank. This guy must have done it on purpose. Chapter 360. After quickly determining that this person was deliberately charging over, Chu Nan immediately became vigilant. He naturally activated his internal breath and turned around to dodge again. However, that person was not weak and immediately reacted. His body twisted in midair and still collided with Chu Nan. Are you courting death? Chu Nan could not help but sneer in his mind. He did not dodge and straightened his body to collide with it. At the same time, he activated his internal breath to protect his body. Bang! This time, he collided firmly. Chu Nan was surprised to discover that the body that collided with him was quite soft. Then, he heard a groan. The figure that collided with him was already knocked away by him. Then, it took a few steps back and fell to the ground. Slap! Seeing the girl fall on her back and lie on the ground, Chu Nan was a little dumbfounded. This girl looked to be only a few years older than him. She was dressed gorgeously and looked quite good, but he did not know her at all. Why did she deliberately collide with him? Could it be that he had a grudge against her? Before Chu Nan could react, the girl who was knocked out by him had already let out a painful groan. Then, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his collar. Chu Nan quickly took 2 steps back and dodged. He looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him with an angry expression and frowned slightly. When the young man saw that Chu Nan had dodged his grab, he was stunned for a moment before cursing, "Damn, kid, are you fucking courting death? You actually dare to bump into my girlfriend." "Girlfriend? Yours?" Chu Nan pointed at the young woman who was still lying on the ground and groaning as if she had gotten up after a long time. He felt a little puzzled. The performance of this woman when she collided with him just now clearly displayed that she had a certain level of martial arts foundation. She definitely would not have fallen to the ground with such a light collision, let alone be injured. In other words, she was completely acting now. Then why did she act out this scene? Was it purely because she wanted to find trouble with him, or was she looking for trouble with the so-called boyfriend? Damn, otherwise, is she yours? The young man cursed again and threw a punch at Chu Nan. Chu Nan was shocked. The claw strike of this young man was still ordinary, but not only was this punch powerful and heavy, it also contained nearly endless variations. The move was already extremely exquisite, not to mention that the fist technique also contained an extremely powerful internal breath. The power of this punch was quite terrifying. There was no time to think carefully now. Facing this powerful punch, Chu Nan could only focus. His internal breath surged as he raised his arm and slapped out, sealing all the changes in the other party's punch. He directly slapped the other party's fist and transformed his palm into a claw. His internal breath surged and completely resolved the internal breath surging out of the other party's fist before firmly grabbing it. Let me explain. This is a misunderstanding. I did not. Misunderstanding your ass. Chu Nan still wanted to explain, but the man ignored him. He cursed and threw another punch. Chu Nan helplessly pushed to the side and planned to dodge this punch and distance himself before explaining. However, he did not expect that as soon as he moved, he suddenly felt an abnormal aura surging under his feet. He immediately felt a sense of danger and hurriedly turned around to dodge the young man's punch while escaping the invasion of the aura under his feet. He hurriedly lowered his head and discovered that the young girl lying on the ground had retracted her foot. Clearly, she had taken the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on Chu Nan. Seeing the sinister smile flash across the woman's face, Chu Nan immediately understood. This was definitely not a misunderstanding. These two fellows in front of him had deliberately come to find trouble with him and even set up a trap because of this. When he thought of this, the only trace of guilt in Chu Nan's heart instantly faded. He no longer dodged and slapped the young man. Crack, 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 crack. The two of them instantly exchanged a few moves. Although that young man was not weak, he was probably only a 3rd stage or 4th stage internal breath martial artist. In a few moves, he was forced into a disadvantage by Chu Nan. Seeing that he was in danger and was about to be defeated, the woman had already gotten up from the ground and suddenly shouted, "Someone hit me! Someone hit me! Help! Someone wants to kill my boyfriend! Help!" Originally, Chu Nan's conflict with them was only in a small area and did not attract much attention. However, when the young woman shouted, it immediately attracted the gazes of the surrounding people. Generally speaking, in this small city built around Star Cloud Academy, there were especially many young martial artists. The probability of a conflict was naturally extremely high. Such a situation was not strange at all. Of course, no one would take the initiative to find trouble. However, just as the young woman shouted, a few figures suddenly rushed out from the surrounding crowd and cursed as they rushed towards Chu Nan. These people moved, and it could be seen that none of them were weak. The lowest was at least a third-stage internal breath realm martial artist. This time, they surrounded him together, and the commotion was immediately shocking. The other unrelated crowd could not help but cry out in surprise. However, Chu Nan only sneered in his mind and did not panic at all. He did not do anything special. He only turned his body and dodged everyone's attacks. Then, he slapped out with his palm and struck the waist of one of them at an unexpected angle. Bang! That person spat out a mouthful of blood from this palm strike. His body rolled and flew out, and he heavily collided with a pillar by the side of the road. He fell to the ground and could not get up. Then, Chu Nan raised his elbow and blocked the pursuit of one of them. He tilted his body and kicked out. Like a gust of wind, it instantly broke through everyone's defense and happened to kick the stomach of another person, sending him flying. Bang! 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 Chu Nan seemed to be fighting a fierce battle with a group of people, but in fact, those people could not touch him at all. On the contrary, every time he counterattacked, they could not dodge. After a while, one of them was sent flying by Chu Nan's punch, palm, or kick. In just a few minutes, everyone on the other side was already injured. When the young man who appeared at the beginning saw that the situation was bad, he suddenly shouted twice. Then, his footsteps suddenly became serious and he instantly erupted with internal breath that was much stronger than before to punch Chu Nan. If the standard he had displayed previously was only slightly higher than ordinary third-stage internal breath martial artists and could reach the standard of a fourth-stage internal breath martial artist, then this punch of his had already displayed the strength of a fifth-stage internal breath martial artist. Chu Nan still did not panic when he saw this. Instead, he sneered and activated his internal breath with all his might. It instantly condensed in his entire body. While he completed the 9 revolutions internal breath, he also adjusted it to a high-frequency vibration state. Powerful spatial energy was guided into his body and quickly flowed out with his internal breath, causing Chu Nan's imperial wind steps to be several times faster. His body slid out like a ghost. Before the young man's punch could reach the best position, he had already arrived in front of him and counterattacked with a punch to his chest. The young man clearly did not expect Chu Nan to be surrounded by so many of them and still hide his strength. He could not react in time and could only barely retract his arm and block his chest. Boom! The power of the punch with the 9 revolutions internal breath combined with powerful spatial energy was extremely terrifying. Chu Nan punched the young man's arm, and his entire arm instantly shattered. Even his chest emitted a series of cracking sounds of bones breaking. His huge body flew high into the air with an arrow of blood spat out from his mouth. He flew more than 10 meters in the air and landed opposite the street. He shattered a stone platform by the street and fell into the bushes beside him. Chu Nan sneered. The strength and angle of the internal breath that appeared from the punch earlier had been calculated precisely. Although it had broken more than half of the other party's ribs, he had controlled it to not injure the heart. If not for him holding back, just this punch was enough to kill that person. Chapter 361. Seeing this scene, the others who surrounded Chu Nan were stunned. Before they could react, Chu Nan's fist had already smashed toward them. These people did not hide their strength like the young man just now. Although facing danger made them erupt with a stronger standard, they were not much stronger than before. After a few more rounds, Chu Nan kicked the calf of one of them and broke it. That person cried out in pain and fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Chu Nan had already slapped the back of another person, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fly a few meters away. He fell to the ground and could not get up. These 2 attacks instantly shattered the other party's will to fight. The remaining 3 people retreated. After looking at each other, they shouted and separated into 3 directions to escape. Chu Nan glanced at them and could not be bothered to chase. Instead, he looked at the young girl who was still standing on the spot in a daze. "Tell me, who sent you?" The young girl was stunned for a moment and only reacted when Chu Nan asked again. No one sent us." "Is that so? You mean you came to find trouble with me yourself? When did I become enemies with you?" The young girl blinked. Suddenly, her eyes darted around, and she suddenly squatted down and cried loudly. As she cried, she shouted loudly. You bastard! You raped me, and now, you even beat my friends to death. You. When a young and beautiful girl like her suddenly cried loudly, it immediately caused the surrounding crowd to cast strange gazes at Chu Nan. A few people with a strong sense of justice even cursed loudly. Chu Nan sneered in his mind. Alright, if she could not defeat him, she would directly start slandering him. He shouted coldly, "Get up and answer my question." I don't want to live anymore." The young girl ignored Chu Nan and continued to squat on the ground and cry. Chu Nan was still unmoved. "I'll warn you again. Get up and answer my question. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." The young girl raised her head to look at Chu Nan, and a trace of surprise appeared on her tear-stained face. She did not expect Chu Nan to dare to threaten her under such circumstances. Was this guy not afraid of the discussions of the surrounding people? Her eyes darted around again, and her gaze swept past the surrounding crowd that had already been provoked by her actions. The corners of her mouth curled into a proud smile, and then she lowered her head again and covered her face to cry. However, she had just cried twice when she suddenly felt a gust of wind. She was shocked and raised her head again. She saw that a foot had already arrived in front of her and was actually kicking at her face. She was shocked. This guy actually dared to attack a young girl like her under such circumstances. Was he still human? She did not have the time to think too much now. When she saw that Chu Nan's kick had already arrived in front of her, she could only push herself up with both hands. She exerted strength with her feet, and her body bounced back, planning to dodge his kick. However, she did not expect Chu Nan to anticipate this. She had squatted down and was at a disadvantage. Although she barely dodged the kick aimed at her face, Chu Nan changed direction mid-air and kicked her right calf instead. Crack! As expected, this kick broke the bones in her right calf. The young girl let out an extremely miserable and sharp scream. Her body straightened in the air because of the intense pain, and then she fell straight down, heavily smashing into the hard ground and almost fainting from the impact. The surrounding crowd did not expect Chu Nan to attack a young girl who was squatting down and crying. When they reacted, they saw that the young girl had fallen to the ground. Her right calf was bent at an extremely unnatural angle and looked very terrifying. Clearly, it was broken. Seeing the girl curl up on the ground in pain, the surrounding crowd immediately became agitated. Damn, are you still human? You hit a girl so hard. You are too inhumane. Scum. Today was Valentine's Day, so there were naturally many young couples on the street. Most of the surrounding crowd consisted of couples out for a stroll. When they saw this situation, the girls among the couples were naturally filled with righteous indignation, and their boyfriends naturally would not miss this opportunity to show off in front of their partners, shouting curses at Chu Nan. A few young men walked out of the crowd and rushed toward Chu Nan, apparently planning to teach him a lesson. However, Chu Nan coldly glanced at them. Come over if you think you are powerful enough. I won't show mercy. Hearing this, the young men who had rushed forward paused. They looked at the 3 people who had already been sent flying by Chu Nan and hesitated. Earlier, there were a total of 6 people besieging Chu Nan. One of them had even displayed strength at the 5th stage internal breath realm. However, the end result was that Chu Nan had completely defeated all of them. That guy with the strength of a 5th stage internal breath realm was still lying in the flower bed without moving, and they did not even know if he was dead. Chu Nan sneered and ignored these fellows who had instantly cowered. He walked to the young girl's side and squatted down. He patted her right calf, which he had just broken, and sneered, "You used this leg to sneak attack me earlier, right? How does it feel to have it broken now?" The young girl's heart was already pounding from the pain of her broken leg, and now that he slapped it, the agony caused her entire body to twitch as beads of sweat broke out on her forehead. However, she still did not faint, which showed her willpower was not bad. Chu Nan did not move his hand away from her broken leg. Instead, he took the opportunity to adjust her broken bones. Then, his internal breath surged, combining the flame of life with his high-frequency vibration internal breath. The injuries on the young girl's calf looked terrifying, but they were actually not that severe. With Chu Nan's experience in treating others, he used less than 4 minutes to completely heal her broken leg. The young girl clearly felt her right calf rapidly improving under the effect of Chu Nan's internal breath, and she could not help but look at him in surprise. This guy actually knew how to use his internal breath to treat people. Who was he? After confirming that she was healed, Chu Nan retracted his hand and stood up. Stand up. I want to ask you a few questions. Chu Nan's tone was very calm, but when it entered the young girl's ears, she could not help trembling and immediately jumped up. As soon as her right foot landed, she suddenly remembered that her right calf had been completely broken. However, when she exerted strength with her feet, she discovered that she did not feel any pain in her right calf at all, as if she had never been injured. She lowered her head to look at her leg in thought for a moment. She bent down and pulled up the hem of her pants. When she saw that her calf had completely recovered, she reached out to touch and press it. There was no abnormality whatsoever. She could not help but look up at Chu Nan in shock. Are you done? Stand up and answer my question. If he had only broken her leg, Chu Nan would have left her with a ruthless impression. However, he had actually completely healed her injuries, causing her view of him to become far more complicated. Hearing Chu Nan's words, she hurriedly stood up and put on a respectful expression. Please, ask. Chapter 362. Very good, Chu Nan nodded in satisfaction. Tell me, who sent you? No one sent. As soon as the girl spoke, she discovered that Chu Nan's gaze had suddenly turned cold. Her heart immediately trembled, and even her right calf felt a trace of pain. She could only immediately shut her mouth. If I can treat your leg, I can break it again. If you don't want to repeat the feeling of breaking your leg, answer honestly, Chu Nan said coldly. Alright, I will speak. The extreme pain when she broke her leg earlier still remained in her mind. The girl could not think of resisting at all. In her life, although she had once been beaten and suffered pain, no one had ever been like Chu Nan, who did not treat her as a girl at all. Most importantly, she knew that Chu Nan was right. With the ability Chu Nan had displayed to treat her broken leg, he could completely break it again and treat it before breaking it again. When she thought of this, the girl shivered and replied honestly, someone hired us. Who is it? It is our rules, I cannot. As soon as Chu Nan raised his voice, the girl immediately trembled and hurriedly continued. I will talk. We do not know that person. He was introduced by someone. He only gave us money and asked us to find you. I do not know anything else, really. When did that person find you? In addition, from what you said, you should have seen him, right? What does he look like? Chu Nan asked again. He is just a very ordinary middle-aged man. There is nothing special about him. He has brown hair, a square face, small eyes, a low nose, and a slightly chubby figure. There is really nothing special about him. Right, I remember now. There is a huge mole on his neck with a black hair on it. It looks very disgusting. The girl pointed at the left of her neck with a disgusted expression. That middle-aged man looked lecherous and even wanted to tease me. I was so disgusted to see his mole. A middle-aged man with a mole on his neck? When did he contact you? It was not long ago, about 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago? Chu Nan silently calculated in his mind. A few figures flashed through his mind, and he could not help but sneer. They are really asking to be taught a lesson. Seeing the girl's expression, he knew that he could not ask much and waved his hand. Alright, you can leave. I can leave now. The girl looked at Chu Nan in disbelief. Are you willing to let me go? Nonsense, why do not I stay and treat you to a meal? Chu Nan glared. The girl shook her head forcefully and took a step back. When she saw that Chu Nan did not react, she took 2 steps back. When she saw that he still did not react, she ran away and disappeared from the crowd. Chu Nan turned to look at the surrounding crowd and saw that most of them were stunned. Clearly, they did not understand the development of the situation. That girl's leg had clearly been broken by the ruthless Chu Nan, so how did she stand up fine in a short while and even run so quickly? Chu Nan glanced at the few people who had walked out and planned to teach him a lesson but stayed on the spot because of his words. Even if he helped the girl treat her injuries, they did not move. He smiled and turned around to the other person who had been sent flying by his palm. Under the influence of the flame of life, this unconscious guy quickly woke up. Chu Nan asked him the question he had asked the girl earlier. This guy frankly admitted that the answer was similar to that girl. Chu Nan casually treated his injuries and arrived beside another person. He asked the same question and obtained the same answer. After getting the two of them to get lost, Chu Nan crossed the street and arrived beside the young man who was still lying on the flower bed. This guy was the strongest, but he was also the most heavily injured by Chu Nan and was still unconscious. However, Chu Nan did not plan to take his life. He had already shown mercy with his punch. His palm pressed on his chest, and the flame of life seeped out. Soon, his injuries recovered, and he woke up. This guy was the strongest and seemed to be the leader of these people. Although he was the most heavily injured by Chu Nan, he was stubborn. Although he was threatened by Chu Nan, he did not reveal anything. However, when Chu Nan told him that his companions had long revealed it, he gave up resisting and quickly told him the entire story. He and the few people from before, including the young girl, were all members of a certain club in this area. They usually did things that were not very honorable and would occasionally accept missions like today. Regarding the client, they had only met in private. As for whether there was anyone else behind that client, they did not know at all and did not care. This was not strange. Fighters like them only cared about taking money and not anything else. Of course, if the client's target was someone they could not provoke, they would still reject the request. That guy told us that you are a low-level internal breath martial artist. Now, it seems that either he is lying to us or you are hiding your strength. The young man smiled bitterly. However, even if you are hiding your strength, you are definitely not a void break martial artist. I originally thought that I could definitely deal with you with my companions, but I did not expect you to be much stronger than I imagined. Are you sure that person only wanted you to teach me a lesson and did not plan to kill me? Chu Nan was concerned about another question. How is that possible? We never kill people. Moreover, this is the vicinity of Star Cloud Academy. Who dares to kill casually? The young man immediately shook his head. Seeing that he did not seem to be lying, Chu Nan nodded and waved his hand. All right, leave. The young man was stunned. Are you really letting me go? I am not a police officer. The young man hesitated for a moment and touched his chest. He felt that the serious injuries on his chest had completely recovered under the effect of Chu Nan's internal breath. A trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. After thinking for a moment, he stood up and bowed to Chu Nan before opening his personal terminal. Thank you for your generosity. My name is Kamel. This is my contact number. I have some influence in the area. If you encounter any trouble in the future, you can come find me. Chu Nan thought for a moment and opened his personal terminal to remember his contact number. Seeing Chu Nan do this, Kamel heaved a sigh of relief and bowed before leaving. Seeing that Kamel actually bade farewell to Chu Nan politely in the end, the surrounding crowd was even more stunned. However, it was obvious that there was no show to watch now. Everyone looked at each other and dispersed. After everyone dispersed, Chu Nan raised his head to look at the serious night sky. The corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. It seems that I am still not strong enough. Chapter 363. 2 hours after Chu Nan returned to the academy, it was already past 11 in the evening when he received a message from Elvy. I am back. I had a good time with Sister Angie Prairie today. Although her personality is a little strange, she is a very good girl. Brother Chu Nan, you have to cherish her. When he saw this message, Chu Nan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Cherish? Cherish what? Angie Prairie? It seemed that not only had some people in the academy misunderstood his relationship with Angie Prairie, even Elvy had misunderstood now. However, knowing that Elvy and Angie Prairie got along very well, he was relieved. If these two fellows could make friends, it would undoubtedly make their academy life much happier. The next morning, because there was a common public class specially for new students, Chu Nan rarely saw Angie Prairie in class. Before this, because the two of them had different martial arts progress and types, the only similar flame of life was not taught by a teacher in Star Cloud Academy. Therefore, the courses they chose were actually very different. They rarely met in class. The last time they appeared as classmates in a class was 13 days ago. Therefore, when he saw Angie Prairie, Chu Nan was quite happy and took the initiative to approach. Hey, Angie Prairie, did you have fun last night? Angie Prairie smiled brightly and waved at Chu Nan. I am very happy. This is the first time another girl has invited me to shop. I used to think that shopping was very meaningless and did not understand what fun there was. However, I was very happy when I wandered around aimlessly with Elvy yesterday. Do you not think this is very strange? No, this is not strange at all. Chu Nan immediately shook his head. You are happy because you already treat Elvy as your friend, so you will be very happy doing many things together. If it was anyone else, would you still be so happy? Angie Prairie tilted her head in thought and shook her head. No, I do not think so. After a pause, she continued. Of course, I should be very happy if I go shopping with you. There is no need. Inviting your best friend to shop is something girls do. No man likes to shop. Chu Nan immediately waved his hand. What a joke. If Angie Prairie suddenly felt that shopping with her friends was very interesting and pulled Chu Nan out to shop for no reason, he would really be trapped. Before Angie Prairie could think too much about this, Chu Nan quickly asked. Speaking of which, what did you do so late last night? I basically did not do anything. If I had to say anything, I just went to buy a few clothes, Angie Prairie said. Oh, new clothes? Then you must let me see when you put them on. Chu Nan pretended to be interested. All right, Angie Prairie nodded. Elvy said that I am very sexy in those 2 sets of underwear. I do not quite understand what she means by sexy. I can let you see it and tell me the answer. Huh? Underwear? Chu Nan was stunned. That is right. Elvy said that I wore a uniform in the academy all day and did not have many opportunities to buy clothes to wear outside, so she helped me choose 2 sets of underwear. Although I do not quite understand what is better, the clothes she helped me choose do look much better. Forget about the underwear. Chu Nan hurriedly waved his hand. If it is a swimsuit, I want to see what you look like in it, but not the underwear. You are a girl, so how can you wear underwear for me to see? Angie Prairie raised the corners of her eyes and smiled. Do you care very much about my female identity? Nonsense, you are a young and beautiful girl. How can I not care? Chu Nan was a little flustered and exasperated. Is that so? Angie Prairie looked at Chu Nan and seemed to be amused, but she did not say anything. Chu Nan still wanted to chat, but Mondeo appeared out of nowhere. Heh, Chu Nan, what are you talking about with Miss Angie Prairie? Why do I vaguely hear the word underwear? Looking at Mondeo's wretched smile, Chu Nan glared at him. Your ears are very sharp at this moment. Do not ask about these useless things. I heard that this class is going to announce an off-campus trial event. Haven't you always wanted to participate in the actual combat trial? This is a good opportunity. Yes. Mondeo immediately became excited. I haven't fought in such a long time. My fist is already unbearably hungry. Moreover, this is a trial organized by the academy. The points reward will definitely be huge. I cannot miss this opportunity. After saying that, he turned to Angie Prairie and asked, Miss Angie Prairie, are you interested in participating in the actual combat trial? Angie Prairie did not answer and turned to look at Chu Nan. Are you going? Me? As for me, it depends on the situation. If the trial is not difficult and the points are much higher, I can consider going. Otherwise, it is meaningless. Oh, then I will go with you. If you do not go, I will not go. Seeing Angie Prairie give this answer as if it was natural, Mondeo instantly looked at Chu Nan and her with an extremely strange gaze. He pulled Chu Nan over and asked in a low voice. Damn, I thought that was only a boring rumor, but I did not expect it to be true. Tell me, when did you hook up with Angie Prairie? Did you already hook up before the entrance examination? What do you mean hook up? It is so ugly. Chu Nan glared at him. Listen, Angie Prairie and I are only ordinary friends. We do not have the relationship you think. Ordinary friend? Stop talking nonsense. If you are just ordinary friends, will she refuse to go if you do not go? Do you think I am blind? Think whatever you want. Chu Nan rolled his eyes and could not be bothered to explain. He knew that such a thing would only make things worse. In any case, Angie Prairie did not care much about this rumor, and he did not mind either. It did not matter if a boring guy like Mondeo spread it. Seeing him like this, Mondeo thought that he had tacitly agreed. He glanced at Angie Prairie again and gave Chu Nan a thumbs up. Brother, I really admire you. You actually picked up Angie Prairie without saying a word. Not only is she beautiful, her figure is good, and her temperament is good. She is also the disciple of Supremacy Ovally. It is simply too cool to have her as your girlfriend. Chu Nan could only roll his eyes and ignore him. Mondeo wanted to say more, but the teacher in charge of this common public lecture suddenly walked in. He could only immediately shut up. The teacher glanced at the black mass of students in the room and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. This class today should be the most organized class for you new students in the past month. I am very happy. The lecture hall roared with laughter. Since everyone is here, I will not waste any time. In this class, I am mainly announcing a decision to you on behalf of the branch. From next week, the Academy will specially organize new students like you to participate in an actual combat trial. Students who perform well in the trial will obtain special points. The highest reward is. At this point, the teacher deliberately dragged his voice and spat out a shocking number under the expectant and excited gazes of all the students. 1,000 points. Chapter 364. 1,000 points. Hearing this score, all the new students in the lecture hall instantly erupted. One had to know that all the students in the martial arts branch only had 1,000 points. If they could add 1,000 points, they could directly increase their student levels from F rank to E rank. Therefore, the benefits were not only that they could exchange for E rank martial techniques from the database, but they could also obtain other conveniences. Even for the most outstanding students who had already raised their student levels to E rank, 1,000 points were still quite important to them. Not to mention that an additional 1,000 points could allow them to take a huge step forward from D rank. Just using these 1,000 points could exchange for extremely valuable things. Apart from martial techniques, according to the reform rules of the martial arts branch, students could also use points to exchange for the guidance of a designated teacher. Such special guidance was naturally much more profound than receiving unified teaching in the classroom. It was also much more helpful to the students. However, such a charge was very expensive. According to different guidance and teachers, points would be deducted by the minute. It was quite costly, so basically no student would do this. With these 1,000 points, they could squander them well. Apart from that, points could not only be used for martial arts learning, but they could even be used as Federation coins in the martial arts branch. For example, they could be used for eating, entertaining themselves, and changing to a more comfortable single luxurious dormitory. Of course, no student was stupid enough to use their precious points in these places. No matter what, the temptation of 1,000 points was extremely great. Therefore, everyone stared at the teacher in front of them in high spirits and anticipation. Even Chu Nan and Angie Prairie were no exception. Their goal was the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. If they wanted to exchange for it, they first needed their student level to reach S rank. Secondly, they needed a terrifying 100,000 points. To the two of them, any point was very important. Seeing the enthusiastic reaction of the students, the teacher nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Of course, there is a limit to the number of people in this test. We can only send 50 at most. Moreover, this test has a certain degree of danger. Therefore, in order to ensure the results and safety of the test, the Academy has decided to let new students undergo a unified test. Only the top 50 students can participate. Coincidentally, a month has passed since you entered the Academy. This test can be used to test your improvement after entering the Academy for a month." Hearing that there was still a test, the students discussed it. There was no first in literature or second in martial arts. As students of the martial arts branch, they naturally hoped that there would be a unified test to compare the strengths and weaknesses of each other. Among them, many students felt that the content of the entrance examination depended too much on luck, so they were very unwilling to accept the results of the entrance examination. They had long wanted to prove themselves after entering the Academy. Now that the Academy had organized a unified test, it happened to suit them. Of course, not everyone had this anticipation. They even became very depressed after hearing that there was a test. Among them was Mondeo. "Damn, why can't everyone participate in the test?" Mondeo was very dissatisfied. After muttering, he suddenly raised his hand and shouted at the teacher on the stage, "Teacher, this is not fair." This shout instantly silenced the originally chaotic atmosphere in the lecture hall. Everyone looked at Mondeo in surprise. "How is it unfair?" the teacher asked in surprise. "Since it is a trial with points as a reward, why can't everyone participate? If we only let the top 50 participate, they are already strong. Now that they can obtain a large number of points as a reward through this trial, won't the difference between them and the students behind be even greater? Will it make it harder for the students behind them to catch up? This is not fair." Mondeo shouted. Hearing Mondeo's words, many students in the lecture hall could not help but nod secretly, looking sad. Indeed, Mondeo was right. This arrangement would only make the strong stronger and the weak weaker. It was very difficult to make up the difference between the two sides. To an academy that educated students, this method was undoubtedly a little inappropriate. However, the teacher's response was swift. "You think it's unfair?" The teacher raised his voice and looked at Mondeo with undisguised disdain. "Who told you that the word fairness exists in the world of martial artists? Our Star Cloud Academy's usual policy of nurturing students is to be elite. We will only focus the best resources on the best students. If you're not good enough, work hard to become better. If nothing turns out good, the responsibility is on you, not the academy. Do you understand what I mean?" This answer immediately stunned all the students. Even though everyone understood that the Star Cloud Academy martial arts branch would definitely value those elite students more, was it really good for their teacher to say it so bluntly? Mondeo was also stunned, and then he could not help but say angrily, "Then why did you recruit students like us who are not strong enough? According to this, you can just recruit those top students." "Because we're Star Cloud Academy," the teacher replied righteously. "As long as you enter our academy, the students who were not strong enough previously have the possibility of becoming stronger. We can't ignore this possibility. However, if you feel that you're not strong and directly give up, the academy has no obligation to force you to become stronger. As a martial artist, the most precious quality is not talent, but courage and confidence. If you don't even have these two things, please leave Star Cloud Academy. We don't need such a student." These words were even more domineering than the previous part. If it was an ordinary academy, it was impossible for the teacher to speak like this. He would definitely be criticized by the media. However, what the teacher of Star Cloud Academy said made people lose their temper. At first, Mondeo was a little red in the face from the argument, but after being spoken to by his teacher, his expression changed several times. In the end, he sneered and sat back down. "Very good." Seeing that Mondeo was seated, the teacher nodded in satisfaction and looked around. "Anyone else have a problem?" "Of course not." Seeing that no one was asking questions after a while, the teacher continued, "All right, the content and date of this test will be publicized on the branch's official website later. You can check it yourself. If you miss the test because of personal reasons, the academy will ignore it." After saying that, the teacher suddenly tilted his head and his gaze landed on Chu Nan. "Chu Nan, follow me." Chapter 365. Everyone's gazes turned to Chu Nan and were filled with doubt. Why did he want to find Chu Nan alone? This teacher was so fierce today, so it was definitely not a good thing for him to find Chu Nan. Chu Nan stood up in shock and pointed at himself. "Am I alone?" "Yes, follow me." The teacher waved at Chu Nan again and gestured for him to go over. Then, he said to the other students, "The others can disperse now. The test will begin in the afternoon. You can use this time to prepare." The other students did not move and looked at Chu Nan curiously. Chu Nan was a little puzzled, but he could not reject his teacher's summons. He thought for a moment and lowered his head to say to Mondeo, "Help me take a look first. Tell me what's going on with the test when I return." "Not a problem." Mondeo made a reassuring gesture. Chu Nan nodded at Angie Prairie on the other side and walked out to his teacher. "All right, follow me." The teacher waved at Chu Nan and led the way out of the classroom. Chu Nan followed behind in confusion. After walking out of the classroom and seeing that there was no one around, he could not help but ask, "Teacher, what's the matter?" "You'll know when we get there," the teacher replied coldly. Chu Nan could not help but frown. This teacher's attitude was very wrong, causing him to have a bad feeling. Under the teacher's lead, the two of them passed through a large area in the martial arts branch and arrived at a 3-story building in the southeast corner of the academy. Then, they went straight to the 3rd floor and pushed open the door of a room with a sign that said Executive Office. "Go in. Director Sun is waiting for you." Director Sun. After all, Chu Nan had entered the academy for more than a month and knew that the academic director of the martial arts branch was called Sun Xianxia. However, as the academic director of the Academic Affairs Office, Sun Xianxia was one of the higher-ups of the martial arts branch. Even if he was mainly responsible for the students' work, he rarely personally met them. Why would he specially find him? The teacher ignored the puzzled Chu Nan and pushed him. After letting him in, he casually closed the door. "Come over." A familiar voice sounded in the room. Chu Nan recalled and determined from the data related to the voice that he had heard before when he participated in the entrance examination. It was clearly the main person in charge of the entrance examination. Looking in the direction of the voice, he indeed saw the middle-aged man with the face of a Chinese descendant who he had seen from afar sitting there. Chu Nan frowned and walked over before bowing to Sun Xianxia. "Director Sun, you're looking for me." Sun Xianxia nodded and glanced at Chu Nan twice before suddenly sighing. "Sigh, Chu Nan, I originally thought very highly of you and felt that you might be able to break through the judgment of 2-star-grade martial artists and break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future to become a truly powerful martial artist. However, I didn't expect." Sun Xianxia paused for a moment and sighed. He looked extremely regretful and even pained. "I didn't expect you to actually do such a thing. It's not that I can't understand your desire to quickly increase your strength, but isn't it too much to use this method? Moreover, these things belong to others in the end. If they don't belong to you, they can't be considered your own strength increase. What's the point?" Chu Nan was puzzled. "Director Sun, what are you talking about?" Sun Xianxia frowned with a slightly dissatisfied expression. "What? You're still unwilling to admit it." "What do I admit?" Chu Nan was puzzled. Sun Xianxia glanced at Chu Nan and sneered when he saw his innocent expression. He moved his hand and opened a virtual screen to face him. "About a month ago, you submitted an application for 2 martial techniques to be exchanged for points to the Academy's martial arts database. They are the March God Killing Palm and the Sword Light Finger technique, right?" "It's about this." Chu Nan was puzzled, but he still nodded. "That's right. Then, the database approved your application. Therefore, not only did you obtain the points returned when you exchanged for them, you also obtained an additional 80 points as a reward, right?" "Yes." Then, Sun Xianxia deliberately paused and observed Chu Nan's reaction for a moment before continuing to ask, "Let me ask you now. Did you come up with the modifications to these 2 martial techniques that you submitted?" "Of course," Chu Nan replied without any hesitation. Then, he reacted and his expression sank. "Director Sun, are you suspecting me?" Sun Xianxia did not answer. Instead, he operated it again. Another set of data appeared on the virtual screen, and there were over 100 names of martial techniques listed densely. "Look at these. These are the martial technique exchange points expressions you submitted to the martial arts database yesterday, right?" Chu Nan glanced at it and quickly confirmed. "Yes." "Then tell me, did you think of the corresponding comprehension and modifications of these 104 martial techniques yourself?" "Yes." Chu Nan raised his tone slightly and replied abnormally firmly. "Let me ask you again. Are you sure you thought of this yourself?" "Yes." "You thought of all this in less than a month?" "Yes." Looking at Chu Nan's firm expression, Sun Xianxia sighed again. "Chu Nan, I know you're doing this because you want to increase your points faster and become a higher-level student faster to learn higher-level martial techniques. However, with your talent, as long as you do it normally, you'll definitely be able to become a high-level student in the future. There's no need to lie." "Lie?" Chu Nan narrowed his eyes slightly. "Director Sun, you're suspecting me and think that the applications I submitted are all fake, right?" In terms of these applications alone, according to the feedback from the martial arts database, the targeted modifications you made among the 23 martial techniques they have already tested are very outstanding and are enough to reach the standard of points reward. However, did you really make these targeted modifications?" Sun Xianxia asked again. Chu Nan shook his head. "Director Sun, I don't understand what you mean. You're still unwilling to admit it." Seeing that Chu Nan refused to admit it, Sun Xianxia felt a little vexed. The comprehensive reform carried out by the martial arts branch this time involved an extremely wide range of things. Originally, the martial arts branch had been under extremely great pressure. In the end, such a thing appeared, causing them to realize that there was a huge flaw in this points system. Most importantly, when Chu Nan exchanged for the March God Killing Palm and Sword Light Finger technique through the database, the Academy Dean happened to come to the martial arts branch to inspect and he saw it. If this matter reached the ears of the Academy Dean and attracted his attention, all the leaders of the martial arts branch, including Dean Seamandy, would probably not be able to bear the consequences. "I've carefully thought about these martial techniques and seriously modified them. What do you want me to admit?" When he discovered that he had been wronged, Chu Nan was a little dissatisfied. No wonder he had successfully applied for it the first time and obtained the points reward. This time, he had not received any relevant feedback since he applied yesterday. It turned out that the academy suspected that he was cheating. Chapter 366. Chu Nan was dissatisfied, but Sun Xianxia was even more dissatisfied. What he had said to Chu Nan was true. He indeed thought very highly of Chu Nan. He felt that although this student had once been judged by the 2-star grade martial artists to be almost impossible to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future, he did not give up. Instead, he continued to work hard and broke through to the internal breath realm in a short period of time. He even obtained good results that exceeded everyone's expectations in the entrance examination. Sun Xianxia felt that with Chu Nan's outstanding talent and perseverance, he could completely grasp that weak possibility in the future and successfully break through the cosmic heaven's gate, shocking everyone and turning the judgment of the 2-star grade martial artists into a miscalculation. He even felt that as long as Chu Nan could break through the cosmic heaven's gate, he would definitely become a truly powerful martial artist in the future. However, Chu Nan had done such a thing now. While he was angry, he was more regretful and pained. Such a good seedling had walked such a crooked path. It was exactly what an educator like him did not want to see. Do you really want me to make things clear? Sun Xianxia's face sank as he pointed at the names of more than 100 martial techniques listed on the virtual screen. You can improve 1 or 2 martial techniques and pass the application. This can also be said to be very outstanding in martial technique talent, but in less than a month, you can actually make suitable improvements to more than 100 martial techniques. Do you think this is possible? Chu Nan frowned and looked at Sun Xianxia for a while. I understand. Director Sun, you think it's impossible for me to do this, so you think I'm cheating? Obviously. Then, I want to ask Director Sun a question. If you don't think I thought of these things, who did? Sun Xianxia's expression sank and became even more dissatisfied. What? You still want to question me? As for who you found to resolve these problems for you, you know very well. I'm not sure what you mean. Chu Nan was really angry this time. He had worked hard for a month to study the remaining 104 martial techniques thoroughly and make suitable modifications to every martial technique. He had hoped to rely on these things to exchange for a large number of points and advance to an E-rank student in one go. He did not expect that he would actually be suspected by the academy. You don't know. Seeing that Chu Nan was still stubborn, Sun Xianxia was also furious. He sneered, if you can't explain the source of these things, not only will you not exchange these for points, you'll also be punished for your cheating. Think about the consequences. Chu Nan took a deep breath and stared at Sun Xianxia. Director Sun, I'll say it again. I thought of these things myself and it has nothing to do with anyone else. If you and the academy suspect that I'm faking it, show me the evidence. I definitely won't accept your unreasonable suspicion. After saying that, Chu Nan immediately turned around, pulled open the door, and walked out. Sun Xianxia, who was behind him, shook in anger. After being the academic director of the martial arts branch for so many years, this was the first time a student dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Good, very good. Chu Nan, I originally wanted to give you a chance to change because of your talent and hard work. Now that you've given up, don't blame me for being ruthless. Bang! When they heard the dormitory door being suddenly pushed open, they looked up and saw Chu Nan walking in with a gloomy expression. Mondeo, Sar, and Tanaka Ioko looked at each other in surprise. What's wrong, Chu Nan? What happened? Mondeo asked in confusion. Why did teacher call you? Chu Nan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He shook his head and replied, I'm fine. It would be strange if he was fine. Of course, the three of them did not believe Chu Nan's nonsense. From his expression, they knew that nothing good had happened. He did not know if it was because his teacher called him out or if he had encountered something else midway. However, after Mondeo asked twice, Chu Nan clearly did not want to say anything. The three of them could only helplessly give up asking. Mondeo, what's going on with the test in the afternoon? I didn't have the time to see it. Can you explain it to me? Chu Nan had basically calmed down. Although Sun Xianxia clearly suspected him, he knew very well that those things were completely his work and had nothing to do with others. It was impossible for the academy to take out evidence to prove that he was faking it. Since there was no evidence, no matter how suspicious the academy was, it was impossible for them to do anything to him because of this. He did not need to worry about this. Oh, the test rules are actually quite simple. It's to let the students who signed up to participate in this test draw lots to fight and determine the top 50. Draw lots. Chu Nan was a little surprised. Then if anyone is more unlucky and draws Feng Mingzi, Angie Prairie, Rudy Carl, and the like, won't they be eliminated immediately? That's fine. There's still the loser's bracket. You still have a chance to enter the loser's bracket. If you still lose, you can only say that you're either weak or your luck is too bad. You can't blame anyone. Oh, is that so? That's fine. Chu Nan nodded and turned to look at Sar and Tanaka Ioko. There's no need to ask about Mondeo. He'll definitely participate. What about the two of you? Sar punched his fist forcefully. Of course I'll participate. Even if I can't get the highest 1,000 points, according to the rules announced just now, as long as I can complete the trial completely, I can at least get 200 points. This is much better than staying in the academy to do other things. Tanaka Ioko also nodded lightly. Yes, I'll participate too. Although my strength might not even reach the top 50, I have to fight for it. What about you, Chu Nan? Are you participating? Mondeo asked but immediately shook his head. I think you shouldn't participate. If you don't participate, Angie Prairie won't either. This way, without the two of you, our chances of entering the top 50 will be much higher. Ha ha. Chu Nan rolled his eyes at him. You deserve to be scolded by your teacher just now. As a martial artist, you always want to avoid powerful enemies and not face challenges. How can you become stronger? Tisk. Challenging a powerful enemy is only challenging those who are only slightly stronger than you. Isn't challenging those who are too strong courting death. Mondeo curled his lips with a disdainful expression. I disagree. Sar shook his head in a low voice. Although I feel that Chu Nan's strength should be slightly stronger than mine, I've also improved greatly in the past month. I can use this opportunity to challenge those guys who are stronger than me in the entrance examination. Chu Nan, if you encounter me, you're not allowed to show mercy. Chu Nan smiled and did not answer. Instead, he lowered his head and opened his personal terminal. I'll see how long this test will take. If it's too long, it won't be worth it even if I get 1,000 points. He quickly found the section of the martial arts branch on his personal terminal. As expected, the relevant information about this trial had been announced. After Chu Nan took a look, he raised his head and grinned at the expectant Mondeo. I'll participate. Mondeo immediately wailed. Beside him, Tanaka's expression changed slightly. Chapter 367. Afternoon, the first arena of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch was already filled with students. Due to the extremely high reward points in this trial, it attracted almost all the new students to participate. In the end, there were a total of 248 students participating in the test. The Academy's mainframe AI finished tabulating the information of these life-saving students in a short period of time and announced the results of the draw. Regarding this result, some were happy and some were sad. Just as Chu Nan had said, it was a tragedy for most students to have opponents like Feng Mingzi, Angie Prairie, and Rudy Carl who were extremely famous and powerful among the new students. As for Mondeo, he happened to be a member of the tragedy. About that, my condolences. Looking at the stunned Mondeo, Chu Nan did not know what to say and could only pat his shoulder to comfort him. However, Sar patted Mondeo's shoulder without holding back and laughed. Serves you right. You were so afraid before, but now, you've suffered your retribution, right? Haha, work hard in the loser's bracket. Even the usually serious Tanaka Iyoko could not help but laugh. Coincidentally, Mondeo actually drew Feng Mingzi in the first round. One had to know that a month ago, Feng Mingzi had flown down from the sky in front of them, indicating that he had already broken through the cosmic heaven's gate and become a void break martial artist. Now that a month had passed, his strength would undoubtedly be stronger than before. No matter how hard Mondeo tried, it was impossible for him to be his match. Therefore, he could be said to have lost this round. Damn, it's not fair. Why should I draw Feng Mingzi in the first round? Mondeo pulled a long face and cursed angrily. Why didn't the three of you draw those powerful ones? Teacher said before that there's no such thing as fairness in the world of martial artists. If it's not a test but a life and death battle and you encounter Feng Mingzi, do you have a choice? Sar sneered and asked. Nonsense, who would fight him to the death? Can't I escape? Mondeo scratched his head in frustration. Damn. I have to go to the loser's bracket in the first round. If the loser's bracket also fails, then I won't be able to enter the trial. Alright, work hard yourself. Chu Nan smiled and arrived beside Angie Prairie, who was sizing up her surroundings curiously. Angie Prairie, don't go easy on me this time. Go easy? Why should I go easy? Angie Prairie asked in surprise. Because it's obvious that you didn't do your best in the entrance examination. I'm worried that you'll still go easy on me this time. It can't be said that I didn't do my best that time. I was just unlucky. Angie Prairie shook her head. However, I promise you that I'll do my best this time and participate in the trial with you. However, Chu Nan, don't lose carelessly. Heh, how is that possible? Chu Nan revealed a confident smile. Unless I encounter Feng Mingzi in the loser's bracket, it's impossible for me to lose. What if you encounter me in the loser's bracket? Angie Prairie asked with a smile. What a joke. Will you fall into the loser's bracket? Then will you? Chu Nan could not help but laugh. With his and Angie Prairie's strength, only Feng Mingzi could defeat them among these students. If the two of them fell into the loser's bracket, it would be considered big news. After the students clamored for a while, it was soon time for the test to officially begin. Although this martial arts test was only an internal organization of the martial arts branch, it was very well prepared. In terms of strict rules, it was not inferior to the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition that Chu Nan had participated in. It was even more detailed. From this, it could be seen that Star Cloud Academy was indeed worthy of being the #1 academy in the Federation. The martial arts branch was also worthy of the title of the Cradle of Federation Martial Artists. There were a total of 5 venues in the first arena, so 5 competitions could begin at the same time. Because the total number of people registering was as high as 248, the first round of the competition had to be 124 rounds. Even if the 5 competitions began at the same time, it was estimated that it would take an entire day. The previous rounds of the competition progressed very quickly. In less than 2 hours, more than 10 rounds had been completed in each of the 5 venues. The total number of rounds completed had already exceeded half of the first round. In terms of the results, most competitions were not unexpected. After all, these new students had already displayed their strength during the entrance examination. After a month, even if they did not know each other well, they were relatively familiar with each other. Of course, it was not completely impossible. For example, in the 23rd match, a student ranked 107th in the entrance examination defeated the student ranked 39th in the entrance examination and obtained an unexpected victory, proving that his strength had soared in the past month. However, this unpopularity did not appear on Mondeo. He had fought Feng Mingzi in the 36th match. Under everyone's attention, Feng Mingzi had only used less than 2 minutes to slap him out of the arena and win. No one should be surprised by the outcome of this competition. Feng Mingzi had broken through the cosmic heavens gate a month ago and shocked the entire Star Cloud Academy. Everyone knew that he was already a powerful void break martial artist. Of course, it was impossible for him to lose to an ordinary internal breath martial artist like Mondeo, who was not famous among the new students. Mondeo had long resigned himself to fate when the result of the draw was out. He was not depressed or unconvinced about losing this round. He only sighed and began to study the opponents he might encounter in the first round of the losers bracket. As for Sar, who appeared after him, he easily defeated his opponent and entered the second round. According to the rules, as long as he could win another round, he could lock into the top 50 and obtain the qualifications to head to the trial. Tanaka Iyoko was ranked very far back and appeared later than Chu Nan. Like him, Angie Prairie also appeared later than Chu Nan. When the competition reached the 69th round, it was finally Chu Nan's turn. All the best. Angie Prairie had been standing beside Chu Nan. When she saw that it was his turn, she smiled and said, "Sure." The opponent Chu Nan ranked 173rd in the first round of the entrance examination. Even if he had improved in the past month, no one thought that he could win against Chu Nan. Therefore, regardless of whether it was Angie Prairie or Mondeo, they all had relaxed expressions. Chu Nan was also very relaxed, but his opponent had a serious expression and looked a little nervous. Just as Chu Nan was about to go on stage, a person suddenly rushed in from the entrance of the martial arts arena. It was the teacher who had announced the test to the students in the morning. Everyone looked at him in surprise, but he directly walked to Chu Nan and shouted with a very serious expression, "Chu Nan, I officially announce to you that you've been stripped of your qualifications to participate in this test." Chapter 368. When the teacher said this, he did not lower his voice. He even clearly used his internal breath to increase the penetration of his tone and voice. It easily penetrated the entire venue and entered everyone's ears. The entire venue was in an uproar. The students who were discussing the battle turned around and looked in Chu Nan's direction in shock. Even the few pairs of students fighting on the stage could not help but stop and look over in surprise. Chu Nan was disqualified? Why? Chu Nan was also stunned. He glanced at the familiar teacher and instantly recalled that Director Sun Xiangran had summoned him in the morning. He had a bad feeling, but he still asked in a low voice, "Why?" "You should know the reason," the teacher replied coldly. "I don't know." Chu Nan shook his head. "Please tell me the exact reason. Do you want me to say it in front of so many people?" Chu Nan sneered in his mind. "You have already announced it in front of so many people. Why are you still pretending? I don't think I did anything shameful, so please tell me clearly why I was deprived of my qualifications to participate in this test." "Alright, since you want to know, I'll tell you." The teacher nodded and turned to scan the surroundings. When he saw that the gazes of all the other students were focused on him, he raised his voice again. "Chu Nan, because you are suspected of cheating to increase your points, the academy has decided after some contemplation to temporarily lock your student points. Before the suspicion is removed, you will not be admitted to any actions related to student points. The trial you participate in after this test is also related to student points, so you cannot participate in the trial and will lose your qualifications to participate in this test." Hearing this teacher's explanation, the surrounding students were in an uproar again. Chu Nan was using cheating to increase his points? Was he actually so bold? Most importantly, how did he do it? Chu Nan felt a trace of anger. Just because of the so-called suspicion, he was directly deprived of his qualifications to participate in the test and was not allowed to participate in the test. They even locked his student points. In the reformed martial arts branch, student points meant almost everything to all students. If his student points were locked, it was almost equivalent to him being unable to do anything in the academy. Moreover, in order to increase his points faster, he had exchanged all his points for martial techniques in the database. Now, he only had 111 points left after exchanging for the March God Killing Palm and the Sword Light Finger technique. Now that his points had been locked, what could he do with these pitiful 111 points? "I disagree," Chu Nan said in a low voice. "On what basis does the academy suspect that I am cheating? If there is no concrete evidence, I definitely will not accept this decision." The other students beside him also looked at the teacher. That was right. On what basis did they suspect that Chu Nan had cheated? At the very least, they had to show some evidence. How could they be convinced that Chu Nan had cheated? Unexpectedly, the teacher's expression sank and became even more serious. "Chu Nan, you have to be clear that we only suspect that you have cheated and have yet to confirm it. Therefore, we are only temporarily locking your student points. However, once the academy finds concrete evidence that you have indeed cheated, what awaits you will be an even more serious punishment, or even expulsion." Expulsion. Many students around him could not help but gasp. Which of these new students did not painstakingly pass the first assessment and pass the arduous entrance test to enter the #1 academy in the Federation, Star Cloud Academy? If he was ordered to drop out of school at this moment, would not all his previous efforts be in vain? Everyone looked at Chu Nan and thought to themselves that since the academy had already threatened expulsion, he definitely did not dare to have any objections. However, why did the academy say that he had cheated? Chu Nan looked at the cold teacher in front of him and the anger in his heart accumulated bit by bit. When he was summoned by Director Sun Xiangran, he did not mind because he knew very well that he did not cheat. However, he did not expect that the academy would give him such a serious punishment just because they suspected that he had cheated. Locking the student points might only be temporary, But the Academy's decision revealed an even more serious problem. The Academy suspected his actions of exchanging points for improved martial techniques and obtaining points as a reward and did not believe that he had this ability. This way, it made it almost impossible for him to use his research of martial techniques to quickly obtain points and quickly increase his student level to successfully exchange for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. Apart from that, the most important thing was that if the Academy did not trust him, even if he was fine this time, all his actions in the Academy in the future would definitely be affected, causing his life in the Academy to be extremely disadvantageous. It might even affect him from finally exchanging for the Arhat Overlord Golden Body. After figuring out these problems, Chu Nan knew that he could not back off this time because once he gave in, it might cause him to fail completely in Star Cloud Academy. After taking a deep breath, Chu Nan said to the teacher seriously, "I still doubt the Academy's decision. I cannot accept being judged to have cheated without any concrete evidence. I request the Academy to strictly investigate and give me justice." The teacher narrowed his eyes and sized up Chu Nan before coldly saying, "Didn't I make myself clear just now? The Academy is only suspicious now. If they really found concrete evidence, you could not stand here now. You are unconvinced? You have to accept it even if you are unconvinced. Then, may I ask when you can eliminate your doubts about me and recover my points?" Chu Nan asked again. "When there is evidence that you didn't cheat." Chu Nan could not help but sneer. Alright, it was clearly the Academy who suspected him of cheating, but now, he actually had to show evidence that he did not cheat. This was simply a joke. However, he also knew very well that the Academy was not a court of law and did not need to do things according to the law. They suspected that it was his problem. If Chu Nan could not produce evidence to prove himself, the Academy did not need to really do anything. As long as they maintained their suspicion of him, he would basically be crippled. Sun Xiangran's appearance flashed through Chu Nan's mind and he was furious. This damned decision must have been made by this academic director. How had he offended him? Why was he so ruthless to him? Seeing that Chu Nan was silent with a gloomy expression, the teacher sneered, "What? Why are you still standing here? You are no longer qualified to participate in this test. Hurry up and leave." Chu Nan took another deep breath and composed himself. He stared at the teacher and several thoughts spun in his mind before he finally made a decision. "I am not convinced by this decision. I have said it before. You have to accept it even if you are unconvinced." "No, I won't accept it. In order to escape the suspicion I suffer, I apply." At this point, Chu Nan paused and gritted his teeth before continuing, "I apply for the ultimate arbitration." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire first arena instantly fell into dead silence. Everyone widened their eyes and looked at Chu Nan in shock. Chapter 369. The test for new students was still ongoing, but not many people were paying attention to this test. Most of their gazes were focused on another matter. Chu Nan was suspected of cheating by the Academy. It should be said that there were many famous people in this batch of new students. Apart from Feng Mingzi and Angie Prairie, who were directly related to star-grade martial artists, Chu Nan could be considered the most famous among the other new students. Not only was it because he had defended the honor of the Earth Federation in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition, but also because the two star-grade martial artists had personally judged that he could almost break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future. It was also because of his appearance that the Federation Council had directly decided to pass the Foundation Martial Skill Promotion Act and spent a lot of effort to promote the development of the Federation's martial techniques. This time, the system of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch had been greatly modified. It had changed the previous fixed grade system to a student points system that was more flexible and aimed at more people so that more students could benefit. It could even be said to be Chu Nan's credit. However, now, Chu Nan had become the first sacrifice under this new system. Due to the suspicion of cheating, Chu Nan's points were actually locked by the martial arts branch. Under the new student points system, this punishment could be said to be only slightly worse than ordering Chu Nan to drop out. Then, why? Why did Chu Nan receive such a strict punishment? Why was he suspected of cheating? Why did this happen under the new points system? In the modern society where information was extremely developed, these problems would not become secrets. Although the martial arts branch officially did not give any direct response to this matter and did not give any answers, under the various pervasive inquiries of the students, the truth was gradually dug out and revealed to everyone. It turned out that the reason why Chu Nan was suspected of cheating was because he had submitted a total of 104 modified martial techniques applications to the Academy's martial arts database 2 days ago. After knowing this, the first reaction of all the students was that it was impossible. Everyone knew that the new points system allowed students to study the martial techniques in the martial arts database in depth and propose their own unique and deeper understanding. With this, they could apply in exchange for additional points. However, no student union had ever really valued this rule. This was because even the lowest F-rank martial technique could not be easily studied by students like them who were still in the learning stage, let alone suggest deeper comprehension. Even if it was possible, it would definitely take a lot of time and energy. Wasting precious time and energy on these lowest level F-rank martial techniques was not worth it for all the students. However, now, Chu Nan had submitted a total of 104 exchange points for F-rank martial techniques in a row in just a month. According to the information, he had already submitted 2 applications for martial techniques a week after school started. Moreover, he had successfully obtained approval and obtained additional points as a reward. When everyone heard this news, their first reaction was that it was impossible, but their second reaction was that Chu Nan had gone crazy. How could he completely study the 104 martial techniques in less than a short period of time and even give his unique understanding of each martial technique? Even if he wanted to rely on this to quickly increase his points, that was too ridiculous. However, according to the information revealed, the Academy's martial arts database had carefully reviewed the application of these 104 martial techniques that Chu Nan had submitted and discovered a shocking fact. The points exchange application for these 104 martial techniques actually all met the reward rules. In other words, Chu Nan had actually given enough modified suggestions and deep comprehension of every martial technique in these 104 applications. This was impossible. No matter how outstanding Chu Nan's talent was and how he could understand some F-rank martial techniques thoroughly, it was fine if he studied 1 or 2 things in a month. He could even barely accept 10 or 20. As for the 104th, who would believe that? If it was said that many students had felt that the Academy had definitely made a mistake and Chu Nan had definitely been wronged, now that these details were revealed, the scales in everyone's hearts immediately tilted towards the Academy. In the end, Chu Nan was too exaggerated. It could even be said to be brazen. In the beginning, many students felt that the Academy suspected Chu Nan without any evidence and were dissatisfied with him carrying out such a strict punishment. 2 days later, no students thought so anymore. In everyone's opinion, their suspicion of Chu Nan was natural. Chu Nan even dared to do such an impossible thing. It would be strange if he did not cheat. Then, the problem was, how did Chu Nan cheat? To be able to help him complete the analysis and improvement of 104 F-rank martial techniques in a month, there should be an extremely powerful martial artist behind Chu Nan. However, since this martial artist was so powerful, why did he help Chu Nan do such a thing? Chu Nan's background was very clear. He was only an ordinary young martial artist from an ordinary family and should not have a deep background. Then, was there a conspiracy behind such a powerful martial artist suddenly appearing and assisting him in such a thing? Was this powerful martial artist's goal to target the most precious S-rank martial technique in the martial arts database of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch? Although this suspicion that followed was reasonable, there was another thing that made everyone even more puzzled. Chu Nan had actually proposed the ultimate arbitration. The so-called ultimate arbitration was a rule written in the student handbook of every Star Cloud Academy. This rule stipulated that when the students of Star Cloud Academy were dissatisfied with a certain rule of their branch or punishment, they could have a chance to propose an ultimate arbitration. After proposing the ultimate arbitration, the request made by this student would obtain the highest level of attention from the Academy. Therefore, they would organize an arbitration meeting to publicly determine the conflict between the branch and this student. If the final arbitration result showed that this student was beneficial, the decision made by the branch would be overturned. If the arbitration result announced that the student had failed, the consequences he faced would be very serious, he would be automatically expelled. This ultimate arbitration could be said to have given all the students a chance to fight the Academy's officials. If the students could win, it would definitely cause a commotion and even change many things. However, because of the serious consequences it brought, basically not many students would choose to use this final method. Of course, Star Cloud Academy had been established for more than 300 years. In history, it was not that no student had chosen to use the ultimate arbitration. However, none of the students had ever obtained victory in the ultimate arbitration. Chapter 370. Dean Simondi looked at Sun Xianxia, who was bending his back slightly with a gloomy expression, and slapped the table in front of him angrily. How did you do it? Ah, you actually caused such a small matter to escalate like this? Did you work for so many years for nothing? Sun Xianxia lowered his head slightly and did not refute. However, an imperceptible trace of anxiety and regret flashed through his eyes. He had indeed made a mistake this time. The reason why he sent his teacher to trigger the verdict and warning was because he wanted Chu Nan to recognize reality and accept this punishment. Although this would affect Chu Nan's reputation to a certain extent, since he dared to cheat, he definitely knew the serious consequences of being discovered. In fact, Sun Xianxia already cherished Chu Nan's talent. He originally wanted to let Chu Nan be cold for a period of time and observe his performance during this period before deciding to cancel his punishment and let him continue his studies. In fact, it could be considered giving Chu Nan a chance. However, he did not expect Chu Nan to react so strongly to this punishment. Not only did he show extreme unwillingness to submit in front of everyone, he even proposed the ultimate arbitration. Sun Xianxia was extremely surprised. As the academic director of the Martial Arts Academy, he naturally knew about the existence of the ultimate arbitration. However, in the more than 20 years he had worked in Star Cloud Academy, no student had ever proposed it. This was because usually, if a student seriously violated the school rules, he would also know his mistake. Even if the academy gave the corresponding punishment, the student would not be unconvinced. Even if he was unconvinced, he would use other methods to fight for it and would not think of using the ultimate arbitration. Therefore, usually, students would not propose this final method to fight to the death, because under normal circumstances, the one who would fail would definitely be the student himself. If he did not propose the ultimate arbitration, there was still a chance to redeem himself and continue to study in Star Cloud Academy until graduation. If the ultimate arbitration was proposed, there was only one possibility left. Although Chu Nan's current matter was very serious and even involved the leakage of martial techniques in the database, Sun Xianxia thought very highly of his talent and pitted him due to the judgment of the 2-star grade martial artists. Therefore, he was still willing to give Chu Nan a chance. However, Chu Nan surprised everyone by applying for the ultimate arbitration. This was equivalent to forcing himself and the martial arts branch into a desperate situation. This time, either the martial arts branch would lower their heads and admit their mistakes or Chu Nan would automatically drop out. There was no third possibility. As for which outcome it would be, it was obvious. Thinking of this, Sun Xiangren could not help but sigh. He no longer had the time to wonder why Chu Nan had noticed the rule listed in the most inconspicuous corner of the last page of the student handbook after only a month. What he was most puzzled about was why Chu Nan dared to do this. Could it be that he really did not cheat? Did he really think of those modified martial techniques alone? This was impossible. Sun Xiangren immediately rejected this thought. According to the feedback from the martial arts database of the martial arts branch, those 104 F-rank martial techniques contained almost all martial techniques. No matter how outstanding Chu Nan's talent was, it was impossible for him to comprehend so many martial techniques, let alone comprehend them in less than a month. The only explanation was that Chu Nan had someone behind him to help him cheat. Could it be that he is really a chess piece that an expert placed in the academy? But isn't it too stupid to expose him so easily? Sun Xiangren recalled the private rumors and was puzzled. Hey, old son, I am asking you, have you thought of what to do next? Seeing that Sun Xiangren was actually a little distracted, Dean Seamandy was even more dissatisfied. He knocked on the table and shouted sternly, "Let me tell you, this is the first time in nearly 30 years that a student has proposed the ultimate arbitration." Even Dean Lin has been alarmed. He is very concerned about this. If you don't deal with it well, not only will you be punished, I won't be able to escape either. Sun Xiangren composed himself and pondered for a moment before answering. Since Chu Nan has already proposed the ultimate arbitration, this matter is actually no longer something our martial arts branch can decide. All the subsequent processing procedures have to be done according to the established procedures of the ultimate arbitration. Our martial arts branch will only be responsible for cooperating. Humph, cooperate. Dean Seamandy glanced at Sun Xiangren coldly. Old son, don't you understand? Even if the academy takes over this ultimate arbitration, how can the other branches judge martial techniques? The most important process of the arbitration still has to be carried out by our martial arts branch. Do you understand what I mean? Sun Xiangren was shocked. Dean, you mean? Dean Seamandy's expression darkened. He raised his hand and made a downward cutting gesture. This student called Chu Nan is so restless and difficult to manage. Letting him stay in the academy only spells trouble. Since he proposed the ultimate arbitration this time, let us do as he pleases and properly arbitrate. The second half of the sentence was spoken almost word by word. Sun Xiangren's expression immediately changed. Dean, this. What is this? Could it be that you think our martial arts branch should lower our heads and apologize to a student like him? Or do you think he can win in the end? Is that possible? Sun Xiangren fell silent. After a while, he sighed and shook his head lightly. Impossible. It is impossible for him to win. That is right. Dean Seamandy also sighed, and his expression softened. Old son, I know you think very highly of this student, and you are unwilling to give up on any student. However, this student does not know what is good for him and actually proposed the ultimate arbitration. It is him who does not take your kindness to heart, so you don't have to waste your effort on him anymore. Sun Xiangren was silent for a long time before slowly nodding. All right, Dean, I know what to do. After saying this, Sun Xiangren immediately seemed to have aged more than 10 years, and his expression revealed dense exhaustion. However, Dean Seamandy nodded in satisfaction and finally smiled. Very good, I believe in your ability. Go, you must do this well. Nothing can go wrong. Otherwise, we won't have any prestige in front of the students in the future. Your future work will only be more difficult. Sun Xiangren nodded lightly and bade farewell to Dean Seamandy. After he left the office of the branch dean and returned to his director's office to sit down, a figure suddenly pushed open the door and rushed in. It was the deputy director of the academic affairs office, Zhao Swimming. Hey, old son, what did the dean say? What does he want you to do? Sun Xiangren glanced at him tiredly and shook his head. He didn't say much. We will do what we have to do. Zhao Swimming glared at him. You mean to hold a normal ultimate arbitration? Then what should we do? Judge that Chu Nan cheated. What do you think? Sun Xiangren asked. Do you think Chu Nan can win? Zhao Swimming frowned and thought for a moment before shaking his head. I keep feeling that something is wrong. You have seen that Chu Nan before. He does not seem to be the kind of student who will do something like this. Then you mean that those martial technique modifications were really made by him alone? Sun Xiangren asked again. Zhao Swimming opened his mouth, but in the end, he could only smile bitterly. No matter how much he admired Chu Nan and felt that he did not look like a person who would cheat, this unbelievable fact was placed in front of him, causing no one to acknowledge him. Sigh. I even felt that he might break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future and embarrass 2-star grade martial artists. I didn't expect him to. Zhao Swimming sighed heavily, his face filled with pity. Even if he is not in our academy, he can still improve himself. It is not strange for him to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future, Sun Xiangren replied indifferently. In this short period of time, he had already calmed down. After handling students for many years, although Chu Nan made him feel regretful, this was not the first time he had encountered such a student taking a wrong path, so he was not shaken. Alright, old Zhao, there is still work to do. As soon as Sun Xiangren spoke, the office door was pushed open again. Dean Seamandy's personal secretary hurriedly walked in. He glanced at Zhao Swimming and went straight to Sun Xiangren's side. He completely ignored Zhao Swimming and whispered into his ear. Sun Xiangren's body shook as he widened his eyes and looked at him in surprise. This is the dean's intention. Yes. The secretary nodded solemnly. Sun Xiangren was stunned for a moment before muttering, there is no need to be so ruthless. Chapter 371. 3 days later, the highly anticipated ultimate arbitration officially began. Perhaps it was because no student from Star Cloud Academy had proposed the ultimate arbitration in the past few decades, but the Academy attached great importance to Chu Nan's application. Not only did they make a decision in 3 days, but they also arranged for the arbitration committee to be in charge of this arbitration. The entire process could be said to be extremely fast. When Chu Nan stood in front of the arbitration committee, he was surprised to discover that the person sitting in the middle of the rostrum was Star Cloud Academy's dean, Lin Mingdao. This supreme leader of Star Cloud Academy had actually personally come to participate in this ultimate arbitration. Seeing the surprise on Chu Nan's face, Lin Mingdao smiled at him. "There's no need to be nervous. I'm only here to put on a show. The ones really in charge of the arbitration are the others on the committee. If you want to win this arbitration, you have to convince them." Lin Mingdao pointed at a group of people in the uniform of the Academy's teachers sitting on the high platform on the right of the rostrum. These people were members of the arbitration committee. Chu Nan could see that there were a few teachers from the martial arts branch who he was familiar with. When he saw those teachers, Chu Nan could not help but smile. He had proposed that the target of this arbitration was the martial arts branch. In the end, there were still people from the martial arts branch in the arbitration committee, and there were many of them. It was no wonder that no one felt that he could win. However, the content of his request for arbitration this time was related to martial artists and martial techniques. If no one from the martial arts branch joined, it would be very difficult to determine this, so this was unavoidable. Chu Nan was already mentally prepared for this and had never expected that he could treat the martial arts branch as the defendant like in the court and ask all the people involved to stay away. Therefore, he only smiled and did not say anything. Lin Mingdao did not lie. Although he was sitting in the middle of the rostrum, he did not move after saying something to Chu Nan. The subsequent arbitration procedures were handed to a deputy dean of Star Cloud Academy sitting beside him. Seeing that Chu Nan did not speak after looking around, the deputy dean said to him, "All right, it's time. Chu Nan, if you don't have any additional opinions, I announce the official start of this arbitration." Chu Nan glanced at the leaders of the martial arts branch sitting on the left side of the rostrum and facing the arbitration committee from afar. His gaze paused on Dean Simandi and Director Sun Xiangren before he nodded at the deputy dean. "No problem. Very good. Then, I announce that the ultimate arbitration proposed by student Chu Nan has officially begun. It's starting. Mondeo shouted excitedly and nervously, looking at the virtual screen in front of him without blinking. "Shut up and listen carefully," Sar berated him, and his eyes as he looked at the virtual screen also revealed a trace of nervousness. Even the usually calm him could not suppress the fluctuation in his heart when he saw the ultimate arbitration that could determine Chu Nan's fate begin. Although Chu Nan had only interacted with them for a month, they had been together day and night during this period of time. Before this, they were very harmonious and their relationship was quite good. If Chu Nan failed this arbitration, he would face the punishment of dropping out. No matter how one looked at it, Chu Nan would definitely lose this arbitration. At the thought of losing this roommate, Sar could not help but feel a trace of sadness. Behind the two of them, Tanaka Iyoko looked at the virtual screen in silence. He did not shout like Mondeo, nor did he look worried like Sar. He looked very calm. However, there was still a trace of nervousness in his slightly frowned eyebrows. Chu Nan was one of the most outstanding geniuses among the new students of Star Cloud Academy. Many people even felt that he could break through the judgment of 2-star grade martial artists and break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future. However, now that he was going to withdraw from Star Cloud Academy, if he lost this best place to increase his strength, would he still have hope of breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future? In the future, would he end up like those millions of ordinary martial artists and become an ordinary person? Tanaka Iyoko looked at the lonely figure surrounded by the arbitration committee on the virtual screen and could not help but mutter to himself, "Chu Nan-kun, you can do it." What paid attention to this ultimate arbitration was not only the new students of the martial arts branch like Chu Nan. It should have been a public lecture for the seniors, but at this moment, a huge virtual screen opened in front of the lecture hall. The scene playing on it was the ultimate arbitration. All the senior students stared at the virtual screen intently. No one paid attention to the class they should be doing now. Beside the podium, the teacher in charge of this public lecture smiled helplessly. He simply found a place to sit down and watch with the students. For the first time in decades, a student from Star Cloud Academy proposed the ultimate arbitration and actually obtained the approval of the Academy. Not only were the students concerned, but the teachers of the martial arts branch were also concerned. As teachers, they naturally knew better than the students that there was a deeper inside story behind this matter. Under normal circumstances, even if a student proposed the ultimate arbitration, the higher-ups of the Academy would determine if they agreed to the application according to the specific situation. This time, the higher-ups of the Academy simply agreed to the application and allowed Chu Nan and the martial arts branch to undergo the ultimate arbitration. In the eyes of a teacher like him, it was not as simple as it looked. It was very likely that the higher-ups of the Academy were taking the opportunity to express their dissatisfaction with the martial arts branch. As for this dissatisfaction, was it directed at the leader of the martial arts branch or the great reform of the martial arts branch? This question was quite intriguing. Unlike the teacher, the students below the stage only paid attention to one thing. Did Chu Nan have a chance to win? If Chu Nan could win, his actions this time would simply be heroic in the eyes of the students because he could still win against the martial arts branch. However, no matter how enthusiastically the students discussed and analyzed, there was only one result: it was impossible for Chu Nan to win. Not to mention that Chu Nan's opponent was the martial arts branch. No matter how dissatisfied the higher-ups of the academy were with the martial arts branch, they would definitely protect the dignity of the martial arts branch on such an important occasion. It was impossible for them to lose to a student like Chu Nan. Even in this arbitration, it was impossible for Chu Nan to win. The content of the arbitration was whether Chu Nan had cheated. To be precise, it was impossible for him to be the one who proposed the 104 martial arts improvement applications. Chu Nan was only a young martial artist who was not even 20 years old. No matter how talented he was, how could he figure out 104 martial techniques in less than a month, even if those were just F-rank martial techniques? Therefore, everyone believed that Chu Nan would definitely lose. Chapter 372. Student Chu Nan, I want to ask you a few questions first. Please answer truthfully. After the deputy dean announced the start of the arbitration, Director Levo of the Academic Affairs Office, who was Sun Xiangren's superior, was the first to speak. All right. Chu Nan nodded indifferently without any emotion. On the 17th of February, did you submit 2 applications to the martial arts branch's martial arts database to exchange for points? Yes. Are the martial techniques involved in these 2 applications the March God Killing Palm and Sword Light Finger technique? Yes. On the 13th of March, which is 4 days ago, did you submit 104 applications to the martial arts branch's martial arts database to exchange martial arts comprehension for points? Yes. The martial techniques involved in these 104 applications are as follows. Director Levo casually pointed and a huge virtual screen unfolded. On it were the names of 104 martial techniques. Please confirm if these are it. Hearing this question, not only did many of the students watching the live broadcast frown, even the few people on the rostrum frowned slightly. This was the name of 104 martial techniques. How could ordinary people remember them all? Unexpectedly, after Chu Nan carefully read it, he suddenly frowned and shook his head. There are 17 martial techniques inside that are not on the application list I submitted. They are. Hearing Chu Nan list out the 17 martial techniques, everyone was a little surprised. This guy actually remembered the names of 104 martial techniques. He could even easily pick out the differences. However, everyone immediately had a question. Why did Director Levo take out the wrong martial technique list? Did he do this on purpose? After hearing Chu Nan's answer, Director Levo's expression changed slightly. He did not continue to ask and instead raised his head to look at him. This list is provided by the martial arts branch. I need you to explain. Are the martial techniques listed the ones Chu Nan submitted 4 days ago? Is there a problem with the ones he pointed out just now? Everyone's gazes turned to the seats of the martial arts branch. Many students who were watching this ultimate arbitration live broadcast through their personal terminals could not help but curse in their minds. Since Chu Nan had picked out 17 mistakes in detail, it could be confirmed that he was not talking nonsense. In other words, this list must be wrong. Then, it was very suspicious that the martial arts branch deliberately submitted such a wrong list to the arbitration committee. Under everyone's suspicious gazes, the technical director of the martial arts branch, Gascoigne, stood up without a change in expression and nodded at Director Levo. Yes, this list is wrong. The entire venue was in an uproar. He actually admitted it directly. Director Levo's expression sank slightly. Why submit such a wrong list? Gascoigne glanced at Chu Nan, but his expression still did not change. This is also to test if Chu Nan is really familiar with the 104 martial techniques he submitted. If he really has a deep understanding of these 104 martial techniques, it's impossible for him to not even remember their names. From the current results, at the very least, Chu Nan still remembers the names of these martial techniques quite clearly. After a pause, he added, of course, perhaps he specially memorized the names of these martial techniques in order to deal with this arbitration. The audience was in an uproar again. Gascoigne was clearly making things difficult for Chu Nan. They had clearly deliberately submitted a list of mistakes and dug a trap for Chu Nan. If Chu Nan did not find these mistakes, they would definitely say that he was not even familiar with the names of these martial techniques and had definitely not seriously studied them. Then, it would be more believable for him to cheat. However, now that Chu Nan had accurately pointed out these mistakes, he said that he had specially memorized them to deal with the arbitration. Is there a need to be so shameless? In the lecture hall, one of the senior students who was watching the arbitration live broadcast could not help but mutter. Leonardo, who was beside him, glanced at him and quickly turned his gaze back to the virtual screen. He looked at Chu Nan, who was in the middle of the screen, worriedly. Although the competition with Chu Nan had ended with his victory through strength, in that competition, he deeply felt the outstanding talent of this new student. He believed that as long as Chu Nan was given enough time, it was not impossible for him to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future and become a truly powerful martial artist. However, now, the martial arts branch clearly wanted to target him in all aspects to obtain the victory of this arbitration. If he failed in the arbitration, Chu Nan could only withdraw dejectedly. After leaving Star Cloud Academy, the possibility of him obtaining an increase in the future would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. It would even be a problem for him to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. Although Leonardo did not know Chu Nan very well, through their short contact, he believed that Chu Nan was definitely not the kind of person who liked to cheat and take advantage of others. Or rather, he should not be so stupid to do something that would clearly be suspected of cheating. However, no matter how much Leonardo approved of Chu Nan's talent, he did not think that he could complete an in-depth study of 104 martial techniques in less than a month. After knowing this, many senior students had also tried to exchange for an F-rank martial technique from the martial arts database and try to study it to exchange for points. However, in the past few days, not a single student had made any progress in this aspect, including Leonardo. He had always been extremely confident in his talent, but he could not study a mere F-rank martial technique thoroughly after 3 days, let alone exchange it for points and obtain points as a reward. On the other hand, Chu Nan could complete 3 to 4 F-rank martial techniques on average in a day. This was too unbelievable. Like everyone, Leonardo naturally felt that there was definitely a problem with the application of 104 martial techniques to exchange points. It was impossible for Chu Nan to complete it alone. However, he felt that something was wrong when he thought that Chu Nan was cheating. Although the speed at which his points increased was very fast, it was so exaggerated and obvious. Did Chu Nan really treat the others in the martial arts branch as fools? Chu Nan was clearly not a fool and should not be stupid enough to treat others as fools. Then, the only explanation for his actions was that someone was behind him. However, this guess was really shocking. Leonardo was very unwilling to admit this. Looking at Chu Nan, who still maintained a calm expression and even had a faint smile on his face on the virtual screen, Leonardo smiled bitterly in his mind. Chu Nan, what are you thinking? Chapter 373. If Leonardo looked carefully, he could actually see the trace of mockery in Chu Nan's smile. Chu Nan sneered in his mind. In the beginning, although he was called over by director Sun Xianxia and bluntly pointed out that he suspected that he had cheated, he was only a little angry at being wronged. Later on, he felt that the other party's suspicion was reasonable. After all, it was really unbelievable that he had settled 104 martial techniques in-depth research in a month and could even make reasonable suggestions for every martial technique. However, later on, the martial arts branch did not give him any chance to explain. They unilaterally announced that they would deprive him of the chance to participate in the test. They even unexpectedly froze his student points. This outcome made him furious again. However, he still carefully weighed the gains and losses before proposing the ultimate arbitration that shocked everyone. However, he did not expect that the martial arts branch would actually be so thorough in this matter. They actually wanted to tamper with such a small martial technique list. From this, it could be seen that the martial arts branch was probably determined to suppress him and obtain the victory of this arbitration. Thinking about it carefully, this was actually very normal. It had been decades since a student dared to propose the ultimate arbitration. Now, Chu Nan, a new student who had just entered the academy for less than a month, proposed it. In the eyes of the higher-ups of the academy, this was simply a slap in the face to them, and it was even more serious to the martial arts branch. From the perspective of the martial arts branch, they could not allow Chu Nan to win this arbitration. Otherwise, his prestige would definitely be greatly damaged. Even in the eyes of the higher-ups of the academy, they definitely did not want this to happen. In fact, the moment Chu Nan proposed the ultimate arbitration, it was not only a provocation to the martial arts branch but also to the authority of the entire Star Cloud Academy. Chu Nan glanced at Dean Lin Mingdao, who was sitting on the rostrum with a calm expression and could not see any change in his expression. He gently took a deep breath. No matter how unwilling the martial arts branch and the academy were, since he dared to propose the ultimate arbitration, he would definitely win. His gaze swept past Lin Mingdao and landed on Gascoigne. Not only did I memorize the names of these martial techniques, I also memorized all the detailed records regarding them in the database. Do you want to hear it? Gascoigne was stunned, then sneered. What a joke. The record of any martial technique in the database exceeds 3,000 words. With 104 martial techniques added together, that's more than 300,000 words. How can you memorize them all? But I've memorized it. Do you want to hear it? Chu Nan still had a smile on his face as he asked. Looking at Chu Nan's calm and slightly mocking gaze, a trace of panic flashed through Gascoigne's heart. He sneered and waved his hand. So what if you memorized it all? Perhaps you deliberately memorized it in the past few days. What can you prove? Beside Gascoigne, Dean Simendi and Sun Xianxia frowned slightly. Although there was nothing wrong with Gascoigne's words, it was really pathetic for him to appear so defensive under such circumstances. However, this was a problem directly related to the martial arts database, so the two of them could not interrupt and could only remain silent. The students who watched the arbitration through the live broadcast did not react so well. When they saw Gascoigne's reaction, even if no one still thought that Chu Nan was completely innocent, they could not help but feel a trace of dissatisfaction with him and even the martial arts branch. Did he have to do this to an ordinary student like Chu Nan? Let's not talk about unrelated questions. Director Levo frowned and interrupted Chu Nan, who wanted to speak again. He asked, last question. Chu Nan, are you sure you completed all these applications alone? Chu Nan looked at him without moving and replied with abnormal determination, yes. Very good. Director Levo nodded and turned to face the arbitration committee. Next are a few questions regarding the martial arts branch. After a pause, he continued, on the 14th of March, the martial arts database of the martial arts branch questioned the 104 applications proposed by Chu Nan the day before, right? The group of people from the martial arts branch looked at each other. Montevic stood up. Yes, I was the person in charge at that time and was the first to doubt Chu Nan's application. Why would you doubt it? Is there a problem with Chu Nan's application? Director Levo asked again. No, there's no problem in terms of procedures. The reason why I doubt it is because I read that Chu Nan had only used his points to exchange for these martial techniques from the database for less than a month. Director Levo turned to look at Chu Nan. Is that so? That's right. Chu Nan nodded. To be precise, I exchanged these martial techniques with the March God Killing Palm and the Sword Light Finger technique. The exact time is on the 10th of February. Director Levo asked Montevic again, what's the basis of your doubt? Isn't it obvious? Montevic spread out his hands. At first, he used a week to complete the modification of the March God Killing Palm and the Sword Light Finger technique and applied for success. I didn't suspect much and felt that he was only especially talented. However, he used such a short period of time to complete the modification of 104 martial techniques. This is completely impossible, so I suspect that he didn't complete these applications himself. Do you suspect that someone else helped Chu Nan complete these applications? Yes. The reason why Chu Nan proposed this ultimate arbitration is because he is unwilling to accept the punishment given to him by the martial arts branch. This punishment was to freeze Chu Nan's student points and deprive him of the chance to participate in the trial. Is that so? Yes. Is this punishment based on your suspicion of Chu Nan? Montevic did not answer. Instead, he turned to look at Sun Xiangren beside him. Sun Xiangren stood up. That's right. We suspect that Chu Nan has seriously cheated in these applications. Before he completely proves his innocence, we'll temporarily freeze his points and don't want him to continue obtaining points through this method as a punishment. Then do you have any evidence that Chu Nan cheated? Director Levo asked again. Hearing this question, everyone was stunned. Before the ultimate arbitration began, everyone thought that the higher-ups of the academy would definitely side with the martial arts branch this time. After all, the outcome of the arbitration was not only related to the dignity and face of the martial arts branch, but also to the prestige of the entire Star Cloud Academy. If Chu Nan won, it would be a huge blow to the entire Star Cloud Academy. However, the question that Director Levo was asking now directly pointed to the core problem of the punishment that the martial arts branch had given Chu Nan. It was evidence. If there was no evidence that Chu Nan was cheating, what right did the martial arts branch have to punish him? Dean Simondi narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Lin Mingdao, who was sitting in the middle of the rostrum. He saw that Lin Mingdao was still expressionless and his intention could not be seen. Chapter 374. There is no evidence. Sun Xiangren's clean answer shocked everyone. We have not obtained definite evidence that Chu Nan cheated, but I believe that this is only temporary. We will definitely be able to find it in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, an uncontrollable commotion sounded at the scene of the ultimate arbitration. No evidence? It was too unreasonable to directly punish someone without evidence. The people at the scene were all the higher-ups of the academy, so their reactions were still controlled. In comparison, the students who were watching the arbitration result through the live broadcast outside the venue had a much more intense reaction. Damn, what the heck? Mondeo shouted angrily. I thought that the academy had something on Chu Nan, so they dared to directly give him such strict punishment. It turns out that they don't have any evidence. Sar frowned slightly. Although he did not curse like Mondeo, his expression was very ugly. Although this arbitration had the greatest relationship with Chu Nan, the most important reason why it could attract the attention of all the other students in the martial arts branch was that they wanted to see how the academy would deal with the conflict between the students. In the end, the dean of the martial arts branch directly said we have no evidence in front of everyone. This was simply laughable. In the senior lecture hall, there was also a commotion when they heard Sun Xiangren's words. The senior students discussed animatedly with shocked expressions. If the martial arts branch could punish a student without any evidence, what would happen to the students if the branch directly punished any student they disliked in the future? What could such an attitude do to the academy's rules? Leonardo glanced at the reactions of the surrounding students and discovered that even the few people who were gloating over Chu Nan's punishment frowned in dissatisfaction. It could be seen how serious Sun Xiangren's statement was to the students. It was impossible for Director Sun not to know the consequences of his words. Then, why did he say that? Leonardo looked at Sun Xiangren on the virtual screen and then at Chu Nan, who was still standing alone in the center of the venue. A bad feeling flashed through his heart. This is too much. Sister Angie Prairie, how can the leader of your martial arts branch be like this? Elvy pointed at Sun Xiangren on the virtual screen with an angry expression. He punished brother Chu Nan without any evidence. How can this be? Is he still reasonable? Angie Prairie was not as angry as Elvy. Instead, she still looked calm, as if she was not affected by Sun Xiangren's words. She smiled and touched Elvy's head. What? You don't believe Chu Nan? Elvy was stunned. Of course, I believe him. However, we are talking about evidence now. This guy dares to do this without evidence. I am worried that your martial arts branch has long secretly arranged for something to happen to brother Chu Nan. After saying that, she begged Angie Prairie. Sister Angie Prairie, you are the disciple of Supremacy Ovally. You must have a very high status in the martial arts branch, right? Can you help brother Chu Nan and help him plead in front of those people in the martial arts branch? I suggested that before, but I was rejected by Chu Nan. Angie Prairie shook her head. Chu Nan said that he can resolve this matter. Don't worry, so we have to believe him. But Elvy frowned and looked at Chu Nan on the virtual screen with a worried expression. Now that these guys from the martial arts branch were clearly unreasonable, how could Chu Nan resolve it? Director Levo raised his voice. This is the scene of the ultimate arbitration. You need to be responsible for everything you say. Let me ask you again. Is there really no evidence that you suspect Chu Nan of cheating? Sun Xiangren still shook his head calmly. No. Director Levo frowned and glanced at Lin Mingdao on the rostrum. He thought to himself that if the martial arts branch had solid evidence, they would have definitely submitted it long ago. Chu Nan definitely did not have the guts to mention this ultimate arbitration, so this statement was reasonable. However, how could they continue the arbitration if they said in front of so many people that they had no evidence? The academy naturally did not want the martial arts branch to fail in this arbitration, but now that they had put on such an attitude, how could the arbitration committee side with them? Alright, my question to you has ended. Now, let us enter the stage where both sides defend themselves. Student Chu Nan, you mentioned this arbitration, so what is the basis of your unwillingness to accept the judgment of the martial arts branch? My greatest dissatisfaction is that Director Sun has actually said it just now. That is the evidence. Chu Nan said seriously. Director Sun, or rather, the branch clearly does not have any evidence, but they unilaterally suspect that I cheated and even directly punished me because of this. I do not accept this. I believe everyone knows that accusing a person of a mistake or even a crime requires concrete evidence. Otherwise, this is no different from slander. Many people present could not help but nod silently. It was unreasonable to criticize someone without evidence. If the martial arts branch insisted on punishing Chu Nan with this, it was no wonder that he was unwilling to accept it and was even angered to the point of proposing the ultimate arbitration. The martial arts branch was not too surprised by this, as if they had long known that Chu Nan would refute. Sun Xianxia glanced at Chu Nan and said in a clear voice, I have already clearly told you about the evidence. Now, I will explain it again in front of everyone. That is right, we do not have any concrete evidence of your cheating, but everyone should understand one thing. We are the martial arts branch, not the court. The evidence can only determine the strength of the punishment, but it cannot determine whether to punish you. Speak clearly, Director Levo frowned and said in a low voice. Perhaps some people will feel that our punishment for Chu Nan is not in line with the Academy's rules, but please read through a new rule after the change in the points system. This rule is clearly recorded in the 8th article of the new points system regarding the punishment for violation. It is specifically the 8th article, the 32nd clause. According to this rule, once any action that might threaten the safety of the martial arts database is suspected, the Academy will adopt the corresponding compulsory measures to ensure the safety of the martial arts database. Chu Nan's actions aroused our suspicion, so we adopted such a punishment to restrict him from continuing to come into contact with the martial arts database and prevent the information from being leaked. Chapter 375. Everyone opened their personal terminals in unison and easily found the new rules and details of the martial arts branch. Then, they flipped to the 32nd clause of the 8th article. As expected, they discovered that Sun Xianxia was right. This rule was referring to this situation. In other words, the martial arts branch suspects that Chu Nan's actions have affected the safety of the martial arts database, so they gave him a punishment restriction? What's the basis? Director Levo asked again. It's very simple. Chu Nan completed the in-depth research and perfection of 104 F-rank martial techniques in a short month. Moreover, the perfection of every martial technique has been approved by the branch. This has completely surpassed the standard of a student or even a martial artist. It doesn't make sense. Therefore, we have reason to suspect that Chu Nan did not complete these expressions alone, but had a corresponding group assisting him. According to the Academy's rules, the martial techniques exchanged by the students are not allowed to be lent to others without permission to prevent the information from being leaked. Now that Chu Nan has done this, we suspect that the 104 martial techniques exchanged by him have completely leaked and caused a huge loss to the martial arts branch and the entire Star Cloud Academy. Therefore, we have a reason to forcefully take action against him. At this point, Dean Xianxia, who had been sitting beside him in silence, suddenly stood up. Let me add another point. If there's evidence to prove that Chu Nan was cheating and leaked the information of the martial arts database, according to the relevant rules of the martial arts branch and the voluntary agreement signed by the students when they were admitted, the Academy has the qualifications to recover the martial arts technique he leaked and punish him even more severely. Director Levo frowned. What exactly? The lightest punishment is to ask him to sign another agreement with the Academy. In the future, he is not to spread any martial techniques related to the Academy, and he is not to use them himself. The most serious punishment is to cripple all his martial techniques. Everyone gasped. Directly cripple his martial techniques? Not to mention how to do it, was this too ruthless? He had cultivated for so many years and finally obtained a good martial foundation, but he was to be directly crippled? This is the Academy's rule that is clearly stated in the student's manual. It is also a rule that is clearly listed in the agreement signed by the students when they enter the Academy. I believe even Chu Nan should have no objections to this. Dean Xianxia looked at Chu Nan. Chu Nan met his gaze and sneered in his mind again. Now, he finally understood why the martial arts branch was suddenly so ruthless to him. The reason was clearly this Dean. Chu Nan could roughly guess the reason for his actions. It was only because his actions had embarrassed the martial arts branch too much, causing his reputation as the branch dean to be damaged and his evaluation of the higher-ups of Star Cloud Academy to be affected. However, since Chu Nan dared to propose an arbitration, he had long thought of all this. I know this rule and don't have any objections to it. Chu Nan calmly said, however, I have a question. Dean Xianxia, Director Sun, and this teacher in charge of the database, why do you insist that I must have cheated to complete and improve these 104 martial techniques in less than a month? Dean Xianxia and Sun Xianxia frowned slightly. It was not convenient for them to answer directly, but Monty Vic directly said, nonsense, that's a total of 104 different martial techniques. It's already very unbelievable that you can study 2 in a week, let alone study so much in less than a month. Apart from finding someone to help cheat, there's no other possibility. In other words, you doubt me because you don't believe I have the ability. Of course. Montevic's tone was abnormally firm. Chu Nan turned to the side. What about Director Sun and Dean Xianxia? Do you think so too? Sun Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, yes, this seriously exceeds the common sense I know, so I suspect it. Dean Xianxia sneered, if you have evidence that you can do it, we'll withdraw our punishment. However, can you? Who says I can't? Chu Nan grinned and turned to Director Levo. As you can see, the most important dispute in this arbitration is that the leaders of the branch don't believe that I have the ability to quickly study martial techniques and improve them. Therefore, they suspect that I cheated and found others to help me, causing the martial techniques in the Academy's martial arts database to be leaked. Then, I hope that you can give me a chance to prove my ability. Oh. Director Levo looked at Chu Nan curiously. How do you plan to prove it? Not only was Director Levo looking at Chu Nan curiously, but everyone else also looked at him. The others watching the live broadcast were even more curious, and most of them were puzzled. How could he prove such a thing? Hey, Leonardo, if it's you, what will you do? A classmate beside him suddenly asked Leonardo. Leonardo frowned deeply and looked at Chu Nan, who was focused on the virtual screen in confusion. He did not know what to do. In his opinion, this situation was simply a dead end. Originally, the martial arts branch should have raised evidence to prove that their punishment for Chu Nan was correct, but now, it had become Chu Nan who had to find the evidence to prove that he did not cheat. However, what could he do to prove that he did not cheat? One had to know that it was very easy to prove that a person had done something. One just had to show concrete evidence that they had done it. However, it was almost impossible to prove that a person had not done anything, because it was impossible to record all the actions of a person at all times to prove that they had not done anything. Even if the time limit was the past month, this was an impossible problem. Where does this kid's confidence come from? It's very simple. I can demonstrate it to you on the spot. Chu Nan still maintained his calm and confident smile. To me, every F-rank martial technique in the martial arts database has a very easy to detect flaw. It's very easy to target and improve it, so it won't take much time. If not for the fact that I'm still busy with class and other things in the month, I could have submitted these 104 martial arts applications half the time. The entire venue was in an uproar again. Everyone looked at Chu Nan in surprise and disbelief. This kid was too arrogant. Even if he was only talking about the lowest F-rank martial technique, how could it be easily perfected by him? If it was really that simple, how could these martial techniques not be improved after being stored in the database for so long? They had long been discovered and modified by other martial artists. How could it be his turn? In order to prove that I have such an ability, I hope to be able to attempt any F-rank martial technique from the martial arts database. I will complete the research on this martial technique in half an hour and propose a modification suggestion. I will also confirm that I can reach the standard that the martial arts database allows for an exchange of points. Chu Nan continued. Director Levo narrowed his eyes slightly. Any one of them? Yes. Chapter 376. Very good. Director Levo nodded and looked at the seats of the martial arts branch. What do you think? Dean Seamondy frowned slightly and looked at the confident smile on Chu Nan's face. He had an ominous feeling. However, logic told him that it was impossible for Chu Nan to do this. After all, he was only an ordinary student. How could he have such an ability? Moreover, even if he was a powerful martial artist who had been famous for a long time, it should not be possible for him to do this. After all, every martial artist was skilled in different martial techniques. Their understanding of different types of martial techniques would definitely be biased. How could it be so simple to study them completely? Although he still wanted to object, it was naturally impossible for him to raise any objections to Chu Nan's reasonable request in public. He could only nod lightly. Dean Sun Xianxia did not object, but Sun Xianxia stood up. I object. Sun Xianxia stared at Chu Nan with a serious expression. The reason why we punished him like this is because we suspect that he cheated. It might even cause the martial technique information in the database to be leaked. If we still let him come into contact with the martial technique in the database, won't we face the danger of the martial technique information being leaked? Everyone was stunned. Wasn't this Sun Xianxia too ruthless? He clearly only suspected that Chu Nan had cheated, so why did it sound like he had already become a thief who stole martial technique information? Moreover, Chu Nan planned to use this method to prove his innocence, but Sun Xianxia blocked his method. Wasn't that not even giving him a chance to prove himself? Director Levo frowned slightly and was about to speak when Chu Nan spoke first. We can make a bet. Chu Nan looked at Sun Xianxia with a trace of mockery and disdain. If I can't do it, I'll directly admit defeat in this ultimate arbitration. Then, I'll accept the sanctions of the martial arts branch on the spot and cripple all my martial arts cultivation. If I can do it, the martial arts branch will apologize to me for the slander. How about it? The people who were paying attention to this ultimate arbitration were already surprised for the umpteenth time. What did Chu Nan say? If he could not prove himself, he would cripple all his martial techniques? What the heck? Was he joking? This kind of thing was so difficult to prove, not to mention that it was the arbitration committee who wanted to prove this. The committee members in charge of martial arts evaluation were originally sent by the martial arts branch. They would definitely be biased towards the martial arts branch, so how could they easily let him pass? He was simply courting death by doing this. Sister Angie Prairie, brother Chu Nan, he'll be fine, right? Elvy held Angie Prairie's hand tightly, her palm filled with sweat from nervousness. Angie Prairie stared at Chu Nan on the virtual screen and smiled. Don't worry, he can definitely do it. Elvy could not help but move her gaze away from the virtual screen and land on Angie Prairie's face. When she saw that her expression was still calm and her gaze towards Chu Nan was filled with trust, her heart could not help but stir. Why did she trust brother Chu Nan so much? Could it be that something had really happened between the two of them? Elvy's thoughts did not affect the atmosphere of the arbitration venue. After hearing Chu Nan's words, many people were shocked. Even Dean Seamondy and Sun Xianxia's expressions changed slightly. After the two of them looked at each other, Dean Seamondy shook his head slightly. Sun Xianxia recalled and immediately shouted, "No. The martial arts database is the most important part of the martial arts branch. We can't let it be exposed at all, so I can't accept your bet. Seeing that Sun Xianxia still did not give them a chance, not only were almost all the students watching the live broadcast dissatisfied, but even many people at the arbitration venue frowned. Did the martial arts branch plan to seal off all of Chu Nan's paths and firmly not give him any chance? However, Sun Xianxia put on such a righteous reason for the safety of the martial arts branch that no one could refute. Director Levo had a headache. From the perspective of the academy, of course, the martial arts branch would win this ultimate arbitration, but the performance of the martial arts branch was too unconvincing. They did not even give Chu Nan a chance to explain. If they determined that the martial arts branch would win the arbitration like this, not to mention that the students of the academy would not be convinced, if word got out, the entire Star Cloud Academy would be greatly embarrassed. However, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to help Chu Nan because this would only damage the reputation of the academy even more. Just as he was in a dilemma and thinking about how to resolve this situation, a voice suddenly floated down from the rostrum. We have to give him a chance to prove himself. If we don't even dare to do this, if word gets out, our Star Cloud Academy will probably be scolded as petty. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice in shock and saw Dean Lin Mingdao sitting in the middle of the rostrum and looking at Chu Nan with a smile. Since Chu Nan is confident in proving himself in front of so many of us, can't the martial arts branch dare to face him head on? This sentence was directly said to the seats of the martial arts branch. Dean Simandi and Sun Xianxia's expressions immediately changed. It was already beyond their expectations that Lin Mingdao would personally participate in this ultimate arbitration. They did not expect him to directly support Chu Nan at the critical moment. What was his intention in saying this? Could it be that he was actually dissatisfied with the martial arts branch? When he recalled that after Chu Nan proposed the ultimate arbitration, the higher-ups of the academy had only used 3 days to prepare the arbitration committee with abnormally high efficiency, a strong sense of unease arose in Dean Simandi's heart. This time, it might be the greatest test for the martial arts branch. Facing Dean Lin Mingdao's gaze, Sun Xianxia could not say anything to object. He paused for a moment and nodded. Since the dean has said so, give Chu Nan a chance. Chu Nan, I'll randomly draw an F-rank martial technique from the martial arts database in a while and hand it to you to study deeply. If you can't make an opinion that matches the standard of the points reward in half an hour, it'll prove that you don't have the ability to modify 104 martial techniques in a month. We'll directly determine that you're indeed cheating. Do you agree? No problem, Chu Nan agreed readily. Very good. Sun Xianxia glanced at Montevic, who quickly connected the martial arts database to the terminal at the scene. The virtual screen immediately displayed the name list of the F-rank martial technique in the martial arts database. After so many years of collection and organizing, there were already a total of 27,197 different F-rank martial techniques in the martial arts information of the martial arts branch. Just the large categories alone were as many as 6 types, and the small categories were 32 types. Just looking at a rough list was enough to dazzle people. Sun Xianxia glanced at Chu Nan and said to Director Levo, in order to be fair, please choose this martial technique at random. All right. Director Levo did not give up. He connected his personal terminal and gently tapped it. Countless martial technique names immediately rolled quickly on the virtual screen. After a while, he tapped again. The name rolling on the screen slowly slowed down and finally froze on one of the martial techniques. Everyone's gazes swept over. F-rank martial technique, Odin Divine Fist. Chapter 377, Odin Divine Fist. Seeing that the large screen was finally fixed on the name of this martial technique, an imperceptible sneer flashed across the corners of Dean Simandi's mouth. The Odin Divine Fist was a very ancient martial technique. It was said that it had originally evolved from the mixed martial arts techniques of a certain country in northern Europe on Earth. Up until now, it had more than 2,000 years of history. This martial technique had evolved for a long time and was studied and modified by countless people. Although it was still limited by itself and was evaluated as an F-rank martial technique, it was already refined and almost perfect. Chu Nan might be able to master this fist technique in a short period of time, but it was almost impossible to raise a better suggestion. It was even extremely difficult to reach an even deeper understanding. Director Levo directly helped Chu Nan choose this martial technique. That was an extremely good result for the martial arts branch. Very good. From now on, Chu Nan, you have half an hour to study the Odin Divine Fist. Director Levo glanced at the time and said to Chu Nan, if you cannot obtain a sufficient research answer in half an hour or the answer you give cannot pass the review, then even if there is still no concrete evidence, you will still be thought to have cheated in the process of exchanging martial arts points. Do you know the consequences? Perhaps it was because Dean Lin Mingdao had spoken up to help Chu Nan earlier, but Director Levo deliberately gave him a way out. In fact, from the perspective of the academy, they definitely did not want this matter to become difficult to resolve. Not only would that be a huge blow to Chu Nan, it would not be beneficial to Star Cloud Academy. If Chu Nan could admit defeat like this, he could announce the result of this arbitration and delay this matter indefinitely. Then, he could deal with Chu Nan and minimize the impact of this matter. However, Chu Nan only smiled and nodded. All right, no problem. Director Levo sighed in his mind and operated it. He sent the information about the Odin Divine Fist to Chu Nan and pressed the timer. From now on, Looking at Chu Nan opening his personal terminal and focusing on the martial arts information regarding the Odin Divine Fist on the virtual screen, all the audience who were paying attention to this ultimate arbitration could not help but feel a trace of nervousness. The current situation was very obvious. If Chu Nan was unable to make sufficient suggestions or deeper understanding of the Odin Divine Fist in half an hour, the consequences would be extremely terrifying. Not only would he fail this ultimate arbitration and be forced to withdraw from Star Cloud Academy, but his entire martial arts cultivation would also even be crippled. In this way, it meant that his martial arts path had ended. It meant that his previous 10 years of hard work had been in vain. One had to know that without this matter, even if he was once judged by 2-star grade martial artists to be almost impossible to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future, many people still thought highly of his talent and felt that he might break through the judgment of the 2-star grade martial artists in the future and become a truly powerful martial artist. If all his martial arts cultivation was crippled, even if he was heaven-defying enough to cultivate it again, it was impossible for him to have any achievements in the future. To a martial artist like him who had cultivated martial techniques since he was young, such an outcome was even more terrifying than death. Moreover, everyone knew that the person who determined Chu Nan's success was the committee member who was extremely responsible for the martial arts evaluation. These people were all from the martial arts branch, so it was obvious who they would side with. What makes Chu Nan so confident? Leonardo frowned as he looked at Chu Nan, who was silently studying the Odin Divine Fist on the virtual screen with a puzzled expression. Doesn't he know that no matter how well he does, those judges can still reject him? The same worry appeared in the hearts of more students. In the end, even if Chu Nan really had a problem, from the perspective of a student, no one hoped that he would face such a serious punishment. Among so many people, the only person who still had confidence in Chu Nan was Angie Prairie. From the beginning, she did not think that Chu Nan would lose this judgment. Although she had actually not known Chu Nan for long and had not interacted much with him, for some reason, she felt that he would not do anything that he was not confident in. He was just trustworthy. Angie Prairie's confidence also comforted Elvy and gradually calmed her down. Staring at Chu Nan on the virtual screen, Elvy clenched her fists with a focused expression. Brother Chu Nan, you can do it. Chu Nan did not disappoint Elvy. His performance exceeded everyone's expectations. Originally, people thought that Chu Nan would definitely use this half an hour to do his best to perfect my research on the Odin Divine Fist every second. However, they did not expect that he would already look up after only 12 minutes. Done. Done. Director Level looked at him in surprise. You are sure? In 18 minutes, you can definitely. There is no need. Chu Nan directly interrupted him. I have already studied it thoroughly. There is no need to make any modifications. Director Levo frowned. When he saw Chu Nan's confident expression, it was not convenient for him to say anything. All right, hand it over. Soon, the detailed analysis report of the Odin Divine Fist that Chu Nan had completed was presented to the people of the arbitration committee. Director Levo glanced at the arbitrators in charge of the martial arts evaluation with a serious expression and said in a low voice, Everyone, this evaluation determines the future of a student and also the reputation of our Star Cloud Academy. You must review it seriously and not make any mistakes. Understand? The council members looked at each other and nodded in unison. However, when Director Levo lowered his head to transfer the information, these council members turned to look in the direction of the martial arts branch's seats. Dean Seamandy nodded slightly. These council members immediately retracted their gazes and focused on the report Chu Nan had submitted. Looking at the arbitration council, who had already begun to nervously evaluate the report submitted by Chu Nan, the corners of Dean Seamandy's mouth curled into a smile. His gaze landed on Chu Nan, who was still standing in the middle of the venue with a calm expression. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely admire this young student for being able to remain calm at such a time. However, now, he only felt that it was laughable. Kid, no matter how confident you are, something that cannot be done is still impossible. However, just as this thought flashed through Dean Seamandy's mind, a cry sounded from the arbitration committee. Looking over in surprise, he saw a committee member in charge of the martial arts assessment stand up in surprise. Beside him, the other council members in charge of evaluation also widened their eyes in surprise. They looked at the virtual screen in front of them as if they had seen something unbelievable. Dean Seamandy's expression immediately sank. No way. Chapter 378. The abnormal actions of the evaluation committee instantly attracted everyone's attention. They were clearly evaluating the research report regarding the Odin Divine Fist that Chu Nan had submitted. Why did everyone have such an expression? Could it be that there was something unbelievable in the report Chu Nan submitted? Quiet, quiet. Feeling the puzzled gazes of the people present, Director Seamandy hurriedly lowered his voice and shouted softly, What's wrong? Is there a problem with Chu Nan's report? A committee member looked at the report on the virtual screen and glanced at the gloomy-looking Dean Seamandy from the corner of his eye. He coughed lightly. The report Chu Nan submitted has many whimsical thoughts. We still need to verify it further before we can give a specific answer. Director Levo nodded. Then continue to verify it. Hurry up. The dean is still waiting. All right. That committee member nodded in agreement and gestured to his colleagues with his eyes. What to do? They originally did not think that an ordinary student like Chu Nan had the ability to improve a martial technique very well. Therefore, when Dean Seamandy privately instructed them to not allow Chu Nan to pass the evaluation in case such a situation happened before the arbitration, they did not have any psychological burden and agreed. However, to their surprise, the report Chu Nan submitted actually analyzed the Odin Divine Fist extremely thoroughly. Moreover, it abnormally clearly pointed out that a few of the moves in the Odin Divine Fist could not be considered wrong, but they could not be fully applicable to everyone. According to the modified opinion Chu Nan had submitted in the report, the few of them relied on their rich experience to easily determine that Chu Nan's modifications were very effective. If they followed the modifications he proposed, the application of the Odin Divine Fist would be wider. Although its power would decrease slightly, it would be more perfect overall. No matter how one looked at it, it was slightly stronger than the previous Odin Divine Fist. Of course, they were not so surprised just because of the small changes in their moves. What really surprised them was that Chu Nan had actually included a very simple internal breath cultivation method in the report. However, it was the seemingly very simple internal breath cultivation method that perfectly fused with the moves of the Odin Divine Fist. The evaluation committee did not need to personally experience it. They only relied on their experience to roughly calculate and knew that this internal breath cultivation method was simply forged for the Odin Divine Fist. If they used the Odin Divine Fist together with this internal breath circulation cultivation method, it would immediately allow this originally ordinary cultivation method to unleash far greater power than before. It could even directly allow the originally F-rank Odin Divine Fist to possess the standard of an E-rank martial technique. All these modifications were completed by Chu Nan in only 12 minutes. Seeing such a magical change, these evaluation committee members immediately hesitated. If they rejected Chu Nan like this, it would be going against their martial arts cultivation for so many years in their conscience. However, if they admitted Chu Nan, the martial arts branch might lose this arbitration. The few of them would definitely have to face the surging anger of Dean Seamandy, and they would not be able to bear the consequences. The evaluation committee members exchanged glances a few times, but no one was willing to be the first to speak. In the silent confrontation, the seats of the arbitration committee fell silent. At this moment, Chu Nan suddenly spoke again. Director Levo, I request to obtain another martial technique information from the database and let me continue my research. Director Levo was stunned. Why? You have already completed the analysis of the Odin Divine Fist. If I only complete one martial technique research, I think this is far from convincing. I believe that even if I pass the test, Dean Seamandy and Director Sun will say that I was just lucky to encounter a familiar martial technique. Therefore, in order to sufficiently prove that I indeed have the ability to study these F-rank martial techniques in depth in a short period of time, studying only one is not enough. I hope to be able to demonstrate it on the spot many times. Only then will it be more convincing, don't you think so? This. Director Levo could not help but nod, but he turned to look at the rostrum. Earlier, it was the dean who spoke up and decided to give Chu Nan a chance to prove himself in front of everyone. Now that Chu Nan continued to ask for more, it could only be decided by the dean. Lin Mingdao smiled and nodded. Since he is confident, let him try. Dean Seamandy's expression sank again. What was wrong with the dean today? Why did his attitude clearly lean towards Chu Nan? Could it be that he? Director Levo ignored what Dean Seamandy was thinking and glanced at the evaluation committee members who were still staring at the virtual screen. He hesitated for a moment and said to Chu Nan, I think it is better to continue after their evaluation results are out. Although he did not say the rest, everyone knew what he meant. Clearly, if Chu Nan did not even pass the first evaluation of the Odin Divine Fist, there was no need to continue. There is no need. I believe I have enough standards to pass the evaluation, Chu Nan said confidently. In any case, it seems that the judges still need some time to complete the evaluation. Then, I will take this time to start studying the second martial technique to save some time. Director Levo looked at the few evaluation committee members who were still in a dilemma. He thought for a moment and nodded. All right. With a move of his finger, the martial technique list on the large screen quickly rolled again. A moment later, it slowly stopped and fixed on another F-rank martial technique called the August Cloud Chasing Palm. Chu Nan quickly obtained detailed information about the August Cloud Chasing Palm. This time, he was even faster than when he was studying the Odin Divine Fist. Only 9 minutes later, while the judges were still hesitating, Chu Nan had actually completed his analysis of the August Cloud Chasing Palm technique and submitted the report. Everyone looked at Chu Nan in surprise. Could this guy's talent really be that terrifying? Even if an F-rank martial technique was only the lowest level martial technique, he should not have studied it so easily. He could even suggest deeper personal comprehension or even improvement, right? However, when this report arrived in front of the evaluation committee members, their expressions revealed everything. Seeing the shocking performance of the evaluation committee members, everyone understood that Chu Nan was not joking. He really had this ability. While everyone was still immersed in surprise and doubt, Chu Nan stretched out his hand again. The third one. Chapter 379. An hour later, everyone looked at Chu Nan in the middle of the venue or on the virtual screen and fell into a daze. In the past hour, Chu Nan had actually completed deep research on F-rank martial techniques in front of everyone. The longest time took only 11 minutes, and the shortest time only took 7 minutes. In the end, after an hour, he had actually completed the research report of 8 F-rank martial techniques. Although they had seen it with their own eyes, no one dared to believe the facts that were happening in front of them. Coupled with the Odin Divine Fist and the August Cloud Chasing Palm that Chu Nan had completed studying, he had already completely studied 10 F-rank martial techniques in less than an hour and a half. How was this possible? No matter how low-level and crude an F-rank martial technique was, it was still a complete martial technique. How could it be possible to understand it completely in a few minutes and even give better suggestions? Moreover, it was reasonable for him to say that he had settled 1 or 2 things. 10 in a row? That was too ridiculous. If it was said that no one believed that Chu Nan could complete the research of 104 martial techniques in a month, then when they saw his performance, many people began to waver. Perhaps he really had this ability, but the key question was the research report he gave really up to standard? When Chu Nan handed in another report, everyone's gazes focused on the evaluation committee members of the arbitration committee. It had been nearly an hour and a half since Chu Nan handed in the first report regarding the Odin Divine Fist. He had settled the relevant research reports of 10 martial techniques, but they had not even settled the evaluation of the first Odin Divine Fist. This was too unreasonable. Cough, the results of your discussion are not out yet. Director Levo had no choice but to urge. The evaluation committee members looked at each other and saw the struggle in each other's eyes. From the first Odin Divine Fist, they had actually already determined that Chu Nan had indeed analyzed the Odin Divine Fist extremely thoroughly in this report. Moreover, he had given an astonishing improvement suggestion and even gave an equally complete internal breath circulation cultivation method that could perfectly complement the Odin Divine Fist. No matter how one looked at it, if this report regarding the Odin Divine Fist was taken to the martial arts database to be applied for points, it would definitely satisfy the standard. It could even be said that the highest level of reward far exceeded the standard. Such an ability was not something a young student who was not even 20 years old could possess. However, next, Chu Nan handed over reports one after another. Every report gave the best answer almost perfectly. Just like the first report regarding the Odin Divine Fist, it shocked and surprised them. 10 consecutive reports had already dissipated the last doubts they had about Chu Nan. This guy definitely had unimaginable ability. Saying that he cheated? He did not need to. However, the problem in front of them now was no longer the problem of judging if Chu Nan had cheated, but the problem of choosing him or the martial arts branch. If he admitted that Chu Nan had passed the evaluation, it meant that he had successfully displayed his powerful ability in front of everyone. Then, the accusation and suspicion of him cheating would naturally disappear and it was very likely that he would win this arbitration. However, if he did this, the reputation of the martial arts branch would definitely be greatly damaged if they failed the arbitration. It would not be beneficial to the entire martial arts branch. Most importantly, this would definitely anger Dean Seamandy. Could the few of them endure it? After a while, the evaluation committee member who had replied to Director Levo gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He stood up and tidied up his chaotic thoughts before meeting everyone's questioning gazes. Cough, after our careful evaluation just now, the final result is. The evaluation committee member glanced at Chu Nan who was standing below and an apologetic feeling flashed through his heart. He said loudly, the 10 reports Chu Nan submitted did not reach the review standard, so they cannot pass the evaluation. Hearing this result, the entire venue fell silent. It turned out that although Chu Nan looked confident earlier, he was actually completely useless. Thinking about it, it made sense. He had only used a few minutes to target a martial technique. How could he understand it completely, let alone propose a deeper understanding or improve it? This result was the most reasonable. Dean Seamandy looked down at Chu Nan with a disdainful sneer. He was only a student with no background. What qualifications did he have to resist the academy? Wanting to make a comeback through the ultimate arbitration was simply a dream. Sister Angie Prairie, didn't you say that brother Chu Nan wouldn't lose? Elvy was so anxious that she almost cried. She held Angie Prairie's hand tightly. How did it become like this? If he loses, his martial arts cultivation might be crippled. Angie Prairie frowned in a rare way. She could not see through the various thoughts of Dean Seamandy and the evaluation committee members, nor could she see the undercurrents at the arbitration venue. However, she could tell that Chu Nan was facing a dilemma. What did she need to do when her friend was in trouble? There was no need to ask. Angie Prairie opened her personal terminal and chose to send a communication request to someone. Chu Nan looked at the fair-looking evaluation committee member and the calm Dean Seamandy. He did not feel angry and instead wanted to laugh. When he saw those evaluation committee members, he had already guessed the current situation, but he still asked for a live evaluation. The reason why he did this was naturally that he was already prepared. Judge, have you seriously read my report? Chu Nan asked loudly. That evaluation committee member was stunned, and then he frowned and said, of course, I have read it. Otherwise, how could I determine that it did not meet the standard? Oh, then I find it strange. Since you have read it carefully, you are actually certain that the report I gave is not standard. Is your eyesight bad? Or are you guilty? How dare you? Dean Seamandy immediately berated angrily. Chu Nan, what's your attitude? My attitude. Chu Nan sneered, but he ignored Dean Seamandy and looked at the evaluation committee member. Are you really sure that the report I submitted is not standard? Of course, this is the collective decision of our judges. Do you have any objections? That evaluation committee member felt pressure in front of Dean Seamandy but not Chu Nan. Moreover, since he had already made his decision, his guilt towards Chu Nan had long been thrown to the back of his mind. Heh, let us not talk about whether I have any objections. It is hard to say if the others have any objections. Chu Nan raised his hand and shook his wrist. I have already uploaded the 10 analysis reports from before on the Academy's intranet. I believe all the students in the Academy have already seen them. As for whether they can reach the standard, let them decide. The expressions of the evaluation committee members immediately changed. Chapter 380. Dean Seamandy immediately stood up and pointed at Chu Nan in anger. Chu Nan, you publicized the precious martial technique information in the database without permission. Do you know what a great sin this is? Sun Xianxia also stood up and said with a dark expression, I originally only suspected that you had the possibility of leaking martial technique information, but now that you actually dare to do this in front of so many people, I don't think there is any need to doubt. After saying that, he turned to Dean Lin Mingdao on the rostrum and said seriously, Dean, Chu Nan has committed such a serious violation of the Academy's rules. I hope to immediately take forceful measures and severely punish him. Heh, who told you that I leaked the martial technique information? Before Lin Mingdao could speak, Chu Nan had already spoken with a disdainful expression. What I announced was only some targeted modified opinions of mine. I completely created it myself, and it has nothing to do with the martial technique information in the database. Sun Xianxia was so angry he felt amused. The opinion you announced is also based on that martial technique information. You still dare to say that it is unrelated. Chu Nan ignored him and turned to Director Levo. Director Levo, I request to announce my reports in public and let everyone evaluate if they can reach the standard. Director Levo frowned in embarrassment. From his point of view, he could not agree to this request. After all, he had to protect the interests of the martial arts branch. However, now that Chu Nan had clearly announced these reports on the Academy's intranet, it did not matter if he announced them here or not. Still, he could not make this decision on his own. He could only look at Lin Mingdao on the rostrum. Announce it. Since Chu Nan has already posted it, it is already a fact that there are losses. However, in this ultimate arbitration, we have to be fair and open. At this point, Lin Mingdao suddenly glanced at the evaluation committee members. The few evaluation committee members immediately broke out in a cold sweat. The expression of the evaluation committee member who had just announced the results changed drastically, and his body trembled slightly. They knew better than anyone what value Chu Nan's 10-point report contained. If it was made public, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, since Dean Lin had already spoken, they did not even have the qualifications to stop him. They could only watch helplessly as Director Levo operated it twice. Then, the first analysis report regarding the Odin Divine Fist that Chu Nan had completed was announced on the virtual screen. At first, Dean Simandi and Sun Xianxia were only angry at Chu Nan's bold actions and did not mind the analysis report he made. They did not think that an ordinary student like him could really complete the in-depth research of so many martial techniques in such a short period of time. However, when this analysis report of the Odin Divine Fist appeared on the virtual screen, their expressions changed after taking a look. The others in the venue looked at the analysis report in surprise. Those who were qualified to participate in this ultimate arbitration, even if they were not especially proficient in martial techniques, more or less knew a little. They naturally had basic judgment. Moreover, Chu Nan's analysis report was very clear and easy to understand. Anyone who knew a little about martial techniques could tell that some of the problems pointed out by this analysis report were not nonsense. They were all extremely exquisite and profound suggestions. What was even better was that, as Chu Nan had said, this report did not reveal anything specific about the Odin Divine Fist. However, even so, it could still make everyone agree with the content of this report. What was even more surprising was that there was also an internal breath circulation cultivation method that was compatible with the Odin Divine Fist. Although it was very difficult to verify because they did not know the exact moves of the Odin Divine Fist, just from this circulation cultivation method itself, it was already very perfect and almost flawless. Everyone focused their attention on this report for a while and could not help but look at Chu Nan with surprise. Was this report really made by this young student who was clearly not more than 20 years old? Unlike the surprise and confusion of everyone at the venue of the arbitration committee, the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch was already in an uproar. When Chu Nan said that he had already publicized the analysis report on the Academy's intranet, all the students who were paying attention to this ultimate arbitration immediately logged into the Academy's intranet and easily found the information Chu Nan had just sent in an obvious location. After opening this information and reading it for a while, everyone was immediately convinced by the deep and unique understanding Chu Nan revealed in these analysis reports and the extremely precise modified suggestions. When they saw that Chu Nan actually had the ability to give a corresponding internal breath circulation method, the students of the martial arts branch were extremely shocked. One had to know that internal breath cultivation methods were much more difficult to master than external martial techniques, let alone create an internal breath cultivation method oneself. Of course, let alone create an internal breath circulation method that complemented external martial techniques. Generally speaking, external martial techniques should be used to complement internal breath cultivation methods, but Chu Nan had actually done the opposite. This difficulty was countless times greater than just successfully cultivating this external martial technique. Monty, I remember that you exchanged for this Odin Divine Fist some time ago, right? What do you think of what Chu Nan said? Among the new students who were gathered, everyone looked at a boy with short brown hair. Monty wiped the sweat on his forehead, but he did not even blink. He still stared at the report about the Odin Divine Fist that Chu Nan had announced on the virtual screen without any hesitation. After a while, he suddenly shouted. Then, he walked out of the crowd and arrived at a relatively empty place. He paused for a moment and threw a punch. The other students were a little puzzled at first, but then they reacted. This should be the Odin Divine Fist. Everyone watched as Monty practiced his punches. At first, he seemed to be a little unfamiliar and sluggish, but towards the end, he became more and more smooth. Soon, his entire body seemed to have fused with the fist technique without any flaws. After a moment, Monty threw a punch. It actually suddenly emitted a huge sound of air being torn apart, causing everyone to be shocked. Seeing that the power of Monty's punch was actually so terrifying, everyone looked at each other. Was this still the Odin Divine Fist? This punch could even be called a D-rank martial technique. Monty punched out again and again. Every punch brought about an extremely powerful wind, and every punch seemed to be extremely smooth and flawless. In the blink of an eye, he had quickly practiced the simple fist technique 3 times. After punching out the last time, Monty let out a long breath and laughed loudly. The other students around them looked at each other. The student who had asked Monty asked again, "Hey, Monty, stop laughing. You've already tried, right? Tell us, what do you think of the analysis report Chu Nan gave?" Monty glanced at everyone with a disdainful expression. "Tisk, are you blind? Do I need to say this? Cut the crap. Tell me quickly. In my opinion, it's great. It can even be said to be perfect. I've never thought that a mere F-rank martial technique could actually reach such a realm. Chu Nan is simply a god." Monty did not hide his extreme praise for Chu Nan. After saying that, he glanced at the scene of the ultimate arbitration on another virtual screen and sneered, "Those judges actually dare to say that Chu Nan's analysis report cannot reach the bullshit evaluation standard. Humph, they must be blind." Chapter 381. The same thing happened in many corners of the martial arts branch. In fact, not many students had learned the 10 F-rank martial techniques that Chu Nan had involved earlier. After all, they were only the lowest level F-rank martial techniques, so it was very difficult for geniuses like them who could enter Star Cloud Academy to take a fancy to them. However, at this moment, it was no longer a problem to not have learned them before. In order to verify it, many students directly exchanged for one or even a few corresponding martial techniques from the database and began to cultivate according to the analysis report given by Chu Nan. As soon as they cultivated, they immediately discovered the truth. After all, an F-rank martial technique was only an F-rank martial technique. If they followed the information on these 10 martial techniques provided in the martial technique database, they could easily master and cultivate them. However, the power of these martial techniques was very weak, and they were not much different from trash to them. However, if a student modified these improvements according to the analysis report given by Chu Nan, he would discover that this martial technique had immediately become much stronger. If it was matched with the corresponding internal breath circulation cultivation method given by Chu Nan, it could even increase these martial techniques by more than one level. Most of the students were the same as the martial arts branch and suspected that Chu Nan was definitely cheating. It was impossible for him to have the heaven-defying ability to study 104 martial techniques deeply in a month. But now that they had personally seen Chu Nan's actions and experienced the research results he had given, no one doubted him anymore. This Chu Nan was such a genius. He was so heaven-defying. At the same time, the atmosphere at the ultimate arbitration venue was far less enthusiastic than the atmosphere among the students. It even seemed very strange. When Chu Nan's 10 reports were announced, as long as one was not blind, they could tell how valuable the 10 analysis reports were. If even this could not reach the evaluation standard of the martial arts branch's martial arts database, then this standard was too high. Everyone looked at the evaluation committee members with very strange gazes. The current situation was already very obvious. These evaluation committee members must have been completely biased towards the martial arts branch, which was why they ignored such outstanding analysis reports and forcefully expressed that they did not meet the evaluation standards. The goal of this was none other than to determine the fact that Chu Nan had cheated and let the martial arts branch win this ultimate arbitration. However, Chu Nan's shocking ability was already shown in front of everyone, so how could they say that he was cheating? In the seat of the arbitration committee, a middle-aged man with slight balding stood up. He first glanced at the stunned evaluators before looking at the seat of the martial arts branch opposite him. "Dean Seamandy, although I am not that good at martial techniques, I have cultivated for a period of time since I was young. Now, I can more or less be considered a third-stage internal breath martial artist. I still have a certain understanding of these relatively low-level martial techniques." He pointed at the reports submitted by Chu Nan on the virtual screen. "In my opinion, Chu Nan has already reached a rather deep understanding of these 10 F-rank martial techniques. Moreover, according to the modified opinions he even gave a perfect internal breath circulation cultivation method. It can be said that these 10 martial techniques have already increased by at least a level. If this cannot meet the evaluation standards of your martial arts branch, I want to ask how high the standards you set are." After asking, he turned to the evaluation committee members and narrowed his eyes. "Or could it be that these council members have long received your instructions? No matter what answer Chu Nan gives, they will announce that he did not meet the standards." A commotion immediately sounded. Although most of the others thought so, this committee member directly said it in public. Dean Seamandy's expression darkened. He could control the few members of the arbitration committee who were mainly responsible for evaluation, but it was impossible for him to control the entire arbitration committee. The council member who spoke now was a deputy dean of the Star Cloud Academy's astrophysics branch. He had an old grudge against him in the past, and now, he seized the opportunity to criticize him. "That is right. The standard set by our martial arts branch is that high." Dean Seamandy thought for a moment and said arrogantly, "Although the analysis reports given by Chu Nan are not bad, they indeed do not reach the standard. These council members in charge of evaluation are not wrong." The evaluation committee members who had been nervous ever since they knew that Chu Nan had announced the results immediately heaved a sigh of relief. No matter what, it was good that Dean Seamandy was willing to protect them. Of course, Dean Seamandy had to do this. If he admitted that their evaluation was wrong at this moment, it would be a loss. How could he accept this result? "Is that so?" The slightly bald deputy dean of the astrophysics branch sneered. "I remember that the policy of your martial arts branch's reform is to encourage students to study martial techniques more deeply. However, the standard is so high that even a high-level analysis report like Chu Nan's cannot meet it. Is there really any meaning to this policy? Dean Seamandy's expression did not change. This is the standard set by our martial arts branch after many considerations. I do not think there is any problem. Dean Seamandy refused to budge. There was nothing the others could do. The deputy dean sneered and sat back down. I have a question. At this moment, Chu Nan suddenly spoke. Dean Seamandy, Director Sun, I remember that the martial arts database did not pass my points exchange application for the 104 martial techniques 4 days ago, right? Dean Seamandy did not have a good expression towards Chu Nan. His face sank and he sneered, of course, you are suspected of cheating. How can I let you pass the application? In other words, you suspect that I cheated because you feel that I do not have the ability to study a large number of low-level martial techniques in a short period of time, not because the results of my research have reached the standard, right? Dean Seamandy's eyes moved as he reacted. This was a trap set by Chu Nan. If the martial arts branch had previously admitted that Chu Nan's research results had reached the reward standard and suspected that he had cheated, then the same research results Chu Nan had given would naturally cause everyone to be suspicious. If he followed Chu Nan's words and explained that his previous application for the 104 martial techniques did not meet the standard, it could allow him to confidently say that the current 10 martial techniques did not meet the standard and protect those evaluation committee members. However, this also indirectly proved that Chu Nan indeed had the ability to study 104 martial techniques deeply in less than a month, causing the martial arts branch's previous doubts and accusations against him to collapse. As for this ultimate arbitration, the martial arts branch was the obvious loser. Dean Seamandy was in a dilemma. He had just voiced his support for those evaluation committee members, and it was impossible for him to slap his own face in the blink of an eye. However, it was impossible for him to admit that Chu Nan had such an ability and obtain the victory of this arbitration. In the end, it was still the 10 martial technique-related analysis reports that Chu Nan had given that displayed overly powerful talent and ability that could not be ignored. Just as he was feeling conflicted, Sun Xianxia stood up again and said in a low voice, there is still a huge difference between 10 and 104. Just because you can study 10 martial techniques deeply does not mean that you can study 104 martial techniques deeply, so this cannot prove anything. Moreover, perhaps the people behind you have already prepared a perfect plan for you. Otherwise, how could you give such a detailed report in such a short period of time? Shameless. Hearing Sun Xianxia's words, regardless of whether it was many people at the ultimate arbitration venue or the students watching this live broadcast, they cursed in their hearts. Many students even cursed out loud. The reality was right in front of him, but Sun Xianxia actually dared to distort the truth. In order to protect themselves, the martial arts branch was really shameless. The 10 martial techniques that he had chosen earlier were drawn from the martial arts database. How could Chu Nan be prepared? Oh. Chu Nan did not look angry. Instead, his smile became even more brilliant. Director Sun, you think I have prepared in advance? Alright, just take out a random martial technique and I can still give a complete in-depth analysis report in half an hour. Do you dare? Enough. Sun Xianxia was about to speak when a soft rebuke suddenly sounded from the rostrum. Everyone turned around and saw that Dean Lin Mingdao's calm face was clearly filled with anger. He pointed at Dean Seamandy and Sun Xianxia, and his tone was cold. The reputation of the martial arts branch, and even the entire Star Cloud Academy, is going to be lost by you. It is simply a farce. After saying this, Lin Mingdao left with a livid expression. Seeing Lin Mingdao disappear from the meeting venue, Dean Seamandy and Sun Xianxia's faces immediately turned ashen. Chapter 382. Chu Nan, teacher called you over. Mondeo's cry woke Chu Nan up from his thoughts. He looked up and discovered that the teacher in charge of this public lecture was standing on the podium and looking over with a smile. When he saw him look up, he even nodded lightly at him abnormally kindly. Oh, I understand. Chu Nan nodded and packed his things before standing up. Chu Nan, help me take a look when you return later. Mondeo leaned over and smiled obsequiously. Again. Chu Nan was surprised. Didn't I help you look at it the day before yesterday? I heard your guidance the day before and have some new insights in my cultivation in the past 2 days. Help me see if it is right. The flattery in Mondeo's smile became stronger. It won't take long. In any case, you are so powerful that you can see the problem immediately, right? Chu Nan sighed helplessly. Alright, I'll take a look tonight. However, since you are looking for me, you have to listen to me carefully. Otherwise, don't come looking for me in the future. Alright. Of course, I'll listen to you. Mondeo agreed repeatedly. Alright, I'll leave with them first. Remember to come at night. As soon as Mondeo left, 3 young female students suddenly darted out. One of the female students with a slightly fuller face hesitated for a moment before mustering her courage and saying to Chu Nan, Chu Nan, can I trouble you to give us some suggestions? Chu Nan glanced at her and then looked at the other 2 female classmates who also had expectant expressions. The corners of his mouth twitched. You too? Yes, the same goes for us. The 2 female students hurriedly nodded. We always feel that it is very difficult to improve the martial technique we cultivate. If you are willing to help us take a look, it will be very helpful. Yes, Chu Nan, help us? We know that we don't cultivate well in some places, but I don't know if it is because our martial techniques are bad or because we are bad ourselves. Help us take a look and give us some advice, okay? Looking at the expectant gazes of the 3 of them, Chu Nan could not help but smile bitterly. He had never expected that although his outstanding performance in the ultimate arbitration to prove his ability had helped him ultimately win, it had brought about this side effect later on. Due to his performance, almost all the students in the martial arts branch firmly believed that Chu Nan had an extremely powerful or even abnormal talent in terms of martial arts comprehension. Any martial technique could be given the most perfect cultivation plan in his hands and could even directly increase this martial technique. In private, many people even gave Chu Nan a nickname, Martial Technique Master. In the end, not only would Mondeo, who was relatively close to Chu Nan, come to him for help, but even these 3 female students who usually did not have much interaction came to ask for help. This, to be honest, why do you think I can help you? Chu Nan asked. I can only study those F-rank martial techniques more thoroughly. It is impossible for you to cultivate such low-level martial techniques, right? There is no need to be so humble. The round-faced girl immediately smiled. Everyone has seen the 10 martial technique analysis reports from before. The thoughts reflected in those reports are incomparable. Everyone says that you must have been hiding your strength. Since you can analyze F-rank martial techniques so thoroughly, higher-level martial techniques will definitely not be a problem. Don't you think so? The last question was directed at her 2 companions. Yes, of course. The companion on her right immediately echoed. Chu Nan, your talent has even been praised by star-grade martial artists. You are definitely much stronger than we imagined. Halfway through her sentence, she was glared at by the round-faced girl and another companion. Chu Nan smiled bitterly and shook his head. However, a star-grade martial artist can still determine that I won't be able to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future. You have really found the wrong person to ask for help from someone who can't even become a void-break martial artist in the future. I'm sorry, teacher is looking for me. I have to go. After saying that, Chu Nan smiled at the 3 of them and walked towards the teacher who was still waiting on the podium. It's all your fault. That's right. Why did you mention a star-grade martial artist for no reason? I wonder if he... Hearing the complaints of the other 2 girls behind him, Chu Nan could not help but laugh. It had been a week since the ultimate arbitration. In this short week, regardless of whether it was him or the martial arts branch, there had been huge changes. The change that happened to him was mainly the attitude of the surrounding people. Before the ultimate arbitration, although he was also considered a famous person among the new students of the martial arts branch, because the judgment of the 2 star-grade martial artists was too famous, most people looked at him with pity or disdain. Not many people would really run over to get close to him. After the ultimate arbitration, because of the 10 shocking martial technique analysis reports he raised in the ultimate arbitration, he had already become a true celebrity who was on the same level as Xianxia and Angie Prairie, and he was even slightly higher. The attitude of the others towards him was especially different. These 3 female classmates were the most obvious examples. Before this, although these 3 female students often attended public lessons with Chu Nan, it was impossible for them to take the initiative to talk to him, let alone hope that he would help them cultivate martial techniques. The change in the martial arts branch was much greater than the change in Chu Nan's body. It could even be said to be an earthquake. On the 3rd day after the ultimate arbitration, Star Cloud Academy suddenly issued a transfer order. The dean of the martial arts branch, Xianxia, was transferred from his position and replaced by the former academic director, Levo. Although the director of academic affairs was also a very high position in Star Cloud Academy, the martial arts branch had always been called the number 1 branch in Star Cloud Academy. The status of the branch dean was extremely special in Star Cloud Academy. He was thought to be not inferior to the deputy deans who were in charge of practical matters, and many people even thought that he was only inferior to the dean. This transfer order was no different from a promotion for Levo. As for Xianxia, the transfer order only said that there were other arrangements, but it did not state any position. No matter how one looked at it, it should be a huge demotion. Regarding this transfer, even the stupidest person could tell that Dean Xianxia was clearly affected by the previous ultimate arbitration and was criticized. Dean Lin Mingdao had actually directly berated Dean Xianxia and director Sun Xiangren in front of so many people at the ultimate arbitration. They had embarrassed the martial arts branch in Star Cloud Academy, so he naturally would not be polite to them. It was almost certain that the 2 of them would leave the martial arts branch, but no one expected Dean Xianxia to leave so quickly. From this, it could be seen how dissatisfied Dean Lin was with the 2 of them. This mobilization also brought about a detrimental effect. The prestige of the martial arts branch was affected to a certain extent, especially in front of an ordinary student like Chu Nan. The leaders of the martial arts branch would probably no longer have any prestige. Of course, this was a good thing for Chu Nan. For example, when the teacher in charge of this public lecture saw Chu Nan walk up to him, the smile on his face became even more amiable. However, the words he said made Chu Nan's eyebrows stand on end. Chu Nan, Director Sun wants to see you. Chapter 383. 15 minutes later, Chu Nan appeared outside the office of the academic director of the martial arts branch. He hesitated for a moment before raising his hand to knock. Who is it? Sun Xiangren's voice sounded. Director Sun, it is me, Chu Nan. There was silence in the room for a moment before footsteps sounded. Then, the door was pulled open, revealing Sun Xiangren's calm and clearly exhausted face. You are here. Come in. Chu Nan followed Sun Xiangren in and was surprised to discover that the room seemed to be undergoing a cleanup. Many messy things had been placed out, and some things were clearly still in a state of packing. I am leaving tomorrow. Today is my last day in the academy. Seeing Chu Nan's surprise, Sun Xiangren explained. Chu Nan looked at him in surprise. Although everyone knew that after Dean Seamandy was transferred away, Sun Xianxia would definitely not be able to escape, now that they heard him say that it was his last day here, Chu Nan still could not help but feel something. In fact, this matter was really a little strange. He was only an ordinary student who had just entered Star Cloud Academy for less than a month, but he had caused such a huge commotion because of a matter. In the end, he forced away the most powerful dean and academic director of the martial arts branch. Under normal circumstances, this should be impossible, but now, it was truly displayed in front of him. I know that you definitely think that you forced me and Dean Seamandy away, Sun Xianxia said, but that is not the case. Although your matter is a very important factor, the main problem is that Dean Lin has long wanted to remove us. At this point, Sun Xianxia smiled bitterly and shook his head. Forget it, why should I tell you these things? From your point of view, there is nothing wrong with what you did this time. You are only fighting for your own rights. Instead, I have let you down. I should apologize to you. Chu Nan was a little surprised. Sun Xianxia had been the academic director of the martial arts branch for 13 years. In private, he was called a demon by those senior students. When had they ever heard him take the initiative to apologize to a student? Of course, this did not lower the hatred Chu Nan had for him. Sun Xianxia's performance before and after this incident, as well as in the ultimate arbitration, had long made him sentence Sun Xianxia to damnation in his heart. It was impossible for his attitude to change just because of an apology. I do not expect you to forgive me. Sun Xianxia clearly understood this and coolly expressed his thoughts. I was indeed wrong in this matter. I have no right to refute. However, every time I think about it, I sigh in my mind. This matter should not have reached this stage. Chu Nan could not help but sneer. What, do you regret it now? Why didn't you regret it when you slandered me previously? Sun Xianxia glanced at Chu Nan and smiled. I know, you must have a lot of complaints. I do not expect to obtain your understanding, nor do I want you to change your opinion of me. I only wanted to mention a few things to you this time. It has a lot to do with you. Oh. Firstly, every student only has one chance to propose the ultimate arbitration. Now that you have already used this opportunity, even if there are similar situations in the future, you do not have the qualifications to do this again. Do you understand? Of course, I know this. Chu Nan sneered again. If not for the fact that I was forced into a corner by you, I would not have chosen to use such an intense method. This will not be beneficial to my future studies in the academy. Very good. It seems that you are indeed not such a rash child as I expected. Sun Xianxia revealed a gratified smile. The second thing I want to tell you is that you did not have to use the ultimate arbitration this time because I never wanted you to really drop out. Are you joking? Chu Nan could not help but raise his voice. It has only been a week, and you plan to deny what you said in the ultimate arbitration. I did not forget, but under the circumstances, I had to choose between the martial arts branch and you. Who do you think I would choose? Chu Nan sneered. Of course, he understood this principle, but the result of Sun Xianxia choosing the martial arts branch was that he would be the sacrifice. He naturally did not agree. What I want to say is that the reason why this matter ended up like this is because I underestimated your ability too much. I really did not expect you to really study so many martial techniques in such a short period of time. I have worked in Star Cloud Academy for so many years, but I have never seen a student with such talent. Then you see it now. Yes, I see it now. Sun Xianxia nodded. I have learned a lesson from you. No matter what, do not easily deny any possibility. Perhaps it is because I have been this director for too many years that I am already used to making judgments from my own perspective. That is why I made a huge mistake and lost my integrity. Chu Nan glanced at the white hair on Sun Xianxia's temples and remained silent. The second reason is that there was too little communication between us. I unilaterally denied your ability and made a judgment, but I did not communicate with you enough, causing you to misunderstand that the branch would punish you extremely severely. In fact, that is not the case at all. If we had enough good communication previously, I believe this matter would not have ended up like this. Chu Nan sneered. Director Sun, do not forget that you represent the high and mighty leader of the academy. Any of your decisions might not be much in your eyes, but in the eyes of ordinary students like us, it is a very serious matter. You are right. The reason why this matter turned out like this is completely because I have already lost the quality I should have as a teacher, so I feel that I am no longer worthy of staying in this position. Coincidentally, I am old enough and can use this opportunity to finally retire. It is not a bad choice. Chu Nan glanced at the messy items around him and did not comment. Before I leave, other than apologizing to you, I also want to tell you a piece of good news in advance. Sun Xianxia suddenly smiled. The standard of the branch's martial arts evaluation has been modified. From tomorrow onwards, you can submit another martial arts exchange point application and obtain a large number of points as a reward. With your strength, I believe you can quickly obtain enough points from this to quickly become a higher grade student. Apart from that, I also need to give you a warning. Although according to the new points system, you can even increase the levels of the students without taking a step out of the academy. If you want to become the top S rank student, you have to participate in more combat trials. This is because combat is a very important factor in the test standards of the branch. You should go take a look at the academy's library more often. Although there are no specific martial techniques inside, it maintains the casual records of many martial artists. Inside is the comprehension of these martial artists towards their cultivation, and it is very helpful for you to improve yourself. A portion of it is specially reserved to store all kinds of comprehension regarding breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate. I believe you definitely need this. The academy's curriculum is actually very flexible. You can In this not-so-large office, an old man who was about to retire seemed to want to hand over everything he knew as he rambled on. Chapter 384. Internal breath flowed through his meridians. As soon as they surged out of the main meridians, they instantly divided into more than 100 streams and flowed into the hundreds of connected secondary meridians. After circulating again, they seeped into tens of thousands of extremely small fine meridians scattered densely in the body. Then, they seeped out of the surface of the body and formed a high-frequency vibration state at the same time, covering the entire surface of the body. A large amount of spatial energy was instantly attracted and seeped into his body through his entire body. Then, it circulated throughout his body through tens of thousands of fine meridians along with the trajectory of his internal breath. Then, it formed a simple cycle in his dantian and flowed out. His internal breath had always been maintained, and the spatial energy had always circulated outside and in his body. After maintaining this cycle for more than 10 times, his internal breath suddenly moved and changed its trajectory. The spatial energy attracted by his internal breath immediately changed its trajectory, and the cycle formed in his dantian also changed slightly. After continuing this cycle for more than 10 times, his internal breath moved again. Chu Nan gently exhaled and stopped his internal breath circulation before concentrating. Be it what Angie Prairie had said herself or the various information he had read in the library management, they all showed the same reason. If he wanted to break through the cosmic heaven's gate, he had to first complete a complete spatial energy cycle in his body and have the ability to maintain it. In layman's terms, it was to form an internal cosmos in his body. However, the deeper Chu Nan cultivated his internal breath and his understanding of spatial energy, the more he discovered a problem. It was not a problem for the so-called internal cosmos to temporarily form. He could even allow spatial energy to form many complete circulation channels in his body at the same time. In layman's terms, it was to form many internal cosmos at the same time. However, he could not maintain it forever. At first, he felt that this was because his internal breath was not deep enough. However, after cultivating for a period of time, he discovered that this was not the main problem. This was because the existence of the internal cosmos was to maintain a fixed and stable spatial energy circulation channel. Although it was related to the strength of internal breath, it was not the most important factor. The most important factor was the structure of this spatial passageway, which was the internal cosmos. To put it bluntly, every complete internal breath cultivation method would give a detailed plan for the key to breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate to build an internal cosmos and help martial artists who cultivated this cultivation method build an internal cosmos. However, although there were some relevant descriptions in the cultivation method of the 9 revolutions technique left behind by Xianxia, it was extremely vague and had very little reference. Moreover, Chu Nan had already changed the 9 revolutions technique beyond recognition with his powerful data ability. It completely exceeded the scope of cultivation in the cultivation method left behind by Xianxia. Therefore, even if he left such a cultivation method, Chu Nan could not use it. The method that was suitable for Chu Nan could only be explored by himself. Chu Nan thought for a moment and picked up a book beside him to flip to the page he had just opened. What was recorded on it was a detailed record of a martial artist who had created his own cultivation method to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. Through this detailed record that was personally recorded by this martial artist, Chu Nan could clearly see some of the problems that a martial artist who had created his own cultivation method had encountered when breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate, and it inspired him. In this record, this martial artist had also encountered a problem with the cultivation method when constructing his internal cosmos. The solution he adopted was to explore and experiment bit by bit, circulating the spatial energy according to the trajectory of his internal breath. During this cycle, he discovered that this cycle gradually stabilized. In the end, the internal cosmos formed in his dantian became stable from unstable to stable. Then, he naturally broke through the cosmic heaven's gate and became a void break martial artist. From this record, what this martial artist used was a stupid method. It was similar to martial artists in the overlord body realm who used their internal breath to slowly refine their bodies to increase their strength through persistent cultivation. However, he was using spatial energy to refine it further. It actually gradually stabilized his internal cosmos and finally successfully broke through. What Chu Nan had done earlier was an attempt according to the record he had left. Unlike this martial artist, because Chu Nan had a powerful data ability and could clearly sense any small changes in his body, he did not have to uniformly cultivate according to a trajectory like this martial artist and slowly sense the stable formation of his internal cosmos. Chu Nan only needed to circulate it once to detect if it was effective through the various changes in his body. The experiment results showed that this was indeed an effective method. The first time Chu Nan tried it, he completely circulated his internal breath according to the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique. After circulating it for a cycle, he discovered that there were indeed some changes in the meridians in his body and the vicinity of his meridians, but these changes were extremely weak, so weak that he almost did not discover them with his powerful data ability. This result disappointed him. This was because if he wanted to increase the stability of his internal cosmos according to this increase, he had to at least experience a cycle of more than 100,000 cycles. According to his current meridians and body, he could only endure 36 cycles of cultivation every day. This would take 10 years to complete. This method might be feasible, but Chu Nan would definitely not accept such a long time. Therefore, he tried to use the 5th level of the 9 revolutions technique that he modified next. The result was that this did not bring about any more increase. In fact, when he mobilized all the meridians in his body at the same time for the last time, including the fine meridians, to circulate his internal breath and absorb more spatial energy, he discovered that the increase brought about by the few spatial channels was actually slightly weaker than before. He almost could not sense it. Therefore, he understood that the problem was definitely not in the cultivation method, but something else. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan picked up another book. This was not a notebook record, but a book of pure research nature. The title was On the Deep Tempering of the Body After Breaking Through the Overlord Body Realm. The author was an unknown martial artist. According to the introduction on the title page, he seemed to be a heaven control martial artist from the United States of Meleda. It was unknown who he was. This was an extremely rare paper book in modern society. On every page, there were many reading notes left behind by future generations. It could be said to be very precious information that had already surpassed the extent of ordinary books. If not for the library of the Star Cloud Academy's martial arts branch, it would definitely be very difficult for Chu Nan to come into contact with such a precious thing elsewhere. From this point alone, he was very grateful to Sun Xiangren. Not only did Sun Xiangren tell Chu Nan that there was a lot of information that was beneficial to him in the library, he even gave him a special authority in advance, allowing him to enter the library at will and even read most of the information. To ordinary students, the information in the library was also divided into levels and needed to be borrowed according to the students' levels. With the information Chu Nan had seen, he, a newly promoted E-rank student, could not come into contact with it. Clearly, this was some compensation from Sun Xiangren to Chu Nan, so he obediently accepted it. In the end, it is still related to the body. Chu Nan flipped through the book again and confirmed this conclusion. After thinking for a moment, he had a thought. Perhaps, I can try this. Chapter 385. The attempt Chu Nan wanted to make was not troublesome, but if it fell into the eyes of others, they would definitely find it unbelievable. He flipped his left palm and internal breath surged out, forming a high-frequency vibration state in his palm. Soon, a small amount of spatial energy was attracted, but under his deliberate control, it did not enter his meridians. Instead, it circled near his palm. Then, through his precise internal breath control, it formed a simple energy cycle inside his palm. In other words, he was constructing an internal cosmos in his hands. Chu Nan recorded the various data changes brought about by this energy cycle, and a ball of purple aura appeared in his palm. Purple Cloud 8 Desolate's Body Tempering Technique. Under the special effect of the Purple Cloud 8 Desolate's body tempering technique, Chu Nan's palm began to undergo a subtle change. His fingers became slightly shorter and thicker, and his palm became slightly swollen. As the palm itself changed, the internal cosmos in the palm was not too affected. It still maintained the shared cycle of spatial energy and internal breath, but the effect of this spatial energy on the palm had an obvious change. After repeating this for a period of time, Chu Nan confirmed his previous deduction. In the end, constructing a stable internal cosmos had the most direct relationship with his body. In fact, he did not need to deduce this conclusion at all. Half a year ago, in the West Cloud Planet's martial arts competition, Mu Yatong had already told him clearly that because his body had not been tempered enough, it would be very difficult for him to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future. Later on, more martial artists told him about this cruel reality. Many people even took his inability to break through the cosmic heaven's gate as inevitable. However, Chu Nan knew it before, but he did not know why. Why was it very difficult to break through the cosmic heaven's gate if one's body was not tempered enough? Was there a direct relationship? Now, Chu Nan finally understood. If he wanted to break through the cosmic heaven's gate, he had to have a stable internal cosmos. Only then could he ensure the stable circulation of spatial energy, allowing martial artists to easily control spatial energy. If he wanted to form a stable internal cosmos, he had to build it on a sufficiently strong physical foundation. Otherwise, like Chu Nan, although spatial energy could complete a cycle in his body, it would be extremely difficult to stabilize it due to the influence of his body. Any flaw in the body would cause a certain fluctuation in the spatial energy when it circulated. No matter how small it was, it might affect the stability of the internal cosmos and make it impossible to maintain precise control of the spatial energy. Think about it. Even if you barely formed an internal cosmos and used spatial energy to fly into the sky like a true void break martial artist, there was suddenly a problem. Then, you lost control of spatial energy and fell from the sky. That would be really beautiful. At the same time, through this research, Chu Nan finally understood why Mu Yatong had emphasized that he had not become an internal breath realm martial artist before he became an adult, so it was very difficult for him to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. Specifically, the cultivation of an internal breath martial artist had already reached a certain extent. By cultivating this internal breath cultivation method, they had already completed the refinement of the various parts of the corresponding body. Next, they only needed to form the corresponding spatial energy circulation channel through this cultivation method and construct a stable internal cosmos. If one did not reach the level of an internal breath realm martial artist before they became an adult, no matter what cultivation method they cultivated, the result would be that they would fail to construct an internal cosmos because of some flaws in their body. If one looked at this deduction in reverse, one would discover that once a martial artist cultivated only one internal breath cultivation method, their body refinement would be limited to this cultivation method. The subsequent construction of the internal cosmos had to be built on the foundation of this cultivation method. Although there were definitely those talented martial artists who could take another path, this was undoubtedly extremely difficult. Therefore, most martial artists would work hard to cultivate an internal breath cultivation method to the highest realm, or simply create their own cultivation method. However, Chu Nan was different from all martial artists. With his powerful data ability, his understanding of internal breath cultivation methods was no longer limited to a single cultivation method. Although the foundation of his cultivation was the 9 revolutions technique, his modification and expansion of the 9 revolutions technique had long far exceeded the scope left behind by Su Suanshen. Unlike other martial artists who were limited to 1, 2, or 3 internal breath cultivation methods, causing the circulation pattern of their internal breath to be limited to a portion of their meridians, causing the body refinement to be correspondingly fixed, the final internal cosmos was actually different from before. Chu Nan could already circulate his internal breath throughout his entire body and even enter every fine meridian. Therefore, in theory, Chu Nan could refine and perfect every part of his body. He could also make the construction method of his internal cosmos millions of times without any limitations and even produce it on his palm like before. He believed that if he could refine his entire body, his achievements after breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate would definitely be much stronger than ordinary void break martial artists. The key problem now was how to completely refine his body. Like Marshal Kimikov, who continuously tempered his body while injuring his bones and repairing them. In the past, Chu Nan felt that this method was not bad, but now that he knew more information, especially after he grasped more cultivation methods, this method was no longer the only choice. Chu Nan thought for a moment and lowered his head to look at the time displayed on his personal terminal. Then, he put away the books and information he had borrowed and returned them. With his data ability that was like an artificial intelligence, he only needed to read these books and information once to completely remember them. He did not really need to borrow them. Walking out of the library, Chu Nan looked up at the relatively bright sky and opened his personal terminal to send a communication request to Elvy. The call was quickly picked up. Seeing Elvy appear on the virtual screen, Chu Nan waved at her. "Ha, Elvy, I happen to have some free time now. Didn't you say that you wanted me to assist you in your experiment? How about you come over now?" Elvy was stunned for a moment before she immediately nodded happily. All right. I've been waiting for you to come. You can do it now." Wait, you have to submit an application before entering the laboratory. However, it's fine. I'll arrange it. Come over. I'll wait for you." "Alright, I'm coming over." Chu Nan closed his personal terminal and was about to head to the Life Science Academy. He had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly felt something amiss. When he looked up, he saw a black shadow quickly landing in front of him. "Chu Nan, I've finally caught you." Feng Ningzi looked straight at Chu Nan. There was no smile on his face, but he did not appear cold and could not see anything strange. "I have a question I've wanted to ask you for a long time." Chapter 386. Chu Nan looked at him in confusion before realizing. A few days ago, before the matter of the ultimate arbitration appeared, Feng Ningzi had once looked for him and said that he had a question to ask him. However, at that time, Chu Nan felt that his attitude was bad and ignored him. Now, he actually appeared again. "What? You still want me to leave with you?" When he recalled Feng Ningzi's arrogant attitude last time, Chu Nan replied impatiently. "Humph, we should fight sooner or later," Feng Ningzi sneered. "However, not now. I only want to ask you a question now. I hope you can answer me." "Hey, do you always have this attitude when asking others questions?" Chu Nan did not expect his attitude to still be so bad this time and could not help but shake his head in dissatisfaction. "If you continue to be like this, I am not interested in answering. Your attitude is not important. You only need to tell me, did you complete the points exchange application for the March God killing palm yourself?" "What? You are still suspecting this after the ultimate arbitration?" Chu Nan frowned. "If I didn't complete it myself, could it be that you helped me complete it? If it was before the ultimate arbitration, I would be very suspicious. But now..." Feng Ningzi narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up Chu Nan. "I really didn't expect you to have such a high talent in martial arts research. No wonder you can improve so quickly. Thank you for your praise, but I am tired of hearing this. You are done asking questions, right? I am leaving." They were both famous people from the 2 academies who were directly related to star-grade martial artists. Chu Nan and Angie Prairie could be considered to be very close, but he definitely did not think that he could become closer to Feng Ningzi. This guy's temper was as bad as the rumors. The few times he interacted with him, he only left a bad impression. He was not interested in interacting with him. "Wait." Feng Ningzi stretched out his hand and stopped Chu Nan. "Chu Nan, how about we make a deal?" "Deal?" Chu Nan looked at him in surprise. "I have seen the in-depth analysis report you proposed for the March God killing palm. Although it is very good, I think it is not enough. There should be room to continue improving. What do you think?" "So what if there is? If you have the ability to further improve the March God killing palm, we can make a deal. Help me continue to improve the March God killing palm in a deeper manner. It is best if it can be raised to the level of a D-rank martial technique compared to the one you mentioned in the report. If you can do it, I can give you a sufficiently satisfactory reward." Seeing the serious expression on Feng Ningzi's face, Chu Nan could not help but feel a trace of interest. He knew that a person like Feng Ningzi would definitely not come specially to joke with him. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "What reward do you plan to give me to satisfy me?" "This will depend on your choice. Be it Federation coins or anything else, as long as I can do it, you can ask." "You are serious?" "Of course." Chu Nan carefully looked at Feng Ningzi and saw that his gaze was honest. He nodded and said, "Alright, I need all your insights before and after breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate. Can you give them to me?" Feng Ningzi revealed a surprised expression and glanced at Chu Nan before nodding in thought. "That is right. What you need the most at the moment is indeed these things." "Alright, I promise you. Apart from all the details of my own breakthrough to the cosmic heaven's gate, as long as your improvements to the March God killing palm can satisfy me, I will also help you obtain a few more pieces of relevant information. How about it?" "Alright, the deal is established." Chu Nan paused for a moment and stretched out his hand to Feng Ningzi. Feng Mingzi also paused for a moment and hesitated before reaching out to shake Chu Nan's hand, then quickly letting go. I will ask one last question. Chu Nan asked curiously, why are you so obsessed with the March God killing poem? You definitely do not need to cultivate this mere F-rank martial technique. In addition, if you really want to improve this martial technique, you should have many choices, right? This is none of your business. It is fine as long as you remember our deal, Feng Mingzi said coldly. He tapped his feet and his body soared into the air. A moment later, he had already disappeared into the distance. Damn, so what if you can fly? Looking at Feng Mingzi's figure far away, Chu Nan could not help but curse. There were many void break martial artists in the academy, but not many would fly around for no reason like Feng Mingzi. After shaking off the doubts in his mind, Chu Nan continued to stride towards the Life Science Academy. Due to the unexpected delay by Feng Mingzi, when he rushed to the Life Science Academy, Elvy was already prepared. Under Elvy's instructions, he successfully found the Life Research building in the corner of the branch and saw her waiting at the door. Brother Chu Nan, you are finally here. When Elvy saw him, she ran over happily. Chu Nan glanced at the ordinary white coat on her body that completely covered her figure and could not help but laugh. You are simply like a doctor. Is that so? Elvy smiled. This is our experiment suit. It looks very simple, but it is actually very technical. It can automatically sterilize and purify and maintain a constant temperature. At the same time, the cloth is very soft and will not affect our movements at all. It is much stronger than those doctors' uniforms. If you do not believe me, touch it. Elvy grabbed Chu Nan's hand and touched his sleeve. As she had said, the cloth was soft and felt extremely good. Moreover, it revealed a trace of warmth. It must feel extremely good to wear it in the early spring. Heh, your Life Science Academy is really rich and imposing. They actually gave you students such awesome uniforms. Look at the uniform of our martial arts branch, it is not much better than the roadside goods outside. Chu Nan pointed at the academy uniform on him and complained. Elvy chuckled, no, this is the uniform of a branch researcher. Ordinary students do not have it. Oh, wait. Chu Nan looked at Elvy in surprise. You mean, you are already a researcher? Are you not a new student? Elvy puffed out her chest proudly. I told you long ago. I am a genius in the genetic engineering department. I am already an expert in this aspect. Chu Nan turned around slightly to prevent his gaze from involuntarily landing on Elvy's body, which was extremely incompatible with her age and appearance. He sighed and shook his head. When Dunleavy told me this previously, I did not believe it. I did not expect you to be so amazing. Of course. Elvy pulled Chu Nan and walked into the research building with him. Brother Chu Nan, you came at the right time. I have already obtained the exact result of your genetic analysis. I compared your genes with the genetic specimens of the 13 void break martial artists and discovered. Elvy turned to look at Chu Nan with an abnormally strange expression. From the perspective of genetic engineering, Brother Chu Nan, your genetic characteristics are simply. What? I cannot compare to those void break martial artists at all? It is impossible for me to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. No, it is not that. What I mean is that your genetic characteristics are very special. You are simply inhuman. Ha! Chapter 387. Come, Brother Chu Nan, lie down on it. I want to do a full body scan on you and evaluate your human characteristics. To Chu Nan's surprise, Elvy actually had a laboratory that belonged to her in this research building that should be very important to the Life Science Academy. Moreover, it was not small. From this, it could be seen that she was really valued in the Life Science Academy. Her status was probably higher than Feng Mingzi and Angie Prairie in the martial arts branch. Chu Nan glanced at the familiar device and was not in a hurry to lie down. If you want to obtain me for full body data analysis, I have many ready-made ones here. Do you want them? Elvy was a little strange, but then she shook her head. No, if it is the physical test your martial arts branch did when you entered the academy, that will not do. This is because that is only the simplest physical inspection. Many places are not detailed enough. Heh, the data I have here is not those low-level things. You will know when you see it. Chu Nan smiled and displayed the data saved in the laboratory on his personal terminal. Elvy glanced at it and her originally puzzled eyes immediately widened. How is this possible? It is actually so detailed? Oh, God, Brother Chu Nan, where did you get these data? This is much stronger than ours. The Natem Chamber of Commerce is in charge. What do you think? Chu Nan laughed and told Elvy the source of the data. In fact, these data were the data on the human data test report that the Natem Chamber of Commerce had done to him when he was cooperating with them. Of course, he had stayed behind to analyze it himself. Now, it was useful. So it is the Natem Chamber of Commerce. No wonder it is so detailed. Elvy nodded. Although the equipment in this laboratory is one of the best in our Earth Federation, it cannot even compare to the equipment of the United States of Meleta, let alone the Natem Chamber of Commerce. However, Brother Chu Nan, why did the Natem Chamber of Commerce test you in such detail? I have a martial artist-related cooperation agreement with them. These data are also provided for your research, Chu Nan explained. Oh, I have heard of a relevant plan by the Natem Chamber of Commerce. I did not expect you to be involved. Yes, I will actually only go there once in a while. It is not a big deal. How is it? Do you think these data can be used? Elvy carefully read the latest human test data Chu Nan had provided in the Natem Chamber of Commerce and nodded. Yes, these data are very detailed and can allow me to have a very deep understanding of your physical condition. From these data, Brother Chu Nan, your body is indeed different from others. What? I am not human. Chu Nan smiled. Elvy immediately laughed and waved her hand. That is not the case. Look, this is your cell activity data. Did you discover that your data is terrifyingly high? Yes, those guys from the Nottem Chamber of Commerce mentioned this. What is wrong? Is there a problem? It is not a problem, but from the perspective of genetic engineering, it just so happens to match your extremely special genetic characteristics. Brother Chu Nan, how long have you cultivated the flame of life? Let me think. I should have known Angie Prairie nearly 2 months ago. Then, cultivating the flame of life is only a month and a half. That is not right. Elvy was a little puzzled. If it is only a month and a half, the effect of the flame of life should not be that exaggerated. Moreover, this report was nearly 2 months ago. At that time, you had clearly experienced a genetic mutation. Wait, a genetic mutation? This does not sound like a good thing. Seeing Chu Nan's nervous expression, Elvy could not help but purse her lips and chuckle. There is no need to be afraid. Genetic mutation is only a neutral adjective. Some mutations will indeed only bring bad consequences, but there are also many mutations that will bring good results. Your current genetic mutation is only relative to ordinary people, and it is not bad. If I have to say it, I think it is similar to what happened to Supremacy Ovally. Oh, but I did not learn the flame of life 2 months ago. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan reacted. Right, the special cultivation method I know is very similar to the effect of the flame of life. Is it related to this? Is it that high-frequency vibration internal breath? Elvy asked. Yes. Elvy pondered for a moment and gestured for Chu Nan to sit beside an instrument. Then, she let him reach in and wrap his arm. Brother Chu Nan, control your high-frequency vibration internal breath to circulate in your arm a few times. I will observe the effect. Yes. With a thought, a trace of internal breath flowed out and quickly flowed in his arm. Elvy stared at the virtual screen in front of her with an extremely focused expression. From time to time, she would mutter something softly. Chu Nan looked at her with great interest. Ever since he got to know Elvy, her image in Chu Nan's heart had always been that of a girl. Now, this was the first time he had seen her focus on something and actually emit a different charm that made people ignore her age. After a while, Elvy stopped the device and thought for a moment before gesturing for Chu Nan to use the flame of life on his arm. Chu Nan did as he was told. Elvy was busy observing and recording again. Then, Chu Nan took the initiative to suggest that he could use the flame of life and high-frequency vibration internal breath at the same time, naturally obtaining Elvy's approval. After repeating this for 2 rounds, Elvy finally stopped. Brother Chu Nan, I am even more certain now. After observing and calculating the data for a while, Elvy's expression became abnormally excited. Not only can the flame of life change the external characteristics of the human body, it can even deeply affect the genes. The reason why Supremacy Ovally can regain her youth is because she has cultivated the flame of life to a sufficiently powerful level. Your high-frequency vibration internal breath is essentially similar to the flame of life. Moreover, I feel that it is even stronger than the flame of life in some places because you have only cultivated this cultivation method for more than half a year. I feel that if you can study it deeply, you might be able to regain your youth. Chu Nan could not help but laugh. I am not even 20 years old yet. What age regression? What child? I am only describing that. Elvy stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. In short, I am definitely not wrong. With the flame of life and high-frequency vibration internal breath, you can even directly change your genes. Then, the external characteristics of the human body will naturally be even better. Yes, what I mean is that your physical problem can definitely be solved. It is complete nonsense that Supremacy Muyatong said that you cannot break through the cosmic heaven's gate because of your body. Looking at Elvy's excited expression, Chu Nan smiled. Alright, tell me how to improve it. Elvy looked at Chu Nan with bright eyes. Brother Chu Nan, do you trust me? Of course I trust you. Otherwise, why would I come to find you? Alright, take off your clothes first. Ah. Chapter 388. When Chu Nan walked out of the laboratory, he discovered that the sky had already turned dark. Looking down at the time, it was already past 7 p.m. Elvy sent Chu Nan out of the laboratory and waved at him. Brother Chu Nan, tell Sister Angie Prairie that I won't be going today. I want to study these data properly. There's no need to be so anxious, right? It's not like I have to get the results today, Chu Nan said in surprise. In the experiment just now, Elvy had checked him in all aspects. However, unlike the checkup he did in the Nottem Chamber of Commerce, Elvy's checkup was more focused on the subtle changes in Chu Nan's body. According to her, her goal was to figure out the specific reason why the cultivation method Chu Nan cultivated could change the genes of the human body. Then, she would help him adjust and improve himself through this research to complete the breakthrough of the cosmic heaven's gate. In fact, Chu Nan did not think much of this. After all, no matter how talented Elvy was in genetic engineering, she was only a 14-year-old girl and was only a student of Star Cloud Academy. Be it experience, qualifications, or equipment, she was clearly lacking. It was impossible for her to develop such important research so easily. Moreover, in terms of the relationship between martial techniques and genes, Supremacy Ovally was clearly the top expert in this aspect. If Chu Nan really wanted to obtain help in this aspect, it was clearly easier to find her. However, Elvy looked excited and confident, so Chu Nan naturally would not disappoint her. In any case, so be it. It was not like he would lose anything. However, when he recalled that Elvy had forced him to take off only his underwear and was still pinching his body everywhere with a scrutinizing expression, Chu Nan could not help but feel a chill in his heart. This girl usually looked like a very normal girl, but when she was doing professional research, she immediately seemed to have changed her appearance. But I'm anxious. Elvy smiled and pushed Chu Nan. Alright, brother Chu Nan, go first. I plan to stay in the laboratory all night. If you still have time after your date with Sister Angie Prairie, you can help me do research. What date? I'm just going to meet and eat. Before Chu Nan could finish speaking, Elvy suddenly made a face at him and closed the door. Then, he heard a strange sound coming from the laboratory. It seemed that she had already excitedly started to study it again. No wonder she can become an expert in this aspect at such a young age. Chu Nan shook his head and turned to walk out. Today, he had originally arranged to meet Elvy, Angie Prairie, and the other two for a meal. However, he did not expect that Elvy was addicted to studying his problem. Not only did she not even eat, she even planned to stay up all night. Will Angie Prairie be disappointed if she finds out that Elvy didn't come? Just as Chu Nan was thinking about this, a figure suddenly darted out and stood in front of him. What's wrong today? Chu Nan could not help but laugh. When he left the martial arts branch just now, he was stopped by Feng Mingzi. Now that he was about to leave the Life Science Academy, another person ran over and stopped him. Chu Nan, what were you doing in Miss Elvy's laboratory just now? The person's expression was gloomy, and his tone revealed a chill and anger. He looked at Chu Nan with an extremely unfriendly gaze. Chu Nan focused his gaze and thought for a moment before recognizing him. This guy was one of the male students who had pestered Elvy last time. Looking at his gaze staring at his chest, Chu Nan lowered his head in confusion and discovered that a part of his chest was open. He had not had the time to button the two buttons when he put on his clothes again. With his current disheveled appearance and his actions of having just left Elvy's laboratory, it was indeed very easy to misunderstand something. Chu Nan looked at the nervous and angry expression of the guy opposite him and found it funny. He originally wanted to make a joke to agitate the other party, but on second thought, he felt that this would affect Elvy's innocence, so he pretended to be calm with a trace of surprise and asked, "Just an experiment. What else can I do?" That boy was stunned by Chu Nan's question before he looked at him suspiciously and then at the laboratory behind him. He thought for a moment and his expression softened for a moment before he glared at him even more fiercely. "I'm warning you, don't approach Miss Elvy anymore. I've already sent people to investigate. Your family is only an ordinary farmer on the Purple Cloud planet. You're not worthy of Miss Elvy at all. I don't know how you tricked her into calling you brother. If I tell Miss Elvy's family about this, you're dead." Chu Nan was even more amused. He looked at this boy who should be a year or two older than him and asked, "What, do you like Elvy? You want to pursue her? It's none of your business." The boy shouted with a cold expression. "In any case, I won't allow you to pester Miss Elvy again. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences." Chu Nan put away the smile on his face and narrowed his eyes to size up the other party before nodding. "In that case, you shouldn't be the one who sent those people last time." "What?" The boy was stunned. Chu Nan thought for a moment and patted his shoulder before asking, "I want to ask you about someone." The boy took a step back warily. "Who do you want to ask?" "Let me tell you, I won't tell you casually." Chu Nan laughed. "There's no need to be nervous. I'm just casually asking. That guy should be your competitor. His hair is brown, and he looks like this." 10 minutes later, Chu Nan left the Life Science Academy in satisfaction. He had actually unexpectedly heard some information he had long wanted to know from that boy. When he was attacked by Kamel and the others, Chu Nan had already suspected that the middle-aged man who entrusted them to attack should be related to the male students who were pestering Elvy that day. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to have coincidentally threatened those guys in front of Elvy and suffered targeted revenge. According to the information provided by the boy earlier, a middle-aged man indeed often appeared beside the brown-haired boy called Kalenka. There was indeed a very eye-catching mole on his neck, so Chu Nan easily confirmed that the person who instructed Kamel and the others was this guy called Kalenka. As for why he did not hide anything and allowed Chu Nan to easily find out this information, it was probably because he did not take Chu Nan seriously. This was because according to the boy who called himself Joshua, with Elvy's status, commoners were not qualified to approach her. The boys who pursued her had sufficient family background. What right does an ordinary person from a farmer's family have to approach Miss Elvy? When he recalled that Joshua still had a disdainful expression when he spoke of this, Chu Nan could not help but laugh again. This guy was clearly older than him, so why was he so childish? How old was he? He still kept talking about his family background. It was simply a fool's dream to win Elvy's favor. Of course, from his point of view, this made sense. After all, Elvy's family background was extraordinary. According to common theory, her future marriage partner should be similar to her in terms of family background. It was indeed impossible for a boy from an ordinary farmer's family like Chu Nan to have any interaction with her. Speaking of which, these guys are really anxious. Although Elvy has developed well, she's only 14 years old after all. What's the hurry? Chu Nan shook his head and smiled as he quickly walked towards the location he had agreed on with Angie Prairie. Chapter 389. School had long ended, but the office of the Dean of Star Cloud Academy was still brightly lit. Lin Mingdao pinched the bridge of his nose and blinked hard a few times. He exhaled, picked up the cup on the table, and drank a mouthful of water. He stood up and walked around the huge dean's office twice. Every time he felt tired, he would use this method to relieve himself. In the 7 years he had been the dean, he had repeated this method countless times. Of course, it was not easy to be the dean of Star Cloud Academy. The pressure of work in all aspects was enough to make ordinary people feel suffocated. Lin Mingdao could handle most days with ease now, but this time, he still felt very tired. Although more than a week had passed since the ultimate arbitration, and on the surface, the commotion had already passed, the effect was actually far from fading. It could even be said to have just begun. To most students and people who did not know the exact situation, this was only an ultimate arbitration proposed by a student. In the end, this student won. Nothing else was involved. To be able to make one of them be transferred away because of this matter and the other choose to directly resign and retire, in the eyes of many people, the effect was already very great. However, in Lin Mingdao's opinion, this was only a small matter. From his point of view as the dean, the most serious consequence of this matter was to shake the official prestige of the academy. Although he had made Dean Xianxia and Sun Xiangran leave their positions, he could not salvage the situation. Fortunately, up until now, this matter was still limited to Star Cloud Academy and did not spread widely. Otherwise, just the first time in decades that a student of Star Cloud Academy proposed the ultimate arbitration was already a very sensational piece of news. It would definitely attract the attention of countless people and make the entire Star Cloud Academy suffer an even greater shock. Thinking of this, Lin Mingdao could not help but smile bitterly. In fact, in the beginning, he did not mind Chu Nan proposing the ultimate arbitration. Although no student had taken this out in the past few decades, in fact, according to the rules, the higher-ups of Star Cloud Academy had the right to reject the application, making it impossible to implement this ultimate arbitration. However, Lin Mingdao had previously learned of the existence of Chu Nan from other aspects and had some additional impressions of him. Therefore, when he knew that he was actually forced by the martial arts branch to propose the ultimate arbitration, he was actually a little angry. What was the reason for a student to be forced to choose such an almost impossible method that would greatly affect his future? Coincidentally, Lin Mingdao was already quite dissatisfied with some of the things that Xianxia had done in the martial arts branch, so he planned to take the opportunity to make a fuss. His original intention was only to warn Xianxia. As for this ultimate arbitration, he definitely had to let the martial arts branch win in the end. After all, protecting the prestige of the branch was something that he had to do as the leader of the academy. As for Chu Nan, he was only an ordinary student in the end. At most, he would be compensated in the future. However, the development of the truth exceeded everyone's expectations and Lin Mingdao's expectations. Although Chu Nan's talent was not bad, he was only an ordinary student in the end. No one had expected that he actually had a powerful ability that completely exceeded common sense. Moreover, he had clearly displayed this in front of everyone in the ultimate arbitration, causing everyone to no longer doubt him. When Chu Nan announced that he had uploaded the 10 analysis reports to the Academy's intranet, Lin Mingdao saw the dejected faces of the evaluation committee members and immediately understood that Chu Nan had already won this ultimate arbitration. Therefore, he indeed interrupted the struggling performance of Xianxia and Sun Xiangran and let this ultimate arbitration end. As for the results of the subsequent handling of Xianxia, it was only natural. As for Sun Xiangran, Lin Mingdao actually did not plan to remove him so quickly. After all, he had worked in the martial arts branch for even longer than Lin Mingdao in the academy. However, Sun Xiangran insisted on resigning, so Lin Mingdao could only let him be. The intense commotion of the martial arts branch was still ongoing, and the effect on the entire Star Cloud Academy could not fade. However, ordinary students could not see these things. When he recalled that these things that made his hair turn white were all caused by Chu Nan, Lin Mingdao could only smile bitterly and shake his head again. After walking around the office, he opened his personal terminal and chose to send a private communication request. After a while, the call was picked up, and a face that many citizens of the Federation were very familiar with appeared on the virtual screen. Mu Yatong. Mingdao, why did you suddenly think of looking for me today? Mu Yatong, who always had a serious expression in the impression of others, revealed a gentle and amiable smile when he saw Lin Mingdao, as if he was a different person. In fact, if it was someone who knew the past of the two of them, they would not feel strange when they saw this scene. In fact, the father of the two of them had a good relationship. The two of them had been good friends who had played together since they were young. However, after he grew up, Mu Yatong chose to continue persisting in the martial Dao and finally became a star-grade martial artist. As for Lin Mingdao, he chose to work in the education industry and finally became the dean of Star Cloud Academy. Either of them could be considered the top figures in their respective fields, but they still maintained communication in private. Yatong, have you seen the martial technique analysis reports I sent you 2 days ago? Lin Mingdao asked bluntly. I roughly glanced at them. Mu Yatong did not seem to mind. The things Lin Mingdao sent him involved some of the lowest F-rank martial techniques. Of course, they were not taken seriously by a star-grade martial artist like him. If not for the fact that Lin Mingdao had personally sent them to him, he would not have even looked at them. What do you think of the information inside? Lin Mingdao asked again. It is not bad. Some of the ideas inside are quite creative, but they are actually not very meaningful. After all, they are only some F-rank martial techniques. No matter how much I study them, I will not be able to improve much. If I have the energy, it is better to study more higher-level martial techniques. Mu Yatong revealed a trace of doubt. Did a teacher in your academy do this out of boredom? No, it is only a student. Lin Mingdao shook his head. Student. Mu Yatong was a little surprised. Are the students of your martial arts branch so free? They actually wasted their energy on these things. He has to spend at least a few years studying more than 100 martial techniques, right? No, this was developed by a new student who had just entered the academy in less than a month, Lin Mingdao said seriously. How is this possible? Mu Yatong widened his eyes in surprise. Although he only roughly glanced at those analysis reports, with his powerful strength as a star-grade martial artist, he could tell at a glance that many of the things in this report could be considered very standard. It was enough to prove that the martial artist who made these reports had an extremely profound understanding of these low-level martial techniques. Moreover, some of the opinions made him involuntarily sigh in surprise. However, they were only F-rank martial techniques after all, so his evaluation was not high. In terms of quality, it was still very high. He was really surprised that such a high-quality report was actually written by a student. Previously, a group of us also felt that it was impossible, so we made a huge mistake. However, now, this student has already proven his ability to all of us. Lin Mingdao sighed. Seeing Lin Mingdao's expression, Mu Yatong frowned slightly and his heart stirred. Mingdao, you specially showed me these things and even deliberately mentioned them now. Could it be that this student is related to me? Chapter 390. Lin Mingdao smiled lightly. Make a guess. Countless thoughts quickly flashed through Mu Yatong's mind before he locked onto one of the names. Could it be Chu Nan? You still remember him? Lin Mingdao nodded lightly. That's right, it's him. This kid has given me a huge headache recently. Mu Yatong shook his head. I'm not concerned about how he will give you a headache. Tell me, is what you said true? Did he really make the 100 analysis reports in less than a month? What else? These are all things from the martial arts database of our academy's martial arts branch. Even if he has the chance to come into contact with one or a few martial techniques, it's impossible for him to come into contact with more than 100 at the same time. Therefore, these things were all made after he entered the academy. There's no doubt about this. Mu Yatong fell silent. After a long time, he asked, why are you telling me this? Actually, I just want to ask you a question. Lin Mingdao's expression became serious. Tell me, is it really impossible for Chu Nan to break through the cosmic heaven's gate? Mu Yatong frowned. Why do you ask? If it was in the past, I would believe your judgment. However, now that I've personally seen his shocking performance, I'm beginning to suspect that your judgment is wrong. How can a genius martial artist with such shocking talent not break through the cosmic heaven's gate? Apart from Lin Mingdao, probably not many people would be so straightforward in front of Mu Yatong, let alone directly doubt the judgment he had made in front of countless people. Do you think very highly of him? Mu Yatong asked. I'm just unwilling to give up on any possibility, Lin Mingdao said seriously. With the powerful talent Chu Nan has displayed now, as long as he can break through the cosmic heaven's gate, I believe he will definitely be one of the most outstanding void break martial artists below the age of 20. After a pause, Lin Mingdao added, you know why I said that? Mu Yatong pondered for a moment and nodded. He sighed, of course I understand. I've already prepared for this for the past few years. Now that there's less than a year left, everyone will hurry. What? Do you think Chu Nan has a chance to participate in the invitation of the royal family of the Declan Empire as the representative of your Star Cloud Academy? If he can break through the cosmic heaven's gate, I feel that he has a lot of hope. However, if he can't even break through the cosmic heaven's gate, then there's clearly no hope. Lin Mingdao had a serious expression, so, tell me now, can he break through the cosmic heaven's gate? In theory, I don't want to hear the theory. Give me a definite answer. Lin Mingdao directly interrupted Mu Yatong. Putting aside the minimum 3 months of preparation needed to deal with the invitation, he only has half a year at most. Do you think he can break through the cosmic heaven's gate in this half a year? Half a year? That's definitely impossible. Mu Yatong shook his head bluntly, then sighed. Actually, I think very highly of his talent. Otherwise, I wouldn't have specially paid attention to him back then. However, you should also know that as a martial artist, it's almost impossible to change the flaw in his body. The foundation he laid previously is too poor. No matter how outstanding his talent is, there's only a trace of possibility of him breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future. However, it's impossible for him to break through in half a year. This time, it was Lin Mingdao who fell silent. Mu Yatong was a star-grade martial artist, so Lin Mingdao would not doubt his judgment. Now that he had used an abnormally certain tone to indicate that it was impossible for Chu Nan to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in half a year, it should be impossible. However, this way, he had no choice but to give up on his previous thoughts. After a while, he sighed. What a pity. If we miss this opportunity, he will definitely be more than 20 years old the next time the royal family of the Declan Empire invites him. We won't have such a precious opportunity to wait for him in the future. Perhaps our Earth Federation will miss an important opportunity because of this. There are many geniuses in the Federation. You don't have to pay attention to him alone. Mu Yatong shook his head. Not to mention anything else, just look at your Star Cloud Academy. There are outstanding young geniuses like Feng Mingzi and Angie Prairie among this batch of new students. Moreover, Feng Mingzi should have already broken through the cosmic heaven's gate, right? He's clearly a better candidate than Chu Nan. He's Feng Nanshan's grandson. No one can guarantee that Feng Nanshan won't recommend him this time. Lin Mingdao frowned slightly. As for Angie Prairie, she's the only disciple of Supremacy Ovally. She'll definitely be sent. The reason why Supremacy Ovally placed her in our academy this time is probably to prepare for the invitation next year. Yes, your Star Cloud Academy does have some good members. If not for the fact that Tianyu is not suitable, I might have thrown him over to train. Forget about that. Chi Tianyu is your proudest disciple. Why would you throw him to me? Speaking of which, with his speed of improvement, he might advance again at this time next year and become a 4th stage void break martial artist, right? It's possible. Mu Yatong nodded and admitted without hiding anything. Then, he should be able to obtain a good performance in this invitation alone. In the end, he should be able to bring back some good things for you and the Federation. I hope so, Mu Yatong replied indifferently before asking. Even if we ignore Feng Mingzi and Angie Prairie, can't your Star Cloud Academy have any other outstanding students? Must you pay so much attention to Chu Nan, a kid who can't even break through the cosmic heaven's gate? If there was, why would I have a headache? Lin Ningdao smiled bitterly. There are a few good senior students, but none are especially outstanding. Speaking of which, this is all your fault. The true good seedlings of the Federation have all been plundered by top martial artists like you. The remaining ones who came to our Star Cloud Academy are clearly inferior in talent. If your words are revealed, do you know how much trouble it will cause? Mu Yatong teased. Of course I know, that's why I only say this in front of you. Lin Ningdao had a dejected expression as he waved his hand inside. Forget it, it's not easy to see an especially talented student like Chu Nan. I thought there would be a surprise, but you said that it's impossible for him to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in half a year, so there's nothing to talk about. Mu Yatong paused for a moment and suddenly said, you don't have to give up so early. Lin Ningdao was stunned. What do you mean? Mu Yatong was silent for a moment before frowning slightly. I don't know why, but this kid called Chu Nan always brings about accidents. Although I can determine that he won't be able to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in half a year, perhaps he will bring about another accident. Lin Ningdao was completely stunned. With that said, should he list Chu Nan on the special nurturing list? Chapter 391. Chu Nan did not expect that he would actually become the focus of discussion for the two important figures, Dean Lin Mingdao and Mu Yatong. He was currently having an enthusiastic discussion with Angie Prairie. Not to mention caring about others talking about him, he almost forgot to eat the good food on the table. I understand that everyone is different in the internal cosmos, but everyone still has a fixed shape. Does the internal cosmos still have a shape? Of course, Angie Prairie nodded matter-of-factly. Then, she raised her hand and roughly gestured the shape of an irregular ball. For example, if I break through the cosmic heaven's gate now, my internal cosmos should be like this. How do you know what it looks like? Chu Nan asked in surprise. This is a feeling. It's a shape you feel with the flow of internal breath and the exchange of spatial energy inside and outside your body. You should understand. For example, internal breath is flowing everywhere in your meridians. Although you can't see anything in reality, and it's even very difficult to observe with equipment, you should be able to clearly sense how it flows and feel that the speed at which it flows is fast, right? I roughly understand now. Chu Nan rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before asking, according to you, after the internal cosmos is formed, it will exist in his dantian in a fixed shape and he can easily convert spatial energy. I haven't done this yet, so I can only tell you that Master said this. However, you're wrong about one thing. The internal cosmos won't always maintain a fixed shape. It can also change according to the cultivation method of a martial artist. Of course, this change usually won't be very great, because a martial artist will usually only focus on cultivating one cultivation method. Even if they cultivate many cultivation methods, when they break through the cosmic heaven's gate, they will fuse these cultivation methods to form a stable internal cosmos. Otherwise, they won't be able to break through. Chu Nan pondered for a moment. Let me summarize what you just said. What you mean is that the internal cosmos is based on the cultivation method and specific situation of the individual. Therefore, everyone is different. As for how to completely construct it, it depends on the grasp of the cultivation method. Then, after the internal cosmos is successfully constructed, it can only be slightly modified according to the cultivation method in the future. It's impossible to construct a new internal cosmos, right? Almost. However, it's not impossible to construct a new internal cosmos. As long as you're willing to cripple your entire cultivation and start cultivating a new cultivation method from the beginning, it's fine. According to my master, it's not like no one has done this in the past, Angie Prairie said. Is that person crazy? Chu Nan widened his eyes in disbelief. It was not easy for him to break through the cosmic heaven's gate, so let's try again. If he cultivates his internal breath to a sufficient level, it will take at least 10 years, right? In any case, someone has done this before. I don't know the exact method. Moreover, it shouldn't take more than 10 years. After all, he's a powerful martial artist who has once broken through the cosmic heaven's gate. He's definitely much stronger than ordinary martial artists in terms of cultivating martial techniques. Moreover, crippling his internal breath cultivation has nothing to do with his body. His physical body has already been tempered. When his internal breath is strong enough, he can easily break through the cosmic heaven's gate again. Therefore, doing this is not as terrifying as you imagine. Speaking of which, this is the problem I want to understand the most. It's said that breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate is very related to the body, but what's the exact relationship? Will I encounter a problem when breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate, or will I encounter a problem when constructing my internal cosmos? Chu Nan asked. About that. Angie Prairie thought for a moment and suddenly pulled Chu Nan's hand to press on her lower abdomen. Chu Nan was shocked and his hand twitched before stopping. What are you doing? If I let you feel the situation of me constructing my internal cosmos, you'll more or less understand. Angie Prairie continued to pull Chu Nan's hand over and actually lifted her clothes at the same time, revealing her smooth and white abdomen. Then, she pressed his hand down. Chu Nan struggled in his heart for a moment, but in the end, his intention to investigate gained the upper hand. He blushed as he watched his hand touch Angie Prairie's lower abdomen. The feeling was soft and smooth with a trace of toughness. It proved that Angie Prairie's abdomen muscles were not as weak as many ordinary girls. It felt extremely good, and the moment Chu Nan touched it, his heart could not help but flutter. However, in the next moment, he felt a trace of internal breath surging from Angie Prairie's lower abdomen, accompanied by spatial energy that he could easily sense. Come, you can use your internal breath to investigate the situation of the spatial energy circulating in my body. You can roughly figure out what my internal cosmos is like. Angie Prairie controlled her internal breath and instructed Chu Nan, however, don't let your internal breath be too strong, or it'll affect me. This was the first time Chu Nan had so clearly and directly sensed the situation of other martial artists controlling spatial energy. He immediately put away the messy thoughts in his mind and carefully stretched out a trace of internal breath to enter Angie Prairie's body and began to feel the circulation of her internal breath and spatial energy bit by bit. Under the circumstances that Angie Prairie deliberately let him, Chu Nan's internal breath easily circulated in her body a few times. According to her exploration, Angie Prairie had basically completely fused her internal breath and spatial energy. They circulated in her body without distinction and formed a very fixed trajectory around her dantian and all the meridians in her body. Of course, this was not what Chu Nan paid attention to. What he focused on was the especially dense flow of internal breath and spatial energy near Angie Prairie's lower abdomen. It almost completely enveloped her entire dantian. After carefully investigating it, he discovered that it seemed to be an irregular ball shape. This should be the internal cosmos that Angie Prairie had said was about to be successfully constructed and exclusive to her. Come, Chu Nan, pay attention to this place. I'll tell you why it's very important for your body to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. Angie Prairie reminded him again. Chu Nan hurriedly focused and controlled the trace of internal breath that entered and followed the internal breath that Angie Prairie had deliberately transferred over. It circulated in the meridians in her body for a moment and surged into another meridian that Angie Prairie's internal breath should not have flowed through. Accompanying him was spatial energy that had been fused with his internal breath. After her internal breath mixed with spatial energy and surged into this meridian, Angie Prairie's body trembled slightly. The internal breath and spatial energy that were originally maintaining a stable circulation throughout her body immediately seemed to have been greatly affected. The entire circulation system instantly collapsed, and the spatial energy dissipated in the blink of an eye. Her internal breath was also in chaos and began to surge in her meridians. Phew! Angie Prairie opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 392. Chu Nan was shocked, but he did not panic. With a thought, a flame of life that had fused with a high-frequency vibration internal breath instantly entered Angie Prairie's body from his palm. While helping her treat her injured meridians, it also limited her out-of-control internal breath. At the same time, Angie Prairie also emitted a weak milky white light. She activated the flame of life and quickly restrained her internal breath. Her meridians were easily healed. Chu Nan, I discover that your flame of life seems to have become slightly stronger than the last time. Angie Prairie gently exhaled and her face recovered its redness. She casually reached out to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth and looked at Chu Nan in surprise. It's only been less than 10 days, but you've actually improved again. At this rate, you might cultivate your flame of life to a higher level than me. It's not that exaggerated. Chu Nan shook his head. I'm only combining the flame of life with my high-frequency vibration internal breath according to my own situation. To be honest, there are more factors involved in the high-frequency vibration internal breath. If I cultivate to a higher level, I reckon it'll be very different from your flame of life. I've also tried my best to fuse with a portion of your special cultivation method during this period of time, but it's too difficult to maintain my internal breath in a high-frequency vibration state. I can't do that. This is not strange. Everyone's cultivation method is different, so you don't have to be like me. Chu Nan glanced at Angie Prairie's still exposed lower abdomen and pulled down her clothes to cover it. What happened just now? Why did your internal breath circulation become chaotic all of a sudden? Didn't you want to know the effect of the body on breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate? This is what I just demonstrated to you. Angie Prairie pointed at the approximate location of the meridian she had just been injured and continued to explain. Look, although there's no problem with tempering my body, and even because the flame of life is much stronger than ordinary martial artists, not every part has been tempered to the best. For example, this place is the relatively weak part of the flame of life cultivation method I cultivate. Once my part is included in the cycle of internal breath and spatial energy, because of the flaw here, this cycle will not be able to continue. Therefore, it's impossible to form a complete internal cosmos, so it's naturally impossible to break through the cosmic heaven's gate. In other words, the spatial energy circulation channel formed by the internal cosmos doesn't include the entire body. Chu Nan asked in surprise. Angie Prairie was even more stunned. Of course not. Could it be that your internal breath can circulate throughout your entire body? I'm really. Angie Prairie widened her eyes and looked at Chu Nan in disbelief. Chu Nan did not waste any time. He thought for a moment and mimicked Angie Prairie's actions. He raised his shirt and revealed his lower abdomen. Then, he made up his mind and pulled her right hand to place it on his lower abdomen. You'll know when you see it. Angie Prairie did not seem to resist. Instead, she looked very interested. The hand on Chu Nan's stomach even adjusted its posture, allowing her entire palm to be closer to his skin. Feeling the temperature of Angie Prairie's palm, Chu Nan's heart could not help but flutter. Then, he hurriedly composed himself and calmed down. Then, an internal breath emerged from his dantian and quickly circulated in his meridians. When it returned to his dantian, it happened to encounter a trace of internal breath that Angie Prairie had sent. This time, Chu Nan stretched out another trace of internal breath. The speed at which it flowed was much slower, guiding Angie Prairie's internal breath to flow through her meridians one after another. He did not let go of all the main and secondary meridians. Of course, this time, he did not pay attention to the fine meridians. Firstly, if he finished investigating tens of thousands of fine meridians, it would take too long. Secondly, there was no need. Being able to allow his internal breath to flow freely in all the main and secondary meridians was enough to prove that he indeed had the ability to truly circulate his internal breath throughout his entire body. As expected, as the internal breath flowed through the meridians in Chu Nan's body, the surprise on her face became stronger and stronger. After Chu Nan led her internal breath through the last meridian and transferred it to her dantian, Angie Prairie could not help but widen her eyes and look at him in disbelief. This isn't right, right? Chu Nan, aren't you cultivating the 9 revolutions technique? I've never heard of it being so magical. It's true that it's the 9 revolutions technique, but this has nothing to do with it. I purely cultivated this myself. Chu Nan shrugged and explained. That's the cultivation method you created yourself. Angie Prairie was even more surprised. I know you're very talented, but to be able to create an internal breath cultivation method that completely opens all your meridians, isn't this too exaggerated? It's not as exaggerated as you think. I only open all my meridians. As for the cultivation method that can really use all my meridians, I haven't figured it out yet. At this point, Chu Nan could not help but smile bitterly. Regarding the improved experiments of the 9 revolutions technique, he would repeat them hundreds or even thousands of times a day. Up until today, the total number of experiments had exceeded 20,000. However, if he wanted to find the most suitable and best way to circulate his internal breath under the foundation of using all the meridians in his body, the number of experiments needed to be more than tens of thousands of times. He was still far from truly perfecting his cultivation method. Oh, is that so? Angie Prairie glanced at Chu Nan in confusion before putting on an interested expression. Then tell me, how did you open all the meridians in your body? This is very simple. You can do it too. Chu Nan pointed at the place that Angie Prairie had pointed at. The meridian you tested for me earlier was one of the meridians that you did not completely refine, right? Now that it's injured, it's been repaired by the flame of life, right? Yes, and then you can let it be injured and repaired. After repeating it dozens of times, this meridian will naturally be able to endure the circulation of your internal breath. It will be considered opened. Angie Prairie's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't tell me every meridian in your body is open like this. How can that be? After all, I've cultivated the 9 revolutions technique since I was young. There were less than half of my meridians that had not been opened. That's still very exaggerated. Angie Prairie could not help but exclaim. Then, she sized up Chu Nan with an extremely strange gaze and nodded forcefully. Chu Nan, you used to say that I was too ruthless to myself like a pervert. I think you're clearly much more abnormal than me. I don't seem to be indifferent like you, okay? I'm in so much pain every time. Chu Nan rolled his eyes and waved his hand. Alright, let's not talk about this. Tell me now, how should I construct a suitable internal cosmos in my situation? How can I resolve the problem in my body? Angie Prairie frowned her long delicate eyebrows and leaned back on the stool for a long time. If you're like other martial artists and are only cultivating the ordinary 9 revolutions technique and cultivating your internal breath to a certain extent, I'll tell you to properly strengthen the body part that you need the most when your internal cosmos is circulating. However, now that all the meridians in your body have been opened, it's very wasteful to do this. So, Angie Prairie thought for a long time before nodding forcefully as if she had made up her mind. I've decided to ask Master what to do in your situation. What do you think? Are you willing to let me tell Master these things? Chu Nan immediately smiled. With Supremacy Ovalie's personal guidance, I naturally can't ask for more. Chapter 393. I'll contact Master when I get back later. If it's fast, I might be able to tell you the result tomorrow. Angie Prairie waved at Chu Nan and walked through the door of the female dormitory. Chu Nan turned around and walked toward his dormitory under the curious gazes of the surrounding female students. As he walked, he pondered the problem he had just discussed with Angie Prairie. According to Angie Prairie, when constructing an internal cosmos, the circulation of spatial energy was generally the same as the circulation of internal breath in the body. It would be affected by the situation of the body. However, the difference was that the most important requirement for the circulation of internal breath was the meridians, while the circulation of spatial energy was closely related to all aspects of the body. Therefore, Chu Nan could easily circulate his internal breath throughout his entire body and probably allow spatial energy to do this. However, because his body refinement was insufficient, he could not maintain the fixed cycle of spatial energy, so he naturally could not form a stable internal cosmos. It was true that he could currently use his high-frequency vibration internal breath to forcefully maintain the cycle of spatial energy, but if he wanted to break through the cosmic heaven's gate and become a void break martial artist, it was impossible for him to continuously mobilize his internal breath to maintain it. Instead, he relied on his stable internal cosmos to trigger the spatial energy to automatically form a cycle. He did not need to deliberately mobilize his internal breath. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the internal breath of a void break martial artist was, they could not maintain this state forever. Chu Nan could easily understand this problem, but it was impossible to resolve the problem in his body so easily. It was useless for him to be anxious. Moreover, compared to the despair he felt when he was publicly sentenced by 2-star grade martial artists more than half a year ago, because the current Chu Nan had an extremely special high-frequency vibration internal breath, flame of life, and the purple cloud 8 desolates body tempering technique, he could completely adjust and refine his body that had basically been fixed because he was an adult. He had already surpassed countless martial artists who had similar situations. He was very certain that he would one day be able to adjust his body to the extent needed to construct an internal cosmos and successfully break through the cosmic heaven's gate. The problem that troubled him now was how to build his internal cosmos. Through his conversation with Angie Prairie just now, he knew that the way every martial artist constructed their internal cosmos was based on the specific tempering situation of the cultivation method and body they cultivated. The specific tempering situation of the body was also closely related to the internal breath cultivation method they cultivated. In summary, the internal breath cultivation method determined the internal cosmos and even the entire cultivation path of martial artists after breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate. However, Chu Nan's greatest problem now was that although he theoretically cultivated the 9 revolutions technique, he had actually relied on his powerful data ability to open up every meridian in his body and even all the fine meridians. He had even modified the 9 revolutions technique left behind by Xianxia until it was almost unrecognizable. The cultivation method he was cultivating now could only see the basic shadow of the 9 revolutions technique, but it was actually completely different. Not to mention that there was no detailed description of constructing an internal cosmos in the 9 revolutions technique left behind by Xianxia. Even if there was, Chu Nan basically did not need it now. Because if he used it, it would be, as Angie Prairie had said, too wasteful. Not only did Angie Prairie feel that, but Chu Nan also knew that if he could successfully create an internal breath cultivation method that was truly suitable for him and be able to mobilize all the meridians in his body, he would be able to incorporate every meridian in his body into the spatial energy cycle that built his internal cosmos. Then, not only would it be easy for him to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future, but his starting point would also be far higher than ordinary void break martial artists. However, the problem was that, firstly, his current body was still very flawed. Secondly, his cultivation method was still far from successful. It can't be helped. This is something that can't be rushed. In any case, I know that I won't be limited to the internal breath realm in the future. After figuring this out, Chu Nan shook off these thoughts and felt relaxed. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, Mondeo rushed over. "Heh, Chu Nan, where have you been? You're back so late. Do you know that my heart has been broken from waiting for you? Tell me, kid, did you run out to play with a girl and forget your friends after seeing her?" Chu Nan glanced at him. "I went out to eat with Angie Prairie." Ah. Mondeo was stunned. He opened his mouth and pointed at Chu Nan, unable to speak. Beside him, Sar laughed when he saw Mondeo's stunned expression. "How is it? I knew that Chu Nan was definitely with Angie Prairie, but you didn't believe me? Didn't you see with your own eyes that their relationship was so good last time? You didn't expect this." Mondeo pursed his lips and looked helpless. He waved his hand dejectedly. "Alright, since you're with Angie Prairie, there's nothing to say." Immediately, he became excited. "However, since you've arranged to go out for dinner with her, why are you back so early? You didn't find a place to play with her, so you came back tonight." Chu Nan glared at him. "Do you still want my help?" Yes, of course." Seeing Chu Nan's expression, Mondeo raised his hands and gave up. "Alright, I won't say anymore. Come, Chu Nan, let's hurry up. Help me see if there's any problem with my cultivation in the past 2 days. After saying that, before Chu Nan could say anything, Mondeo moved the table in the dormitory to the side and cleared a venue before starting to punch. His fist technique was an external martial technique that he had cultivated since he was young. It was rated as C rank and was not bad. Mondeo had cultivated this fist technique for many years and was already very profound. However, when Chu Nan saw him practicing it, he felt that there was a problem and casually mentioned it. At that time, Mondeo did not take Chu Nan's words to heart. However, when Chu Nan displayed his martial arts comprehension that shocked everyone in the ultimate arbitration, he carefully savored the hint Chu Nan had given him and immediately discovered that the suggestion he made was simply priceless and helpful. After pestering Chu Nan to specially guide him last week, he felt that his understanding of this fist technique had become much deeper, but he did not have enough confidence, so he begged Chu Nan to guide him again. Chu Nan watched him practice twice and gathered all kinds of data in his mind. After a slight analysis, he pointed out a few small problems. Mondeo thought for a moment and practiced according to Chu Nan's suggestion. He immediately felt that the entire fist technique had become much smoother and immediately praised him. "Chu Nan, your understanding of external martial arts is simply superb. I think even if you can't break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future, you'll have a bright future as a junior martial arts lecturer." "Tisk, shut up, kid," Sar cursed. "Chu Nan has such a powerful talent, and you're telling me that he won't be able to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future? Do you believe it?" Mondeo knew he had said something wrong and scratched his head in embarrassment. "Heh, I was just saying. Chu Nan will definitely be able to break through the cosmic heaven's gate in the future, right?" Chu Nan immediately smiled. If it was half a year ago, he might have been a little concerned about this sentence, but now, he already had extremely strong confidence in himself, so he naturally did not take it to heart. Looking at the apologetic Mondeo, he suddenly recalled something else. Chapter 394. "The 3 of you participated in the previous combat trial, right?" Chu Nan asked. "I haven't had the chance to ask how the exact situation of the combat trial was." Although Chu Nan was stripped of his qualifications to participate in the combat trial because he was suspected of cheating, this did not stop the 3 of them. For the large number of points rewarded by the combat trial, the 3 of them signed up to participate in the test. In the end, not only did Sar smoothly obtain the qualifications to participate, but even Tanaka Iyoko, who should be the weakest, actually won 3 consecutive rounds and directly obtained the qualifications. As for Mondeo, although he fell into the loser's bracket because he encountered Feng Mingzi from the beginning, he still tenaciously fought his way out and also obtained the qualifications to participate. In the end, among the 4 people in this dormitory, the other 3 had all participated in this precious first combat trial. On the contrary, Chu Nan, the strongest, could not go. Ha, I've wanted to tell you for a long time, but I've always been stopped by Sar. He said that it's not good to mention this in front of you. When he heard Chu Nan ask about the actual combat trial, Mondeo immediately became excited and even stood taller. Let me tell you, going out to the actual combat trial is much more fun than staying in the academy. Do you know where we went? Chu Nan was a little surprised. From the sound of it, you went very far. It was indeed as Mondeo had said. Perhaps because of Chu Nan's feelings, no one had mentioned the combat trial in front of him recently, so he still did not know what was going on. Originally, he was only curious to inquire in order to prepare for the next time he went to the combat trial. Now that he heard Mondeo say this, he was really interested. It's not very far. It's only more than 1,000 light years, Mondeo replied with a despicable smile. More than 1,000 light years? Didn't that mean that you had all left the Federation? Chu Nan was stunned. Humph, that's right. We left the Federation. Mondeo looked proud. You didn't expect this, did you? The first combat trial we participated in was held in the Sapphire Star Field. Sapphire Star Field. Chu Nan was even more stunned. The so-called Sapphire Star Field was definitely not as beautiful as its name sounded. In fact, this was a star field located outside the border of the United States of Meleta and at the outermost edge of the Orion Arm. Because the location was too remote and there were no rich resources, although this star field had long been discovered, it had never been developed and used. Even the nearest United States of Meleta could not be bothered to pay attention to this star field. They could not even be bothered to take it under their name. However, such a star field had a stargate that could directly cross tens of thousands of light years and connect the Orion Arm and the Perseus Arm. It became the best passageway from the Orion Arm to the Perseus Arm outside the galactic center. However, it was because of the existence of this stargate that this star field had become extremely chaotic. The Arahuana Military Treaty Alliance controlled the entire Perseus Arm, but it was far from being as enthusiastic as the Noctem Chamber of Commerce in communicating with the outside world. Under normal circumstances, the people on the other two arms were not welcome to head to the Perseus Arm. Therefore, it was not a good choice to head to the Perseus Arm from this stargate. On the contrary, some fugitives and cosmic pirates often flowed over from the Arahuana Military Treaty Alliance, causing this star field to be in chaos. According to some of the comments circulating in the several countries outside the Orion Arm, these guys were actually supported by the Arahuana Military Treaty Alliance and were deliberately allowed to cause trouble. Of course, there was never any evidence, so the Arahuana Military Treaty Alliance would never admit it. Chu Nan did not expect that the first combat test Star Cloud Academy chose for the new students would be to come to this chaotic starfield. Then what did you do in the actual combat trial? Chu Nan could not help but ask curiously. About that, there's actually nothing fun about it. At this point, Mondeo was a little discouraged. The academy threw us over. I originally thought that they would let us see how powerful that star field is and see if we can encounter all kinds of strange things like in the legends. In the end, they still sent us to fight ferocious beasts. Fighting ferocious beasts? Running so far to fight ferocious beasts? Chu Nan was a little puzzled. Are there many monsters in the Sapphire Star Field? Yes, there are a total of 4 pleasant habitable planets in that star field. There are also 3 planets with modification values. 2 of them are temporarily uninhabited and are all ferocious beasts. The academy threw us there to play with the ferocious beasts, Mondeo said. If you're only fighting ferocious beasts, isn't the Beast Garden planet during the entrance test very good? Why did you have to run so far? Chu Nan felt very strange. Who knows what the academy is thinking? Mondeo shrugged. However, the level of the ferocious beasts on that planet is not very high. They're only slightly stronger than the ones we encountered in the entrance examination. We've encountered many C-rank ferocious beasts, but most of them are still D-rank ferocious beasts, so there's no danger. Then, the 50 of you returned after fighting ferocious beasts for more than a week? There's nothing else? No. This time, Sar shook his head before Mondeo could. The arrangements of the academy are quite simple. The rules are basically according to the entrance test. I guess the academy probably hasn't done this many times. They're using us to experiment. That's not right, right? The academy must have had combat trials in the past. Could it be that those senior students are like this every time? I've asked a few senior students. They said that this is considered the rule of Star Cloud Academy. The first combat trial of new students is to fight ferocious beasts and nothing else. It's possible that you'll do something else in the future trial, but no one knows now. Sar paused for a moment and asked, What? Chu Nan, do you want to participate in the next combat trial? With your ability to improve martial techniques, just the martial technique database can increase your points much faster than participating in the combat trial, right? That's right. Chu Nan, you can easily find an F-rank martial technique to modify and earn dozens of points. If you get dozens of them a day, it's comparable to us painstakingly fighting ferocious beasts for a week. Mondeo looked at Chu Nan with envy. If I were you, I might as well stay in the martial technique information. In any case, I can obtain the points quickly and there's no danger. I can also study martial techniques. How good is that? If only it was that simple. Chu Nan shook his head. In fact, when the ultimate arbitration announced his victory, Chu Nan had indeed thought of quickly increasing his points. However, after Sun Xiangren's reminder, Chu Nan also discovered that if he continued to do this, he would definitely waste too much time studying martial techniques that were not very meaningful to him. It would not be worth it. As a martial artist, the most important way to improve was naturally to participate in actual combat. Therefore, he would definitely participate in the next combat trial. Chapter 395. The next morning, Angie Prairie brought good news to Chu Nan. Last night, Angie Prairie contacted Supremacy Overly and told her about Chu Nan's situation. After mentioning that she hoped Supremacy Overly would help him, she unexpectedly said that his situation was very special and very valuable to study. Therefore, she planned to personally come and guide him. When he received this news, Chu Nan was really overjoyed. This was guidance from a star-grade martial artist, so it was naturally extremely precious to him. He originally felt that it was already a huge favor for Supremacy Overly to agree to guide him. He did not expect that she would personally guide him. One had to know that even with old Master Zio's recommendation, he had only made Marshal Kinikov speak a few more words. However, Angie Prairie also told Chu Nan that because Supremacy Overly was busy recently, she would not come immediately. According to her calculations, it would take at least half a month. Of course, Chu Nan did not dare to have any thoughts of rushing her. He was already extremely satisfied that Supremacy Overly could come personally. In any case, he could not resolve the problem he was facing in a day or two. Before Supremacy Overly arrived, he still had a lot of things to do. The most urgent thing was to study the March God Killing Palm. Hey, I say, are you that anxious? Chu Nan helplessly looked at Feng Mingzi, who had suddenly appeared in front of him. You only told me yesterday. Could it be that you expect me to produce results today? Feng Mingzi looked at Chu Nan expressionlessly. With your talent, as long as you study it seriously, I believe a day is enough to produce results. You think too highly of me. Chu Nan rolled his eyes. Alright, I know what you mean. I'll try my best to study it, but don't forget the reward we agreed on. It's all here. You can come and take them at any time. Feng Mingzi pointed at his head and urged Chu Nan before turning to leave. After he left, the students beside him leaned over in surprise. Hey, Chu Nan, when did Feng Mingzi become so close to you? Chu Nan glared at the classmate who asked this question. How can you tell that we're on good terms? He actually took the initiative to talk to you. Apart from his friend, we've never seen him take the initiative to talk to anyone. That's right. He always looks at others with disdain, as if he looks down on everyone. However, the way he looked at you just now was very different. Moreover, he seemed to be looking for your help. What did he ask you to help him with? Chu Nan glanced at the surrounding curious gazes and sighed in his mind. As the student who received the most attention before entering Star Cloud Academy, Feng Mingzi indeed received a lot of attention after entering the academy. It's nothing serious. I promised Feng Mingzi to keep this a secret. Don't ask. Chu Nan waved his hand and casually replied. After chasing away these students who were burning with the soul of gossip, he opened his personal terminal and pulled out the information he had exchanged for the March God Killing Palm and the research report he had made last time. As the lowest level F-rank martial technique, the information in the martial technique database showed that it was indeed not worth paying attention to. If he cultivated according to the March God Killing Palm and the martial arts database, he would obtain a low-level rough palm technique with complicated moves and too many useless positions. It could only be called a fancy fist technique. When Chu Nan previously studied and improved this martial technique, he was mainly focused on improving the meaningless moves in this palm technique. After relying on his powerful data ability to analyze it, he refined and modified many of the moves. He even mixed in some self-created moves and combined them into a more refined, efficient, and complete palm technique. This improvement was recognized by the martial arts database, allowing Chu Nan to pass the points exchange application and obtain an additional reward of 50 points. However, this was the first time Chu Nan had tried this at that time, so he only roughly modified it and ignored it after passing the application. Now, Feng Mingzi had come to ask Chu Nan to study this palm technique more deeply. He even asked for it to be further than the results of his previous research and even asked him to increase the level of this palm technique. This was completely different and was much more difficult. One had to know that Chu Nan's previous research and improvement of the March God Killing Palm had already caused this martial technique to be evaluated in the martial technique database to directly increase from an F-rank martial technique to a D-rank martial technique. If he increased it by another level, wouldn't he have to increase it to the standard of a C-rank martial technique? Chu Nan thought for a moment and decided to try the method he would occasionally use when studying the 104 martial techniques. While studying the 104 martial techniques, when Chu Nan encountered some moves that were extremely simple but were generally considered refined, because it was very difficult to increase the power of this martial technique by directly changing the moves, he would consider using his internal breath to fuse it into the moves and increase the power of this martial technique. In fact, this requirement was already quite high for other martial artists, because complementing external martial techniques to adjust their internal breath and change the circulation pattern of their internal breath required a long period of cultivation. It was definitely not something that could be easily changed. However, Chu Nan relied on his powerful data ability to extremely accurately test the circulation method of the internal breath needed for every move. Therefore, it was much easier to change. After he modified a few martial techniques, they were even evaluated by the martial technique database after the final arbitration. Increased the martial technique by more than one grade. Therefore, in order to complete Feng Mingzi's request for him to increase the grade of the March God Killing Palm, Chu Nan decided to do the same. He looked at the moves of the March God Killing Palm that he had modified and refined before and made precise calculations in his mind. Soon, he confirmed a set of internal breath circulation cultivation methods that complemented each other. Because the moves of the March God Killing Palm that he had refined were much simpler, the circulation of the internal breath was not very complicated. The result was that the entire set of the March God Killing Palm had become even more refined and perfect. If he used it, a casual palm strike could bring out a considerable amount of internal breath, and its power far exceeded ordinary F-rank martial techniques. Chu Nan slapped out with his palm that contained internal breath. It was one of the moves of the March God killing palm that he had modified. Feeling the power of this palm, Chu Nan touched his chin and frowned. It shouldn't be a problem for this palm strike to increase by a level compared to the previous March God killing palm, but the increase doesn't seem to be that great. Will Feng Mingzi be satisfied? Chu Nan thought for a moment and felt that since Feng Mingzi rarely begged him, it was best to do it more perfectly. Otherwise, with Feng Mingzi's proud personality, he would probably not accept it so easily. After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan left the classroom and found a relatively quiet corner of the academy. Seeing that there was no one around, he slapped out one palm after another. He indeed planned to completely practice his modified March God killing palm before improving it further. When he reached the 11th palm, Chu Nan's expression suddenly changed. This palm, it actually felt a little different. Chapter 396. Logically speaking, the March God killing palm was only an F-rank martial technique. In the original move recorded in the martial technique database, it might seem beautiful and powerful in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of martial artists, it was overly complicated and weak. After Chu Nan's refinement and improvement, the moves of the March God killing palm were clearly much more reasonable. Coupled with the internal breath circulation cultivation method given by Chu Nan, from the perspective of ordinary martial artists, the power was much stronger than before. However, after Chu Nan actually practiced it, the power of the first 10 palms indeed increased after his modification. At the 11th palm, he was surprised to discover that this palm strike felt clearly different from the first 10 palms. In the first 10 palms, every time he slapped out, he would mobilize the corresponding internal breath that he had obtained benefits from, causing every palm strike to contain internal breath. The palm wind was piercingly cold, and it appeared to be extremely powerful. When he slapped out the 11th move, he had just flipped his palm and flung his arm away. As soon as he moved his palm, an internal breath naturally appeared in his dantian and fused into his arm and palm, causing this palm strike to carry internal breath. Although this internal breath was slightly weaker than Chu Nan's internal breath that had been calmly adjusted, it was a natural internal breath that seemed to be smoother and more natural. Chu Nan stopped in shock and frowned in thought. Why did this feeling feel so familiar? After thinking for a moment, Chu Nan suddenly reacted. Isn't this the same as the Hong Clan's long fist? That was right, the feeling of natural internal breath complementing his moves was exactly the same as when he cultivated the Hong Clan's long fist. When he first obtained the Hong Clan's long fist, Chu Nan had not been able to control his internal breath as he pleased, so he could not easily mobilize his internal breath in any move. However, when he used the perfect Hong Clan's long fist, his body would naturally produce an internal breath to complement it, causing the power of every punch to multiply. At that time, Chu Nan felt that the Hong Clan's long fist was extremely special and was definitely unique in external martial techniques. However, he did not expect that after he slapped out, he could actually automatically mobilize his internal breath like the Hong Clan's long fist. Then why didn't I feel this in the first 10 palms? Chu Nan carefully compared the difference between this palm strike and the first 10 in his mind and came to a surprising conclusion. The reason why this palm was different from the previous 10 was actually because he had modified the moves of this palm the least. No way. Could it be that I have changed it over and over again and ruined the essence of the March God killing palm? Chu Nan was surprised. After thinking for a moment, the information about the March God killing palm in the martial arts database appeared in his mind again. Then, after going through it in his mind, he slapped out. This time, he completely practiced according to the original March God killing palm in the martial technique database. However, after practicing it once, Chu Nan discovered that no palm could automatically mobilize his internal breath. The entire palm technique was no different from those crude F-rank martial techniques. Then why can that particular palm strike do it? Chu Nan was even more puzzled. This time, he carefully compared the difference between the modified palm strike and the palm strike recorded in the original March God killing palm in his mind and quickly found the reason. If he practiced according to the information of the original March God killing palm, when he slapped out this palm, many parts of his body were actually unable to exert strength. The physical strength used by this palm was not even 60%. The palm strike that he had modified made full use of the strength of his entire body. It was enough to unleash more than 95% of his physical strength. Then, this palm strike naturally mobilized his internal breath. This thought immediately reminded Chu Nan of the situation when he cultivated the Hong Clan's long fist. At first, when he cultivated the Hong Clan's long fist technique, he only cultivated according to the posture on the Hong Clan's long fist technique manual and did not feel anything too special. However, when he comprehended the principle of water is unpredictable and fists have no fixed momentum, he modified every punch slightly so that it could fully unleash his physical strength and naturally mobilize his internal breath. The reason for this palm strike was probably the same. But why can't the first 10 palms work? After Chu Nan repeated the original March God killing palm and his modified March God killing palm, he discovered that not only was there such a difference in the previous palm, but there were also 3 other palm strikes that were affected. He recalled the exact situation in his mind and woke up to an accurate data model. Chu Nan quickly found the reason. The reason for this difference was actually because he had made the least modifications to the moves in the 4 palm strikes, including the 11th palm. As for the other 37 moves, because the original moves were too complicated, the modifications he made were extremely great and almost completely changed their original trajectory. In other words, the original March God killing palm is really not useless. After figuring this out, Chu Nan began to re-evaluate the original version of the March God killing palm. Previously, when he first saw this palm technique, Chu Nan felt that its moves were too complicated. Therefore, he did not hesitate to modify it greatly and simplify it. He did not care about the original moves. However, after careful inspection, Chu Nan felt a trace of uniqueness. These moves were indeed extremely complicated, but there seemed to be a special pattern hidden in them. It was not purely complicated for the sake of beauty. Chu Nan thought for a moment, calmed down, and started to seriously study the first palm strike. The first palm strike was already very complicated. The first palm strike that should have been used was originally simpler, but this palm strike almost mobilized his entire body. In the eyes of all martial artists, it was useless. Therefore, Chu Nan had directly cut off most of the action of this palm strike and turned it into a very straightforward palm strike. Now, he did not think so. From another angle, this palm strike had indeed mobilized his entire body, as if every part of his body had to exert strength. However, the person who created this palm technique either did not have a deep understanding of external martial techniques or did not have a strong grasp of his own body. Therefore, many aspects of this palm strike seemed to be completely useless. In Chu Nan's opinion, not only could he not unleash his full physical strength, he had even wasted a lot of strength. After Chu Nan seriously calculated for a while, he decided not to directly modify the move. Instead, he removed the action of wasting his physical strength in this palm technique and made the most reasonable adjustment according to his own situation. With his powerful data ability, Chu Nan quickly completed this task and slapped out. Whoosh! When he slapped out, Chu Nan immediately felt an internal breath surge out and naturally fused into the palm technique, causing it to seem extremely powerful. However, what really surprised Chu Nan was yet to come. When his internal breath surged into his palm and just happened to complement it, he actually felt the spatial energy around his palm actually be brought out as well. It naturally fused into his palm and struck out with his internal breath. Bang! The air seemed to have exploded with a huge sound. Chu Nan was shocked and widened his eyes to look at his palm. Damn, no way. Chapter 397. An external move that automatically fused with spatial energy? This was too unbelievable. Chu Nan was stunned for a moment before he carefully recalled the situation and repeated it in his mind. He confirmed that he had only modified the original foundation of the March God killing palm and did not unintentionally use any shocking moves. Isn't this too ridiculous? Chu Nan still could not believe it. He thought for a moment and slapped again. With his powerful data ability and powerful control of his body, he could ensure that this palm strike was no different from the previous one. As expected, when he slapped out, his internal breath naturally surged, and the spatial energy around his palm naturally gathered. Bang! If he used the original March God killing palm, Chu Nan was certain that even with his powerful physical strength, the force of this palm would definitely not exceed 600 kilograms because he could not completely unleash it. If he used the modified March God killing palm, the force released by this palm fusion with internal breath was more than 2 tons, and its power had increased several times. Therefore, it could be evaluated by the martial arts database as comparable to a D-rank martial technique. However, this palm strike of his was only a slight modification to the original March God killing palm, allowing it to better match his own situation. He did not expect that this palm strike could not only drive his internal breath like the Hong Clan's long fist, but it could even drive spatial energy. The power of this palm contained more than a few tons. Chu Nan looked at his palm in shock. How was this possible? What was spatial energy? That was an energy that was everywhere in the external space. Under normal circumstances, no one would sense it, let alone mobilize it. Generally speaking, only martial artists who had cultivated their internal breath to a certain extent could sense the surrounding spatial energy through their powerful internal breath and learn to come into contact with and control it. In the end, they could break through the cosmic heaven's gate and become powerful void break martial artists who could fly freely in the sky. However, now, Chu Nan could actually mobilize spatial energy with a casual palm technique. Chu Nan thought for a moment and slapped out again. This time, when he slapped out, he deliberately paid attention to the surging of the internal breath in his body and sensed the spatial energy in the surrounding space. Then, he discovered that when his internal breath surged, the spatial energy did not show any signs of being mobilized. When his internal breath surged into his palm and happened to complement his palm strike, the surrounding spatial energy seemed to have been suddenly attracted by something and instantly surged over. It gathered in his palm and fused with his internal breath before slapping out with his palm. Therefore, the power of this palm suddenly increased. Not to mention the level of an F-rank martial technique, it had even far exceeded the level of a D-rank external martial technique. Chu Nan carefully recorded all the relevant data of the palm strike in his mind. After thinking for a moment, he slapped out again. However, this time, he deliberately controlled the internal breath in his body. Even if he activated his palm technique, it did not flow with his internal breath, causing this palm strike to only move in his body and not bring out any internal breath. In the end, when he slapped out, he did not feel any spatial energy being attracted. This palm strike became an ordinary palm technique with simple moves. There was nothing special. Chu Nan tested it twice more and after confirming that there was nothing abnormal, he pondered for a moment and slapped again. This time, he slapped out according to the original first palm of the March God killing palm and did not modify it according to his own situation. However, it was different from when he was experimenting previously. When he slapped out this palm, because his internal breath did not surge naturally, he simply took the initiative to mobilize his internal breath and fuse it into this palm according to the trajectory of the spatial energy he had mobilized previously. In the end, after his internal breath combined with the palm technique, he was also unable to mobilize spatial energy. After experimenting twice and discovering the same result, Chu Nan understood. Clearly, only by adjusting the palm technique to the best could this palm technique successfully mobilize the internal breath and mobilize the fused spatial energy to become a truly terrifying palm strike. Then, could only the first palm strike have this effect, or could the entire palm technique be like this? While this question arose in his mind, Chu Nan had already started to analyze the second palm move in his mind. Soon, he completed the improvement according to his own situation on the foundation of the second palm move. Then, he slapped out again. As expected, when this palm slapped out, it also mobilized his internal breath and triggered the fusion of spatial energy. At this moment, Chu Nan was no longer as shocked as when he sent out the first palm strike, but he was still quite shocked. After staring at his palm for a while, he began to analyze the third move of the palm technique. Palm after palm. His internal breath continuously surged and spatial energy continuously gathered. However, not every palm strike could successfully mobilize spatial energy. Among them, no matter how Chu Nan improved the 6 palm moves, he could at most mobilize his internal breath but could not mobilize spatial energy. In the end, after 2 hours of serious research, Chu Nan finally altered the original March God killing palm that had 41 moves into 35 moves. He temporarily put the remaining 6 moves aside. These 35 palm moves could all perfectly fuse with spatial energy when struck. Therefore, the power that each palm move could unleash was extremely shocking. However, because the 6 moves had been forcefully removed, the entire palm technique could not be considered a complete palm technique. Chu Nan was very puzzled by this. Clearly, the person who created this palm technique should be an extremely powerful martial artist. His understanding of internal breath and spatial energy was extremely deep. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to create a powerful palm technique that could naturally trigger internal breath and mobilize spatial energy with external cultivation alone. However, since he was such a powerful senior expert, why was his palm technique so complicated to the point of being excessive, to the extent that it completely covered the terrifying power contained in this palm technique itself, causing it to become a set of overly complicated moves and be reduced to the lowest F-rank external martial technique that was no different from a fancy fist or leg technique? If this palm technique was completely created unintentionally, it would be completely unreasonable. How could such a palm technique that was far superior to ordinary external martial techniques be created unintentionally? Apart from that, the remaining explanation was that this palm technique was not perfect in itself. Even the martial artist who created it was not the best. Only when it fell into Chu Nan's hands could he rely on his powerful data ability to completely unleash the true power of this palm technique. This question, perhaps I should ask Feng Mingzi. When he recalled how Feng Mingzi wanted him to help study this palm technique, Chu Nan could not help but think, since this guy is so concerned about this palm technique, he should know something about it. However, speaking of which, without those 6 palm moves, this cannot be considered a complete palm technique at all. However, they are clearly incompatible. Chu Nan was a little worried. It was obvious that those 6 palm moves were not on the same level as the other 35 palm moves. If he forcefully added them, it would seem very inappropriate. However, how could he make up for the flaw in removing these 6 palm moves? Could it be that I have to create them myself? A bold thought flashed through Chu Nan's mind. Chapter 398. The thought of creating his own palm moves was only a temporary thought. Even if Chu Nan had a powerful data ability, it was not so easy to complete. Before that, he had to figure out a problem. The next morning, before class started, Chu Nan immediately found Feng Mingzi. Tell me, why are you so concerned about this palm technique? You even want me to improve it. Hearing Chu Nan's question, Feng Mingzi frowned and glanced at him before indifferently replying, I've said it before. This is none of your business. You just have to complete our deal. Now that you've come to find me, has there been any results? There are results, but I'm not sure if this has anything to do with the March God killing palm. Chu Nan deliberately frowned. Why? If I tell you that this palm technique can actually slap out and automatically mobilize spatial energy, would you believe me? Chu Nan asked. Feng Mingzi's reaction was very strange. He did not show any disbelief. Instead, he widened his eyes in surprise and hurriedly asked, Really? You really developed it? Chu Nan was originally only guessing, but when he saw Feng Mingzi's reaction, he immediately confirmed it. This guy must have a special relationship with this palm technique. Without a word, he slapped Feng Mingzi. It was the first move of his modified March God killing palm. As soon as he slapped out, his internal breath was naturally activated. Spatial energy surged, and the palm wind was extremely sharp. Before it approached, it seemed to have shattered a portion of the space in front of Feng Mingzi, and the momentum looked extremely shocking. However, Feng Mingzi had already broken through the cosmic heaven's gate and become a powerful void break martial artist after all. When he saw this, he did not panic at all. Instead, he revealed an excited and happy expression. He raised his hand and cleverly changed his posture to block Chu Nan's palm. Bang! A large amount of spatial energy also surged in Feng Mingzi's palm. His internal breath was definitely not weaker than Chu Nan's and he easily blocked this palm. Feeling the force on his palm being offset, Chu Nan could not help but exclaim. He was not surprised that Feng Mingzi could easily receive the terrifying force contained in this palm strike, and he was very surprised that Feng Mingzi could actually easily make the most appropriate response. The moves of the March God killing palm were originally too complicated and could not be considered an outstanding martial technique. However, after Chu Nan modified it, this palm strike combined with his internal breath and spatial energy. Be it speed or change, it had become abnormally fast. The originally slightly complicated palm technique had already become extremely exquisite. Ordinary martial artists would definitely be a little unaccustomed to such a palm technique for the first time and it was impossible for them to easily block it like Feng Mingzi. From this point, it was obvious that Feng Mingzi was very familiar with this March God killing palm. You've done research too? Chu Nan asked in surprise. This was a very strange thing. The March God killing palm was only an F-rank martial technique. Why did Feng Ningzi have to be so related and even study it so deeply? Yes. Feng Ningzi admitted honestly, but I didn't do it as well as you. After saying that, he frowned and asked in confusion, is this palm technique able to have such power because of the March God killing palm itself, or is it because of the additional spatial energy you mobilized? Hearing this question, Chu Nan was even more certain. Feng Ningzi's understanding of this March God killing palm definitely far exceeded that of ordinary people. Otherwise, with the understanding of ordinary martial artists, they would definitely think that Chu Nan had fully mobilized his internal breath and fused with spatial energy in this palm to unleash such a powerful power and would not say anything about the involvement of the March God killing palm. You know that the March God killing palm actually has the ability to easily mobilize spatial energy. Chu Nan directly asked, tell me, what's up with this palm technique? What do you know? This is not related to. It's my business now. Chu Nan interrupted Feng Ningzi bluntly, if I can't confirm this, my research on the March God killing palm may go in the wrong direction. Don't tell me you want a completely changed March God killing palm. Feng Ningzi frowned deeply as a struggling and hesitant expression appeared on his face. Chu Nan even saw a trace of sorrow in his eyes. Chu Nan was greatly surprised. Feng Ningzi had always displayed arrogance. When facing others, he always put on a high and mighty appearance, as if he looked down on everyone. Of course, he did have the capital. As the grandson of supremacy Feng Nanshan, he did not inherit the Feng family's ultimate technique at all. To have the achievement of breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate and becoming a void break martial artist at such an age, he could definitely be called one of the most outstanding geniuses in the Earth Federation in the past 100 years. Every time Chu Nan saw him, he would only see a cold, indifferent, and proud expression. How could he have expected him to reveal so many complicated emotions? It seemed that the story between him and the March God killing palm was not simple. After a long silence, Feng Ningzi suddenly took a deep breath. His expression returned to calm, but his proud expression had completely disappeared. Alright, I can only tell you that the March God killing palm was actually created by a martial artist I know. He thought that he could create an ultimate palm technique that could mobilize spatial energy with an external martial technique, but he only created the move and was never able to actually perfect it. This palm technique has condensed his entire life's work, but it has always been unfinished. He was unable to truly mobilize spatial energy, so he could not resolve this problem. Therefore, he felt very regretful before he died. Now that you've proven that this palm technique really has this ability, he will definitely be very happy if he lives in the afterlife. Feng Ningzi spoke very calmly, but Chu Nan could not help but feel a trace of sorrow. It was not rare for martial artists to create their own martial techniques. Many martial artists would think that they had such an ability. However, the martial artist Feng Ningzi spoke of actually thought that he could create a palm technique that could mobilize spatial energy with external moves. In the eyes of almost all martial artists, it was no different from wishful thinking. However, he was very persistent in this palm technique, but he could not verify his thoughts until his last breath. It was pitiful when he thought about it. To be honest. Chu Nan was silent for a long time, but he still frowned slightly and shook his head. There's actually not much meaning in doing this. If a martial artist reaches the point where they can mobilize spatial energy, any external martial technique can be fused with spatial energy. There's no need to go through so much trouble to mobilize spatial energy with external martial techniques. For example, you're already a void break martial artist. Could it be that you still have to rely on some special external martial technique to mobilize spatial energy? Chapter 399. Feng Ningzi was silent for a long time before nodding lightly. I know, and he actually knows it in his heart. However, this is his obsession. He just feels that he can create such a palm technique, so he has always wanted to realize it. Now that you've helped him verify this thought, I thank you on his behalf. After saying that, Feng Ningzi actually took a step back, bent down, and bowed to Chu Nan seriously. Chu Nan was shocked. With Feng Ningzi's arrogance, he was actually willing to bend down and lower his head to thank him. It seemed that this martial artist who created the March God killing palm had an extraordinary relationship with him. There's no need to be so polite. I'm only making a deal. Chu Nan coughed lightly and opened his personal terminal. If you only want to prove that martial artist's idea is true, I can give you an affirmative answer now. After yesterday's research, I've already made some corresponding modifications to the March God killing palm. The 36 palm moves are able to attract spatial energy to converge, proving that this palm technique is indeed very special. It's unique among all the external martial techniques I know. Under Chu Nan's instructions, Feng Ningzi also opened his personal terminal and connected to it. As Chu Nan transmitted some of the analysis information made by Feng Ningzi yesterday and his modified palm technique to his personal terminal, he explained, there are 6 palm moves that I can't mobilize spatial energy no matter how I study them, so I feel that, there might be some problems that he failed to resolve when he created these 6 palm moves. Feng Ningzi raised his eyebrows. Can you resolve the problem of these 6 palm moves? I don't know now. Chu Nan shook his head. Perhaps if I continue to study it, I might be able to complete this palm technique. However, I still feel that it's meaningless to study this palm technique, so I don't want to waste too much time on it. Feng Ningzi looked straight into Chu Nan's eyes. Tell me, what do you want? As long as I can do it, I can give it to you. Chu Nan had originally only said it casually, but he did not expect Feng Ningzi's reaction to be so intense. He was immediately shocked. Is this person so important to you? Feng Ningzi fell silent again. After a long time, he nodded lightly. Yes, he's equivalent to my first master. It's very important that I fulfill his wish. Looking at Feng Ningzi's serious gaze, Chu Nan could not help but sigh. It seemed that no matter how proud and unreasonable a guy was, there was a soft side to him. Alright, I'll try my best, but I can't guarantee that I can really settle it. His death anniversary is in 3 months. If you can develop the complete March God killing palm before that, I can pay any price. Any price? Really? Chu Nan was a little amused. Really? Feng Mingzi's expression was serious, and he did not look like he was joking at all. Alright, you're exaggerating. Chu Nan hurriedly waved his hand. I'll try, but I can't guarantee that I'll succeed like you, let alone settle it in 3 months. Therefore, you don't have to give me any guarantee, because I can't assure you myself. As for the price, there's even less need. To be honest, I've benefited greatly from studying this martial technique. Moreover, I'm quite interested. Alright, I owe you a favor. Feng Mingzi was a very straightforward person. When he heard Chu Nan's words, he did not pester him anymore. He nodded and sent a document to him from his personal terminal. This is the portion of my insights regarding breaking through the cosmic heaven's gate. If you have anything you don't understand or want to ask, you can directly find me in the future. Thank you. Chu Nan accepted this information without holding back. This first-hand information summarized by a martial artist who had just broken through the cosmic heaven's gate was the most precious to him. If there are any new developments in the March God killing palm, inform me immediately. After saying this, Feng Mingzi left. Looking at his back, Chu Nan could not help but smile and shake his head, feeling strange. This guy had always been cold and did not seem to be friendly to anyone. The first time he took the initiative to find Chu Nan, his attitude was even ruder. Chu Nan originally thought that he would definitely mind his own business in the academy and not have any unnecessary interactions. However, he did not expect that such a strange connection would arise between the two of them because of the March God killing palm. When he recalled the senior martial artist who created the March God killing palm that Feng Mingzi had mentioned, Chu Nan sighed in his mind. From the countless mistakes in that martial artist's self-created March God killing palm, and the fact that his level was really not high, his strength should not be very outstanding. However, such a martial artist filled with ideals, or rather, obsession, was treated by Feng Mingzi, who had a star-grade martial artist grandfather, as his first master. He was still so respectful after his death. It could be seen how close their relationship was. Many things must have happened. Of course, even if there was, it was a story that belonged to Feng Mingzi. Chu Nan was not interested in understanding it. After Feng Mingzi left, he immediately opened the information that Feng Mingzi had just sent and read it carefully. What was recorded in this information was indeed the various details before and after Feng Mingzi broke through the cosmic heaven's gate. It described his understanding of the internal cosmos, spatial energy, and the cosmic heaven's gate itself in detail. Because Feng Mingzi had only broken through the cosmic heaven's gate a month ago, this information was extremely new. Moreover, because their strength was not far apart, Feng Mingzi's description of the cosmic heaven's gate was closer to Chu Nan's understanding and was very easy for him to understand. Moreover, Feng Mingzi had clearly worked very hard to create this set of information. All the problems were described in extreme detail, and even the process of him constructing his internal cosmos was described bit by bit. Reading this information immediately gave Chu Nan a more comprehensive and profound understanding of the cosmic heaven's gate. This help to him was even more specific and useful than a few words of guidance from a star-grade martial artist. After reading all the information and relying on his data ability to firmly memorize it, Chu Nan closed his personal terminal and arrived at the martial arts arena where the first class was today. As soon as he walked into the arena, Chu Nan was immediately stunned. The martial arts arena was surrounded by students who had come to this training session today. However, in the middle of the martial arts arena, there were not two familiar students sparring and preparing. Instead, there was a round and smooth sleep capsule-like thing that looked very familiar. Chu Nan glanced over and saw the obvious symbol of the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce outside. That's right, this was clearly the gaming capsule of martial soul. Chapter 400. Chu Nan was a little puzzled, and the surrounding students discussed the situation. If it was class, so be it. Why did they put a gaming capsule here? Could it be that their teacher planned to teach them how to play games? Students, do you know what this is? Seeing that it was time for class and that the students had already arrived, Teacher Manjika, who was in charge of teaching as the real combat practice instructor, asked loudly. The students looked at each other and laughed. Teacher, are you asking the obvious? Who doesn't know that this is the gaming capsule of martial soul? A student shouted. That's right. This thing was previously advertised by the Not-Tem Chamber of Commerce. Not to mention us martial artists, not many ordinary people don't know about it, right? This seems to be the latest gaming capsule that was released last week, right? One is worth tens of thousands. Teacher Manjika looked around and discovered that no student revealed any doubts. He laughed and nodded. Very good. Since everyone knows, you can save me the time to explain. After saying that, he opened his personal terminal and connected to the gaming capsule. Then, he faced the huge virtual screen of the arena and operated it. A virtual battlefield scene appeared on the virtual screen. The students were even more puzzled. Teacher Manjika, don't tell me you plan to let us fight in the virtual arena of martial soul? Isn't there a ready-made venue? That's right. Although the realism of martial soul is almost 100%, it's still impossible to use it for training in place of real life, right? Teacher Manjika smiled mysteriously. That's right. I indeed plan to let you spar in martial soul today, but I'm not letting you compete with yourselves. Ah, then who are we competing with? Immediately, some students reacted. Teacher, don't tell me you want us to find players in the game to spar in martial soul. That won't do, right? The standards of the players in the game are uneven. There's not much improvement in fighting them. That's right. It's fine to play usually, but isn't it a little? Chu Nan glanced at the surrounding students who looked disdainful and shook his head. It was true that the standards of the players in martial soul were uneven, but this was only built on the foundation of a newbie. If one played too much and their level increased, as the winning rate stabilized, the opponents matched by the system would usually be at the same level as them. Under such circumstances, it was actually the most helpful for a martial artist to improve. If not for the fact that he had entered Star Cloud Academy and could only cultivate at home, martial soul might have become his only way to engage in actual combat. To most martial artists, this could indeed be considered a very good combat platform. However, it seemed a little sudden to appear in Star Cloud Academy's classroom. Teacher Manjika smiled and waited for the students to discuss for a while. Then, he clapped his hands to quieten everyone. Firstly, I'll correct your mistake. In martial soul, the standards of the opponents you encounter are not bad. According to the data announced by the Nottem Chamber of Commerce, there are even Heaven Control martial artists among the players of martial soul. No way? Heaven Control realm martial artist? The students were immediately surprised. Why would a Heaven Control martial artist play games? Are they afraid that no one will fight them? That's right. Heaven Control martial artists are so strong. How can they encounter opponents in the game? What's so fun about it? Teacher Manjika ignored the students' discussion and continued. Secondly, although I want you to fight someone in martial soul this time, I don't want you to play the game. The person you fight is not an ordinary player in martial soul, but a specific candidate. Hearing this, some students reacted. Teacher, could it be that you have an arrangement? Teacher Manjika nodded with a smile. Yes. If it was in reality, you can at most spar with the students beside you in the classroom. Although you can obtain first-hand feedback, because you're too familiar with each other, it's very difficult to continuously obtain better improvements. Now, Martial Soul has provided such a good combat platform, allowing us to spar with martial artists hundreds or even thousands of light years away. What do you think? It's good, but why does it sound like an advertisement? Chu Nan muttered as his gaze landed on the gaming capsule. Just as a classmate had said, this gaming capsule was clearly the latest model that had been launched last week. Not to mention the high price on the market, it was not easy to buy it. Of course, Star Cloud Academy had enough channels to buy it, and money was not a problem. However, there was only one here. Could it be that if a student played with it, the other students would watch from the side? After letting the students discuss for a while, Teacher Manjika got to the point. Our Star Cloud Academy is already the #1 academy in the Federation. It's meaningless to challenge the other academies in the Federation. Therefore, our opponent this time is from other countries. After saying that, Teacher Manjika operated his personal terminal. A rough-looking middle-aged man with a full beard covering most of his face appeared on the virtual screen. At first glance, he looked like a lion. Heh, students of the Earth Federation, hello. I'm a teacher at the Sharam Academy in the Vig Republic. Just call me Ronka. The students looked at this guy who suddenly appeared in shock. Could the opponent Teacher Manjika was talking about be the Sharam Academy from the Vig Republic? It was said that Sharam Academy was one of the 3 best martial arts academies in the Vig Republic. If the students inside were to be their opponents, it would be not bad. Heh, Teacher Ronka, how's the preparation on your side? Teacher Manjika waved his hand and asked Teacher Ronka. Haha, the brats are already prepared. They're all shouting to start the battle early. What about you? We're also ready. Then, let's begin. Alright. Ronka clearly had a very straightforward personality. When he heard this, he simply nodded in agreement. After looking back, he turned to Teacher Manjika and said, let's send those of a similar level in the first round. I'll choose a 4th stage internal breath realm student on my side. It'll be the same on your side. Sure. Teacher Manjika nodded. The level of these new students of Star Cloud Academy was between the 3rd stage to the 5th stage internal breath realm. If it was the middle level, the 4th stage internal breath realm was just right. Clearly, it was the same for Sharam Academy. Both sides sent a 4th stage internal breath realm student to the stage, so they could test each other's standards. Who wants to be the first to go up to the 4th stage internal breath realm? Teacher Manjika looked at the students who had been waiting for a long time and asked. In an instant, more than 10 arms were raised. To be continued. Thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an update. Check out the playlist to catch up on the rest of the series. I'll be back with the next part soon, stay tuned.